investigation. As you know, it's been a complicated, and a very, very fast-paced investigation. You're looking at people standing up here who are running on, if they got an hour's sleep in the last couple of days, they're probably lucky. It has been very taxing. It has been so impressive, speaking on behalf of the local law enforcement, to see the cooperation that we've seen in this type of case. Across the state, sheriffs, chiefs, our state partners have stepped up and have come to the call on anything that we needed. Our county chiefs have been phenomenal. Our Utah County Attorney, Jeff Gray, who's standing up here with us, has been phenomenal in leading us through this investigation. I would like to thank the federal government for their resources, their assets. Our local team here, our FBI team, has been extraordinary in helping us work through this and bring this person to justice. Most of all, I would like to thank the public, and specifically, I would like to thank the public who turned to prayers and who turned to positiveness for us. I would like to thank them on behalf of the law enforcement community, because we needed those prayers. That's what we needed to get through this. We needed your support, and you gave it to us. We needed your patience, and you gave it to us. And I would like to thank you for the Kirk family, because that's what they need, is your support and your prayers, and that will get us through all of this. So thank you, everybody, for everybody that have stepped up. We've had such a phenomenal response to this. Thank you.
I also want to give a special thanks to the Attorney General and the Department of Justice. Their unwavering support and their commitment to justice is shown true here. And without AG Bondi and Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche and the resources they brought to bear, we would not have been able to complete our mission. And I just want to say special thanks. It's an honor to be a part of the Department of Justice.
Thank you again to our incredible law enforcement team who has worked so hard. Sheriff, I got a solid 90 minutes last night, so I'm probably the most well-rested person up here. Ladies and gentlemen, I get the microphone, so I hope you'll permit me a moment just to share a few more thoughts about where we are and how we got here, and maybe a little bit of where we go from here. I don't want to get too preachy, but I think it's important that we, with eyes wide open, understand what's happening in our country today. I've heard people say, well, why are we so invested in this? There's violence happening all across our country, and violence is tragic everywhere. And every life taken is a child of God who deserves our love and respect and dignity. This is certainly about the tragic death, political assassination of Charlie Kirk. But it is also much bigger than an attack on an individual. It is an attack on all of us. It is an attack on the American experiment. It is an attack on our ideals. This cuts to the very foundation of who we are, of who we have been, and who we could be in better times. Political violence is different than any other type of violence for lots of different reasons. One, because in the very act that Charlie championed of expression, that freedom of expression that is enshrined in our founding documents, in having his life taken in that very act, makes it more difficult for people to feel like they can share their ideas, that they can speak freely. We will never be able to solve all the other problems, including the violence problems that people are worried about, if we can't have a clash of ideas safely and securely. Especially those ideas with which you disagree. That's why this matters so much.
I'm sorry, the violence against political commentators or the violence against Charlie Kirk is different from other forms of violence. Because he was speaking?
Over the last 48 hours, I have been as angry as I have ever been, as sad as I have ever been. And it was, as anger pushed me to the brink, it was actually Charlie's words that pulled me back. I'd like to share some of those. And specifically right now, if I could, I need to talk to the young people in our state, in my state, and all across the country. As President Trump reminded me, he said, you know who really loved Charlie? The youths. And he's right. Young people loved Charlie, and young people hated Charlie. And Charlie went into those places anyway. And these are the words that have helped me.
So deep, dude.
Charlie said, when people stop talking, that's when you get violence. He said, the weak can never forgive. Forgiveness is the attribute of the strong.
What?
The only way out of the labyrinth of suffering is to forgive. Welcome without judgment, love without condition, forgive without limit. He said, always forgive your enemies. Nothing annoys them so much. A few months ago, I referenced this last night, Charlie posted to social media, when things are moving very fast and people are losing their minds, it's important to stay grounded. Turn off your phone, read scripture, spend time with friends, and remember, internet fury is not real life. It's going to be okay.
Oh, why don't you tell that to all the trans people in the United States? Why don't you tell that to all the people who've been deported by ICE? Oh, fuck off.
He again said, when you stop having a human connection with someone you disagree with, it becomes a lot easier to commit violence. He said, what we as a culture have to get back to is being able to have a reasonable agreement, where violence is not an option. Now, again, to my young friends out there, you are inheriting a country where politics feels like rage. It feels like rage is the only option. But through those words, we have a reminder that we can choose a different path. Your generation has an opportunity to build a culture that is very different than what we are suffering through right now. Not by pretending differences don't matter, but by embracing our differences and having those hard conversations. I think we need more moral clarity right now. I hear all the time that words are violence. Words are not violence. Violence is violence. And there is one person responsible for what happened here. And that person is now in custody and will be charged soon and will be held accountable. And yet, all of us have an opportunity right now to do something different. I want to thank my fellow Utahns. This bad stuff happens. For 33 hours, I was
looking through all of the terrible quotes from Charlie Kirk to finally find like 2 or 3 good ones for this eulogy.
That if this had to happen here, that it wouldn't be one of us. That somebody drove from another state, somebody came from another country. Sadly, that prayer was not answered the way I had hoped for, just because I thought it would make it easier on us if we could just say, hey, we don't do that here. And indeed, Utah is a special place. We lead the nation in charitable giving. We lead the nation in service every year. But it did happen here.
And by charitable giving, are we also including all the money that goes to churches?
And it was one of us. But I want you to look at how Utahns reacted the last 2 nights. There was no rioting. There was no looting. There were no cars set on fire. There's no violence. There were vigils.
Saying that right after somebody just got executed is fucking insane. Like, actually, like, praising Utah and being like, Utah's so amazing. We didn't have anyone, you know, getting mad about this death in the streets. We just had someone committing the murder. Like, what the fuck? What is happening? Fucking clown world.
And prayers and people coming together to share the humanity. And
meanwhile, there were 7 HBCUs shut down and a bomb threat at the DNC.
That, ladies and gentlemen, I believe is the answer to this. We can return violence with violence. We can return hate with hate. And that's the problem with political violence, is it metastasizes. Because we can always point the finger at the other side. And at some point, we have to find an off-ramp, or it's going to get much, much worse. But see, these are choices that we can make. History will dictate if this is a turning point for our country. But every single one of us gets to choose right now if this is a turning point for us. We get to make decisions. We have our agency. And I desperately call on every American, Republican, Democrat, liberal, progressive, conservative, MAGA, all of us to please, please, please follow what Charlie taught me. I'll just conclude with with words I share often from a friend and author, Yuval Levin, who was asked if he was optimistic about our country, and he said, "I'm not optimistic." He said, "I hate optimism." Like, that sounds bad. But he said, optimism is a vice. It's this idea that good things are just going to happen. And he said, in the history of the world, good things have never just happened. He says, I'm not optimistic, but I am hopeful. And hope is the virtue that sits between the vices of optimism and pessimism. Hope is the idea that good things are going to happen because we can make them so. I still believe in our country, and I know Charlie Kirk believed in our country. I still believe that there is more good among us than evil, and I still believe that we can change the course of history. I'm hopeful because Americans can make it so. Ladies and gentlemen, we're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Governor, please speak to whether the suspect is speaking with authorities and his demeanor.
There's something so deeply unserious about talking about Charlie Kirk this way. Like talking about Charlie Kirk as if he had spent his entire life doing nothing but like good, being like Jesus reincarnate. Like, it's so insane to me. I just don't. Here is a Charlie quote for you. Empathy is a sin. Like, it's just so fucking crazy to me. Like, why are we making these conferences so unserious? Just say that, like, we're looking for the killer. We think we found him. We found someone who blah, 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 Discord logs, whatever. And, you know, he's in custody now. You know, political violence is unacceptable in this country, and it should always be unacceptable in this country. Okay, thank you. Like, what is this fucking pretend eulogy as if he was like, as if Charlie Kirk was fucking Gandhi?
I cannot speak to that right now.
Governor, how do you interpret the engravings on casing?
Well, I will leave that up to you to interpret what those engravings mean. I think the clearest one that says "catch fascist," there's not, and by the way, that's like catch like a ball, catch this.
As opposed to what?
I think that speaks for itself.
I like how he didn't want to talk about notices bulge, oh, what's this? Or if you read this, you're gay.
Please.
This level of hatred that this person expresses. Beyond that, is there anything in your view that you discovered that may have radicalized or changed him to prompt him to commit such a horrific act?
There's nothing more that we can share at this time.
Governor,
Yeah,
you indicated that he had been communicating with a friend on Discord about the gun. Do you anticipate any more arrests?
We do not at this time have any information that would lead to any additional arrests.
Do you believe he acted alone?
Yes, but the investigation is ongoing.
How he came into custody of police and where he is right now?
Yes, so right now, Mr. Robinson has been booked into the Utah County Jail. You heard the president this morning report that he was taken into custody, that his family and a friend helped to deliver him into custody of law enforcement in Washington County. For those of you that don't know where Washington County is, it is the southwesternmost part of the state of Utah. It's about a 3.5 to 4 hour drive from here, where we are right now, and that's where he lived and where they turned him in. Please, I'll go here. I can't share any more than what I've already shared. Yeah. So how we obtained the gun? The gun was found here. So I don't have much more details on that. We do know that he drove. We had his car here on campus, and then we had his car going south back to the St. George. It's actually the city of Washington in Washington County.
Is he talking with authorities, and did he discuss a motive?
I'm sorry? We don't have any information that would lead us to believe that. Yes, in fact, it was just released. Yes.
Talking with authorities, and did he discuss a motive?
I can't answer that right now. Yeah, thank you. Over here. I absolutely believe that this is a watershed in American history. Yes. The question is, what kind of watershed?
Also, confirmation from other news networks saying the same thing, that the bullet that killed Charlie Kirk said, "Notice his bulge, oh, what's this?" This is official reporting from CBS News. Is that real?
And that chapter remains to be written. Is this the end of a dark chapter in our history, or the beginning of a darker chapter in our history? Look, I mean, if you look at true political assassinations in this country of someone of this stature, this feels a lot like the late 60s, and having one so gruesomely displayed on camera in all of our hands and in all of our pockets. We are not wired as human beings biologically. Historically, we have not evolved in a way that we are capable of processing those types of violent imagery. And by the way, we've seen another one with a gruesome stabbing very recently that went viral. This is not good for us. It is not good to consume. Social media is a cancer on our society right now. And I would encourage people to log off.
Charlie Kirk was part of social media, you fucking idiot.
Turn off, touch grass, hug a family member, go out and do good.
Not actual fucking press conferences where they say touch grass, dude. Fuck
in your
me.
Community. That is happening, and it's happening organically right now. Had a friend in a small city in Utah who said, we're getting together. The Republicans and Democrats in my little town are getting together to have a discussion tonight, last night, just to find a way to find their better angels. So yes, this could be. I mean, you know, again, you have to go back to JFK to have
If anything, he was one of the biggest driving forces of the social media movement on the right.
seen a video live of something like this happening. I wasn't born until 1975, but I know
it's so insane for this guy to like rewrite Charlie Kirk's entire history as if Charlie Kirk isn't on record saying that he thinks that children should be seeing public executions, that people who get the death penalty should be publicly executed, that it should be televised, and that children should be allowed to see it.
Things were really dark in the late 60s. Sorry to some of you. I know some of you were there. But this is our moment. Do we escalate or do we find an off-ramp? And again, it's a choice. It's a choice. And every one of us gets to make that choice. Two more questions right here.
Could we clarify that the release of those enhanced images at 8 p.m., the timeline that Director Patel gave us, led to the arrest at 10 p.m.? Is there a direct connection between those two events?
I cannot comment if there is a direct connection or not, but all I can say is that that through some process, the family came to know that this had happened.
One more thing, Governor. Could you just clarify the clothing issue you mentioned earlier? Was he changing outfits?
Correct. Yes. So when he's first spotted on campus, he has different clothing on, and then he changes clothing on the roof, and then changed back into that clothing at some point, so that when he was apprehended, when he was arrested, the clothing matched the clothing he had on before the shooting here at UVU. Last question here. Yes.
Suspect was from Utah. Can you kind of tell us a little bit more about where, and was he a student here at this university, and is there any history of mental illness?
Yeah. So I don't have any information on the mental illness part. He was not a student here at UVU. He was living and had lived for a long time with his family in Washington County, in the southernmost part of our state. Thank you, everyone, for your great work in getting this information out. I just say, process-wise, this may be important. I know many of you aren't familiar with the process in Utah. I think it's important that you understand that. Basically, we have 3 days for charging documents to be filed. A CI will be filed. We'll have more information then, more detailed information as those charging documents are filed in preparation for a preliminary hearing. So 3 days. So we would anticipate then that early next week those charging documents will be filed. We will obviously be working. The county attorney will be working very closely with Mr. Kirk's family as those documents and decisions are prepared and made. Thanks, everyone.
Okay. All right. Well, that was actually a lot of information. You know, honestly, genuinely, I didn't expect them to find this person this quickly off of the photo that they had released, which obviously they had more information that they weren't sharing with the rest of us. But off of just the photo that they showed us, I don't feel like that was even enough information to identify someone, especially because there were multiple people in the crowd. There were at least 2 people in the crowd that were giving the shooter time to escape. Like this guy, one of the guys who was originally caught, and they thought that it was him. And he was just apparently yelling, and I would do it again. He effectively bought the shooter time to get away. So yeah, out of the 2 suspects that were initially taken into custody, it was just because they were saying things in the crowd. He apparently had told his dad, yeah. Parents were apparently gun nuts. I wonder where he got the gun. But this is apparently right now what we're getting.
And we now have more information about this suspect. We have a name to tell you, and this is according to multiple sources and our team of reporters covering federal law enforcement, Tom Winter, Mike Cosner, our colleagues. Tyler Robinson is the suspect in custody. He is from Utah. He's in custody and with state authorities in Utah, born in 2003. And so Tyler Robinson is the name that, according to multiple sources, is the suspect who is in custody. From our reporting, we understand he has been in custody for a number of hours now. And what
famously, every leftist I know wears shirts with the American flag and eagles on it.
With that, as Morgan was just saying, there was a point where authorities knew very little about who this person was. Well, once you have an individual identified, many new doors open. Tyler Robinson will now be subject to having all of his electronics reviewed, subject to a search warrant, and that would be the typical process now, that once he's identified and in custody, authorities are able to get the court permission to execute search warrants. That could be.
Yeah, I wanted to see this live broadcast right now.
Interesting point about an ongoing investigation. Do you have any more thoughts on that?
Yeah, law enforcement sources say there's a good probability, if not a likelihood, there will be both local and federal charges brought against Tyler Robinson. A bit of redundancy there in the legal system. The federal charges would begin with a criminal information, then likely a detention hearing or a preliminary hearing. You can bet the farm the government will seek detention in this case, considering the scope and size of the charges. But it's worth emphasizing that federal criminal proceedings are measured in months and years, not days and weeks. Federal criminal cases span years, and we heard the president already pre-butting that timeline, saying he likes to see faster trials, and that's going to cause some controversy in itself, that type of argument ahead of a criminal proceeding.
All right. Thank you very much, Scott. Now let's bring in Carter Evans, who was at the news conference. Carter, what questions are you hearing that are still left out there in Utah? I know so many people are so relieved that they have somebody in custody.
Right, and that's the primary thing here. But now as we look into how this all unfolded, you know, the main question I have right now is the involvement of other people and when they knew, specifically this Discord conversation with a friend. Did that friend inform law enforcement that this had happened, or did they interview this friend after he turned himself in? That's a big question I have right now. And I asked the governor if they expected any other arrests or if he acted alone. He said they believe he acted alone, but it is still under investigation, and that could change. So that is pretty interesting there. I also have another question, too. He mentioned that they have received to date 11,000 tips. That is just astronomical. A lot of information has come in. And I'm wondering, were they able to identify this individual, this suspect, before he turned himself in? Were they on his trail already? That is not clear at this point, if it was some of those tips that panned out or if it was simply...
Dude, like, Charlie Kirk's alleged assassin is a 22-year-old Republican who donated to Donald Trump's campaign. Now, the last time this happened, I'm like 99% sure that they started accidentally pulling up stuff from a different Tyler Robinson or like a different person with the same name. And this is the problem with having a white name that's really common. It's possible that this is another different Tyler Robinson. But, dude, I'm sorry. In my whole life, I've never seen a leftist that intentionally is wearing a fucking American flag with an eagle on it.
His father bringing him into the U.S. Marshal's office. So we've still got a lot to clear up here, and we're going to learn a lot more next week. He said they've got 3 days to prepare the charging documents. So basically, that's going to put them into next week, where we hear a preliminary hearing. When we get those charging documents, we're going to be able to see a lot more about what they knew when they made this arrest.
I know, Carter, thank you. I was struck, too, by Governor Cox, his words to the young people to say we all have a choice now to make a different choice. We now have the option. Politics feels like rage. It doesn't have to be this way. Carter, we thank you. Scott, Anna, Weija, Sam, we thank all of you for joining us. Just to recap for you, if you're just tuning in, authorities have confirmed the arrest of a suspect in the assassination of political activist Charlie Kirk. The suspect has been named. He is 22 years old. His name is Tyler Robinson. He is a resident of Utah. He was not a student at the school, they tell us. Robinson's family and a friend were involved in persuading him to surrender. Our coverage will continue, of course, throughout the morning on our streaming channel, CBS News 24/7. There, of course, will also be more on your local news station. And tonight on the CBS Evening News, many of you will now return to CBS Mornings. This has been a special CBS Special Report. I'm Gayle King here in New York.
Our special breaking news coverage continues right now here on CBS News 24/7. I'm Errol Barnett in New York. Moments ago, the FBI announced the gunman accused of assassinating activist Charlie Kirk is now in custody, and he's been identified as 22-year-old Tyler Robinson, who was turned in part thanks to cooperation from his family. This morning's press update began a short time ago with remarks from Utah's Governor Spencer Cox.
We got him. On the evening of September 11th.
God, you know, this fucker was trying to serve so hard with the we got him. He was trying to channel the fucking meme, the ladies and gentlemen, we got him, but he has like no... Class is not the right word. He just has no aura, so it just came off dry. I almost said dry like a cracker, and then I realized that you can't use that word on Twitch because it's a slur.
A family member of Tyler Robinson reached out to a family friend who contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office with information that Robinson had confessed to them or implied that he had committed the incident. This information was relayed to the Utah County Sheriff's Office and scene investigators at Utah Valley University. This information was also conveyed to the FBI. Investigators reviewed additional video footage from UVU surveillance and identified Robinson arriving on UVU campus in a gray Dodge Challenger at approximately 8:29 a.m. on September 10th, in which he is observed on video in a plain maroon t-shirt, light-colored shorts, a black hat with a white logo, and light-colored shoes.
Now, we want to use our special VR technology to help spell out for you what investigators then explained happened next after Tyler Robinson arrived on campus in that clothing. Investigators believe that below me, where you see the distance, about 400 feet between where Tyler Robinson was believed to be on the rooftop and where Charlie Kirk was holding his event, convincing students to prove him wrong. Investigators said a few moments ago that it was up here on the rooftop of this building where Tyler Robinson then changed out of that plain maroon shirt and light-colored shorts into the black clothing that he was witnessed wearing. After firing the shot, he then crossed across the rooftop, which you see in this footage, with a bag, jumped down to the grassy area near the parking lot, and then proceeded to cross a road nearby and head into a wooded area. All of this suggesting prior thought, strategy, and planning before the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
That jump is kind of crazy, I'm not gonna lie.
Also say...
How old are they saying that he was? 22.
People close to him, his friends and his family, had said that he had become more radicalized and political lately, and talked to them about Charlie Kirk coming to campus, and that in his opinion, in the opinions of this suspect, Charlie Kirk was full of hate. So that footage was recorded just to my left. CBS News Justice...
I don't even know if that's his opinion. That's just like a correct statement. Charlie Kirk has dedicated so much of his life to being the most hateful person that he can be.
Correspondent Scott McFarland joins us from Washington with more on how we're now getting a fuller picture, Scott, of the intent of this individual, how he was able to pull this off. But investigators also said they do not believe there are any other suspects or people of interest at this time. What jumped out to you?
Yeah, the governor described this as somebody who had become radicalized or politicized in recent weeks or recent months, and that the family was noticing that, but that it also was the family that got the confession from Tyler Robinson, brought it to clergy, brought it to law enforcement, and ultimately resulted in Tyler Robinson being arrested and jailed in Washington County, Utah. Washington County, Utah, roughly 3 or 4 hours away from Utah Valley University. Tyler Robinson now is being held as a local inmate, but federal charges are imminent. If not today, I'd expect charging documents, criminal information filed over the weekend, Monday morning at the latest. And there'll be a procedure for Tyler Robinson to make a preliminary appearance in court, potentially in both local court and federal court. 2 different cases are brought. And what the governor described is just this series of granular pieces of evidence that would likely be presented to a judge at a detention hearing. The inscriptions, the engravings on the bullet casings, including the words "catch," "fascist," and "Bella Ciao," a message famous in Italy during World War II, during their fight against the Nazis. The 11,000 tips brought in by the feds may include something specific for prosecutors to use.
I like how any respectable news network doesn't want to read out the notices bulge, oh, what's this? And the, if you read this, you are gay.
But they have this information about the firearm because they have the firearm, this unique rifle with a scope on top, the bullet casings being distinguishing. And Errol, I think it's worth a conversation that these bullet casing engravings, these inscriptions, they are becoming a potential source of copycats. We've seen them in other cases in recent months.
It's not what a copycat is.
And there's fears we see them again in future shootings.
I apologize.
Well, the governor and
it's just other people realizing that they can take a page out of Luigi Mangioni's book and that they can give their messaging out, because you're not going to read the manifesto, but you might read the bullet casings out.
Officials from the FBI spoke about a heightened sense of fear in the United States because of what seemed to be ongoing acts of political violence against people on the right and the left. How important will it be in the investigation into this that investigators are careful of what to release and also to tamp down the pressure of political rhetoric in the U.S. in the days ahead?
The governor spent a lot of his time, even before taking questions at the news conference this hour, trying to do just that with an extended message of we have a pivotal moment now, a potential off-ramp, or we continue down this road of increased political toxicity, increased political violence, and increased death. He used the phrase social media is a cancer. He emphasized those words, that social media is...
Luigi was not the first LMFAO. That's not what I was saying. I was saying that Luigi Mangioni was is a beloved person. I mean, there's people bringing fucking paintings of the man in their house. He's one of the first people that's assassinated somebody else in the public eye that has gotten full-blown support across the aisle in the United States. And so other people are going to try and emulate what he did. Also, you think a 22-year-old is well-educated necessarily on every single type of assassination that's ever happened? No, it's going to be that the thing that they saw most recently would have been Luigi Mangioni's case, and they took inspiration from that, allegedly.
Spinning up so much of this hatred, and that there may be foreign players involved, ginning up Americans through social media channels, which is a bit of a contradiction, though, in this case, because federal law enforcement, the FBI director himself, was using social media as the singular platform to provide updates on this case prior to last night. So there's a contradiction there in what social media should be doing with cases like this. But the FBI director, you heard from him today at the news conference, he credited law enforcement with being expedient in this case, moving, in his words, I think, record time, he said. A 33-hour manhunt is not shorter or longer than any other previous manhunts, but it did result in an arrest in a case that captured the attention of the world.
Meanwhile, they caught him because he confessed to his dad.
An important time, especially when you consider how much misinformation was available online as it relates to this horrific incident, to be diligent, be extremely diligent with what you consume and share. Scott McFarlane in our DC Bureau, thank you very much. We want to share with you the first person to break this news, President Trump, this morning at approximately 8 a.m. Eastern as he was appearing on Fox and Friends.
With a high degree of certainty, we have him. In custody, right? In custody. Everyone did a great job. We worked with the local police, the governor. Everybody did a great job.
CBS News correspondent Natalie Brand is at the White House. Natalie, as we've been speaking this morning, you've noted that the president gave as much detail as he could while appearing on that program, and was also the first person to release information that Charlie Kirk had, in fact, died. What stood out to you from the president's remarks and actions this morning?
Yeah, Errol, it speaks to the investment, the personal investment the president had in this case, the closeness, the friendship he had with Charlie Kirk. He's been shaken all week. We've heard that and seen that visibly since this political assassination, and the president pledging to commit federal resources to finding whoever was responsible. This is an assassination, a crime, horrific incident that has shaken this White House and the nation, given the closeness of this relationship. The president this morning on Fox describing Kirk like almost a member of his family. He had a direct line to President Trump as a close advisor, friend, and ally. That's something that started on the campaign trail. Kirk gets a lot of credit for really mobilizing young conservative voters and helping to cement President Trump's second-term win. He also had an extremely close relationship with the vice president, J.D. Vance, so much so that J.D. Vance canceled plans yesterday to appear at a remembrance for 9/11 at Ground Zero and instead fly to Salt Lake City and retrieve Kirk's body in light of this breaking.
Kash Patel even said, "See you in Valhalla. Is this a Twilight Zone? This is a dog whistle for white nationalism. It comes from the neo-Nazi Hand No Remorse song, See You in Valhalla." Gross. Well, like, can I just say, I will never understand people like Kash Patel feeding into white supremacy or white nationalism. It's like, dog, you ain't on that list. I don't know if you've looked in the mirror recently. You're a couple skin tones too dark for the white nationalists, okay? You are not on the team, bro. You've never been on the team. You will never be on the team. You'll just be the last one they get rid of, dude. It looks like this is everything that we know about the alleged assassin, Tyler Robinson, 22-year-old Utah resident. It looks like he was a student at UVU on a scholarship, attended only for one semester. So he wasn't actively a student at the time of the shooting, but he did at some point attend the school. And it says that he said investigators learned from Robinson's family that he had become more political in recent times and had recently expressed his dislike for Kirk, describing him to his family as full of hate. And the governor added that Robinson's roommate helped investigators by showing messages on Discord where the alleged killer talked about retrieving a rifle from the drop point, leaving the rifle in a bush, and references to engraved bullets and a scope. I mean, if the Discord messages were after the time of the shooting, this is like circumstantial evidence, right? They've already picked up 2 suspects they thought were the guy and haven't been the guy. So in one image from Robinson's mother's social media in 2017, he was seen wearing a Donald Trump costume to Halloween. Other images show him using guns in his childhood, including the one where he was posing with an M2 Browning 50 caliber machine gun. Oh my God. Oh my God, I just like inhaled my spit. This is the craziest part. Trump announced the arrest in an appearance on Fox News where he said someone very close to the suspect turned him in. Robinson's arrest comes after a manhunt for the suspect stretched to over a day and a half, with officials previously rewarding oh my God, offering a reward of $100,000 for information leading to his capture. Surveillance footage had been released showing a figure on top of a roof, leaping from a building and sprinting away. And then it says here, where is it? What? I think maybe it was the next section over. I misplaced it. But just that it was his father that turned him in. Alleged killer was found after multiple suspects were incorrectly apprehended on Tuesday. Initially, a person of interest was said to be in custody in connection with Kirk's shooting. However, they were released. Subject in custody has been released after an interrogation by law enforcement. Our investigation continues and we will continue to release information in the interest of transparency. Kirk was answering a question about mass shootings mere seconds before he was struck. He was rushed to a hospital where he succumbed to his injuries. Kirk leaves behind his wife. And then He was loved. Trump wrote on Truth Social, he was loved and admired by all, especially me. To say by all when he was literally assassinated is fucking crazy to me. It's actually insane. Like, okay. Like, all but what? The one guy who killed him? I don't know how I misplaced this.
Development today, he posted on social media, this is a big breakthrough, and everyone who helped, from the law enforcement professionals to the people giving tips, deserves our credit and gratitude.
Oh, it was at the very beginning. My apologies. The alleged killer confessed to his father, Matt, a member of law enforcement. Sources told Daily Mail. His father then contacted authorities and secured his son before he could be taken into custody. So, like, do you think his dad loved Charlie Kirk more than his son, or do you think he wanted the $100,000?
In some ways, the investigation is still in the early days, but I do believe we have the shooter in custody. He goes on to say a prayer for Erica Kirk and those two beautiful babies. Of course, Kirk leaves behind a wife and two young children. Vance spent time with them yesterday when he traveled from Utah to Arizona on Air Force Two. Kirk is from Arizona. That is where he will be laid to rest. And the president also confirming that he will be attending his funeral.
Natalie Brand with the latest at the White House for us. Natalie, thank you. We want to jump over now and bring in CBS News congressional correspondent Caitlin Huey Burns, who is in our D.C. bureau. Caitlin, President Trump said he wants Tyler...
To the person who said maybe his dad wanted to do the right thing. His dad was a cop.
Robinson, this 22-year-old, to get the death penalty. President Trump also saying that he does plan to attend the funeral of Charlie Kirk, who, as Natalie just laid out, wasn't just a key political figure for Republicans, but also, a father of two, a husband whose family is deep in grief today. How is this hitting Washington?
Well, Errol, it's important to note that, too, his proximity to the president. He was thought of as a family member to this president, and we've heard so many stories about that. But, Errol, I wanted to highlight what we just heard from the governor of Utah there, Spencer Cox, because I can tell you that we've been on Capitol Hill the past several days talking to lawmakers about what should be the response, how can you tone down the rhetoric, and we really haven't seen many leaders rise to this occasion. And we did see Governor Cox provide an example of some much-needed leadership there. He delivered the facts of the case. He grieved this tragedy and recognized that grief, and also called upon our better angels. And I just want to read a quote from what he said today. This is an attack on all of us, an attack on the American experiment, an attack on our ideals. This cuts to the very foundation of who we are, who we have been, and who we could be. And Errol, he offered a bit of advice that I think all of us can take, should take, which is log off, go touch grass, hug a family member. And I think that is what so many, not only in Washington, are feeling, but across.
This person. Wait, not this person, sorry. So are we done calling people Nazis now? I have no idea what position you're holding here. And I'm just going to have to assume that you aren't taking the fucking idiotic position of, I just hate to do this. I feel bullied, really. I'm just gonna hope that you aren't remaking this comic in real life, because that would be cringe. Sounds like you're siding with a murderer? ? I'm actively making fun of the shooter. In what universe, when you make fun of the murderer in question, the alleged murderer, the alleged assassin, are you siding with them? Like, what world do you live in, genuinely? In what world do you think that any political commentators, such as myself, would be for a world where political commentators are getting executed in the street. Like, even in the most selfish, even in the most self-absorbed way of thinking, it would make no sense. It would make absolutely no sense for me to be pro that. You made it seem like you wouldn't have turned him in, thus siding with him. No, you invented that. That's a whole new sentence. I said, do you think the dad turned him in for the money, or do you think he turned him in because he loves MAGA more? Because if you've spoken to any MAGA tards for once in your life, you would know that these people choose MAGA over their family over and over and over again. Like, they are happy to fucking drink the fucking Kool-Aid, full-blown buckets of Kool-Aid, and not get vaccinated, not let anyone in their family get vaccinated, and not listen to actual facts or logic on literally anything, and they will pick Trump over their own families. It is not unreasonable to then assume that someone would do the same thing on a smaller scale or greater scale.
It's the country, people who have felt so connected to this person, either from social media, from a public perspective, or didn't have any connection to him at all and are just grieving a horrific shooting at a time that it just feels like this happens too often and shouldn't happen again. And I think the governor really spoke to a range of emotions that people are feeling across this country as a family has lost a father, has lost a husband, a son, and I think the governor...
Sorry, last bait. Wow, that was the stupidest thing I've heard. First time here, and I've never heard a more dumb person in my life. You're an idiot. I like how you haven't actually disagreed with anything in a meaningful way. I'm happy for it. I'm happy for that. I'm happy for you, King.
Is someone to watch as we move forward in the lack of real politics kind of taking hold here. He noted that there is an off-ramp if we choose to take it. It's a choice.
Caitlin, it's a great point. The governor's saying that he believes this is a turning point in the United States, but the reality of that is up to Americans to decide. Caitlin Huey-Burns, my thanks to you and to Scott McFarlane and Natalie Brand for our continuing breaking news coverage. On the news now that 22-year-old Tyler Robinson, accused of assassinating conservative activist Charlie Kirk, now in custody. Stay right where you are. Mugo Odigwe continues our coverage live from San Francisco. Mugo.
Yeah, it's crazy that the country treats this fascist death like a tragedy, but completely glosses over yet another school shooting that happened shortly after the incident. I mean, the most frustrating thing is they never use any of these tragic events, these assassinations, these murders, these killings to ever actually put in place real gun control. They just insist on saying thoughts and prayers. It's like, which is the equivalent of saying, well, we don't actually care, but we're going to just pretend like we care. We could try and actually implement policy that would stop this from happening, or we could just do nothing. Or we could just do nothing. And like, I went on Twitter and I said, oh man, if only we had some kind of way to legislate guns, some kind of control on who can get a gun, some type of gun control, if you will. And there were people actually in here saying, a man just got murdered and you're trying to politicize this. It's like, you fucking idiot. I'm trying to prevent this from happening in the future. I'm sorry, I don't see problems and think, wow, that's so sad. Time to do absolutely nothing about it. Can you imagine, like, your house just always has this flood when it rains? Or sorry, there's always a leak in your roof when it rains. And you're like, this is thoughts and prayers. This is so fucked up. This is so fucked up. It's leaking in my house again. Oh my, this is so thoughts and prayers. And someone else is like, hey man, why don't you, like, I don't know, close that leak? And you're like, you're using this as an opportunity to politicize this moment. When in reality, something tragic is happening right now. It's like, no, dude, fucking no. I'm trying to get policy that stops this from happening.
Thank you, Errol. And we're going to stay with that breaking news into the investigation on the fatal shooting of conservative activist and Turning Point USA co-founder Charlie Kirk. Officials say they now have a suspect in custody. President Donald.
Honestly, genuinely, you should really wait for a respectful amount of time for a lull in school shootings to bring up gun control. Wait, what do you mean they never stop? It's like, dog, there's like gun violence in this country literally every single day. There are mass shootings in this country. How often? We get like hundreds every year. Like, there is no break. There's not like enough time that passes where we're like, okay, I feel like all of us have had enough time to deal with the loss, to grieve. Now we can finally implement gun control. No, chat, this person is base. This is a base chatter. That's what he's saying, chat. He's saying there is never a period of time where there aren't shootings happening. You don't get to just wait for a shooting to stop happening because the shootings are always happening because it's America. You would think using like a high profile case like this to implement gun control would be so obvious.
Trump was the first to break that news just this morning. The person in custody has been identified as 22-year-old Tyler Robinson. And here is the FBI with much more on his arrest.
On the evening of September 11th, a family member of Tyler Robinson reached out to a family friend who contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office with information that Robinson had confessed to them or implied that he had committed the incident. This information was relayed to the Utah County Sheriff's Office and scene investigators at Utah Valley University. This information was also conveyed to the FBI. Investigators reviewed additional video footage from UVU surveillance and identified Robinson arriving on UVU campus in a gray Dodge Challenger at approximately 8:29 a.m. on September 10th, in which he is observed on video in a plain maroon t-shirt, light-colored shorts, a black hat with a white logo, and light-colored shoes. When encountered in person by investigators in Washington County on September 12th, in the early morning hours, Robinson was observed in consistent clothing with those surveillance images.
Now, this major development comes after the FBI ramped up their investigation yesterday, releasing never-before-seen pictures and videos of the person of interest. The first video there shows the moment the suspected gunman climbed off the roof and fled the scene moments after the fatal shooting. Let's go to CBS News national security contributor Sam Vinograd. Sam, thank you for joining us today. What stood out to you from that news conference with FBI officials?
Well, the news conference with law enforcement officials from all levels of government really proved to walk the public through the details of the investigatory process. We learned that this individual confessed to a family.
Looks like they no longer want to talk about the suspect's political affiliations. If anyone asked point blank on the phone friend show, the press demurred and quickly changed the subject. You wrote suspect, but I assume you meant subject. Very telling that a rare moment of decorum. No such thing as decorum, dude. Not here. In this country, no decorum. They just like, they've done this fucking playbook like 16 fucking times where a shooting happens, an assassination happens, an attempted assassination happens, and guess what? It's everybody, everybody is the shooter. We are apparently all the shooter, except straight cis white males whom never, ever, ever shoot, especially not right-wingers. In fact, Netanyahu was here to tell us all that it was a radical Islamist.
The people on the on the extremes, the Islamists, the radical Islamists, and their union with the ultra progressives, they often speak about human rights. They speak about free speech, but they use violence to try to take down their enemies. Whether it's President Trump, who's been almost assassinated twice, or they try to kill me here too. But they got Charlie Kirk, and it's just heartbreaking. This is
they got Charlie Kirk. Famously, all of the news is reporting on how this guy Tyler Robinson, what was playing out of the speakers in his room right before he was detained by the cops was it was actually this. This is what he was listening to when the cops walked in to his home.
Oh.
This is actually what was playing in his room when the cops came in. That's like, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? What world are we living in here? The shooter is trans. The shooter is a Muslimist. He's a radical Islamist. The shooter is brown. The shooter, like, what is the shooter? Dude, the shooter is so woke. You would expect right-wingers to be, like, making entire fucking, what's the website called when you, like, add a bunch of petitions so that you can get, like, the big boobies in the video games? What the fuck is that website called? Action.org. Change. You would expect, like, a fucking change.org petition, considering how apparently woke this shooter is. I have no words. I have no words, dude.
That family member then contacted a friend, and that friend then contacted law enforcement. So the role of this individual's family and friends was critical in bringing this individual into custody. We also learned a little bit about the arc of this individual's radicalization and mobilization to violence. Family members reportedly told law enforcement that this individual was filled with hate, for example. We also learned that this individual was communicating with his roommate, allegedly over Discord, about the location of the rifle itself. Now investigators will be combing through evidence, forensic evidence, evidence from interviews with witnesses, friends and family, to try to ascertain whether this individual was in touch with anyone else about his plans.
This is a great post. Authorities notably did not reveal why Tyler Robinson hated Charlie Kirk. They just said that he hated him and that he had gotten more political in recent years. A reminder that Charlie was hated by a wide variety of people, including neo-Nazis who believed that he was a tool for Israel and Jews. The anti-fascist engravings mean nothing if they don't match with the rest of his ideology and his communications. Like, the most insane thing I think about, like, the right-wing or even like the left-wing liberal, media machine is that there's all these cries about anti-Semitism here, anti-Semitism there. This encampment is anti-Semitism because a Jewish man had to spend 5 more minutes walking, just like everybody else who wasn't Jewish. Because it had nothing to do with being Jewish. It was an encampment for Palestinian lives. Like, everything. Like, Miss Rachel talking about how children in Gaza are dying, that's anti-Semitism. That's real anti-Semitism that's causing America to fall apart. Meanwhile, like all of the neo-Nazis that hate Israel because they're anti-Semitic and actually do commit acts of violence, pure silence. Fucking crickets, dude. Like, actually crickets.
Was he trying to inspire anyone else to take similar action? Did anyone help him plan this attack? And if along the way, this horrific assassination could have been prevented in any way. But coming out of the press conference, there were some conflicting information about whether there will be additional arrests and whether there is an ongoing threat to the public. Hopefully that's not the case, Muga.
Yeah, and Sam, we're also learning more information about the words engraved on shell casings in the gun that the suspect used. So take a listen and we'll get your take on the other side of things.
Investigators noted inscriptions that had been engraved on casings found with the rifle. Inscriptions on a fired casing read, "Notices, bulges, capital OWO, what's this, question mark." Inscriptions on the 3 unfired casings read, "Hey fascist, exclamation point, catch, exclamation point." Up arrow symbol, right arrow and symbol, and 3 down arrow symbols. A second unfired casing read, "Oh Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Chow Chow." And a third unfired casing read, "If you read this,
not the O-double-O, W-O.
Gay, LMAO."
And so, Sam, you...
Sorry, can we listen to that again? I'm sorry, I just...
Found with the rifle. Inscriptions on a fired casing read...
What does the bulges reference? It's just a copy pasta. It's just like a copy pasta from like way back in the internet days. Glomp tackles you and notices your bulge. Oh, whoa, what's this? He put stratagem prompts on his ship, bruh. Dude, are you kidding me? Are you serious? Wait, where's the reporting on that? Dude, what a terrible time to get into Helldivers.
Notices, bulges, capital OWO, what's this question mark? Inscriptions on the 3 unfired casings read, "Hey fascist!" exclamation point, "Catch!" exclamation point. Up arrow symbol, right arrow and symbol, and 3 down arrow symbols. A second unfired casing read, "Oh Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Chow Chow." And a third unfired casing read, "If you read this, you are gay, LMAO."
Oh my God. Okay, so I didn't see this because he didn't say it in the press conference, but the "Hey fascist, catch," and then it's the stratagem for the 500 kilogram bomb. Not me getting into Helldivers right before this is released. Not me getting into Helldivers. Also, a little bit crazy that Governor Cox is now gay because he read that.
And so, Sam, you heard that there. When we see cases like this, shootings like this, the big question is always why. So what do you think that says about motive in this case?
Well, in the press conference, we heard about the engravings on the casings. We also heard about statements the suspect reportedly made to family members about hate for Charlie Kirk. So the combination of what's written on the engravings and the alleged statements that were made to family members.
People in chat are talking about blaming video games and banning video games. You guys are joking, but I'm not joking when I say they're more likely to ban Helldivers from the U.S. than they are to put in any gun control.
Lead us to believe that the motive here was political violence, political hatred. But investigators will have to continue doing their work to say that with certainty, but that certainly does look to be the case.
You don't think "Hey fascist, catch" is enough certainty?
At this point.
Okay, sorry.
Okay. Sam Vinograd, thank you so much for joining us. Now, CBS News correspondent Carter Evans is in Utah and was at that press conference. Carter, what stood out to you about this?
Well, you know, first I want to pick up on something that Sam said about motive, because I asked the governor if he was cooperating and talking with authorities, and he said he couldn't discuss that. Then I asked him if he talked about a motive, and he said he wouldn't discuss that either. Yes, of course, his political leanings were certainly part of this, but what was it exactly that drove him to go find that gun, get in the car, drive 250 miles north, and actually follow through with this crime? And that's one thing that we still have unanswered right now. What we do know is that authorities have a tremendous amount of evidence linking him to this crime. Of course, they have the gun, they have all of this video evidence. I would presume at this point they've probably got fingerprints and DNA. FBI Director Kash Patel mentioned how they had flown that evidence back to Quantico to be tested right away, and so it looks like they have a handle on that right now. The question that I have, and another question that I asked the governor, was about these Discord messages. He mentioned that the suspect here had been communicating with his roommate over Discord about the gun, and actually asked him to go retrieve the gun in this wooded area where we know authorities found it. When did that happen? Did that happen on the day of the shooting? Did that individual report it to police? Could they be considered an accomplice? You know, I asked the governor that, and they said right now they presume he acted alone, but this investigation is still ongoing, and they've got a lot of evidence to go through right now. So those are a couple of questions that I have. Also, they mentioned that 11,000 tips came in.
Honestly, look to Ken Klippenstein for Discord messages. Feels like he's going to have a leak depending on their content. Yeah.
It's a lot, and they've been following up on a lot. They have an army of people here to follow up on this. And I'm curious, were they on his trail already? Or was it just simply that he turned himself in? Either way, he's in custody right now. But that's some answers that I would like to have, and we'll probably get them next week when we get these charging documents. They've got 3 days to put those together, and then we'll see a preliminary hearing next week, and we're going to get a lot of information there.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure we will. And Carter, I want to stay on that because we heard from FBI officials during that news conference that it was, you know, the father who...
To the people saying, well, I don't understand, how is he anti-fascist, but then he voted for Trump? You have to understand that a lot of Trump voters are not very bright, let's say. A lot of Trump voters, I'm not joking, and this seems crazy to say because all of us are sane, on this front at least. But people vote for Trump because they actually genuinely think that he is not part of the swamp. They genuinely think that he is outside of the system. That he is not part of the establishment. Confirmed that he voted for Trump? Not yet. We don't have any confirmation about this yet. But if it came out that he voted for Trump, it wouldn't be incongruent with his current political beliefs or his current systems, especially not if he voted, well, I guess he couldn't have voted in 2016, right? But he could have voted 2020. Maybe just barely, depending on when he turned 22.
Persuaded the suspect to turn himself in. And then you also mentioned just now that they've got so many tips on this case. But again, it does seem like having that relative push the suspect to come forward really helped officials arrest him, right?
Right. But you know, what were those tips that came in? I mean, you saw those images that they released, especially the enhanced ones last night. I mean, he was wearing sunglasses, but, you know, those pictures were so clear that if you knew that person, I mean, you'd be able to recognize them right away. So I'm wondering if some of those tips came in were people who were saying, I know who this guy is and here's where he lives. So were they hot on his trail? I mean, with all the information that was coming in and all the evidence they had, it's likely they were already on his trail.
Wow. Yeah. CBS News correspondent Carter Evans, thank you so much for your time today. And CBS News Justice correspondent Scott McFarlane joins us now for much more. Scott, what have we heard from the Justice Department so far about all of this?
This is going to shift from a federal investigation into a federal prosecution, potentially over the course of the weekend and into early next week. You'll get a criminal information, a charging document initially charging Tyler Robinson, potentially with multiple federal felonies. Then there's a preliminary hearing and a detention hearing where the Department of Justice will make an argument to the judge as to why they want Tyler Robinson held in pre-trial.
I haven't seen a single image of him carrying a gun or holding anything. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the part that I'm like very confused about, because they said that like they found the gun somewhere else, like not on the roof of the building. But in all of the shots of him like running away from the scene, he's not carrying one, which means what? He would have had to disassemble the gun and then what? Reassemble it and leave it for the cops to find?
Trial detention pending trial in the case. That's almost certainly going to happen from the Department of Justice's purview. The investigation was both local and federal in nature. You had the state governor, you had state Department of
What the fuck? Here are 15 reasons for why Tyler Robinson is actually an Iranian name.
Public safety officers there. You had the federal investigators there and the FBI too. So this was a multi-level, multi-layer investigation. So it's also possible there's some local charges filed here. Carter mentioned the 11,000 tips and the open-ended question whether any one of them was distinctively helpful in this case, or whether this simply was a person who confessed to a family member, who turned to a family friend, who turned to law enforcement. And though those questions weren't declaratively answered today.
So like these are the photos that I'm so confused about. It's like, did he disassemble it and like put it in his backpack or what? Because where is the gun here? I guess it maybe could be on his back in this shot, but it doesn't really look like it. But
we could find out more when those court proceedings begin as early as Monday.
And Scott, I think it's safe to say there were some missteps with the FBI from the very beginning, especially when we have FBI Director Kash Patel, who took to social media and said, hey, we've arrested a suspect. That obviously turned out to not be the case. We know the Trump administration gutted much of the FBI. So how has that influenced these investigations, if it even has at all?
Well, it's led to criticism of the FBI director, who has been taking heat publicly and, of all places, on social media for the communication strategy used in the initial hours. The FBI director, who you heard from during the news conference, Kash Patel, had posted Wednesday night on social media that a subject was in custody for this shooting. Later, he had to post about 90 minutes later that that person had been released and was not connected to the shooting. But any of this happening on social media before law enforcement was to announce it in a more traditional setting, that's a change. And there's been criticism that if you announce somebody's in custody prematurely or incorrectly, you give a false sense of security to the public, which is a problem. Now, the president going on cable TV this morning to be the first to announce an arrest, that's untraditional as well, to put it mildly. Doesn't mean there's any issue there, but legal analysts immediately responded saying that is fodder for pretrial motions about jury pools, about defense strategy. All of that is a variable. We're not sure how that plays out because this is the first time that's ever happened.
Certainly is. Scott McFarland, thank you. Now, as we mentioned earlier, President Trump was the first to break the news of a suspect being in custody for the fatal shooting of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. You heard Scott talk about that. Here's a bit of what the president had to say.
I think with a high degree of certainty, we have him in custody, right?
Yeah, pulls off Assassin's Creed level escape and then leaves the gun in some trees on the scene and confesses to parents. It's like...
In custody, everyone did a great job. We worked with the local police, the governor, everybody did a great job. Well, I hope he's going to be found guilty, I would imagine, and I hope he gets the death penalty. What he did, Charlie Kirk was the finest person. He didn't deserve this.
The finest? Really? The finest
CBS News
person?
correspondent Natalie Brand is following all of this for us from the
fucking
White House.
come on. Jesus. What are we doing here? What are we doing? Like, what? This is clown country, chat. This is actually clown country. All right. I have to say the craziest part about all of this has been the number of people with no self-awareness stoking more violence while trying to denounce the violence and saying, I can't believe the left would do this. I can't believe the trans would do this. I can't believe the wokes would do this. I can't believe the Islamists would do this. We need to go after them. With no self-awareness. First, most notable instance, the mold man. Like, this was insane to me.
That's probably what it's going to take for these left-wing people to realize what a bad idea what they've been doing is. Because until it starts happening to them, until they start having people that are their friends or, you know, their, like icons that they look up to, the same way people looked up to Charlie Kirk, until they start seeing those people get killed, I don't think it's really going to be real for them. This is the way I look at it. I'm just going to make a categorical judgment here, is that any content creator or anybody like this who has been advocating for violence against a person in an extrajudicial way. I'm not talking about trying people who they disagree with for treason. This is advocating for the judicial process to be used against people they disagree with.
Are you not talking about yourself when you were the one justifying a genocide and calling for the genocide of Palestinian people? Like, hello?
I think that's fine. But whenever you have people that are saying things like 8647, or anybody who's advocating for any form of extrajudicial justice, extrajudicial justice, and basically vigilante justice on people who they disagree with politically, you have to realize that all of those people, I think, have made themselves acceptable targets. And I think that there's a lot and millions of people out there nowadays that see that. And I think that that should be extremely worrying for them. It should be terrifying. But the reality is that they have created that environment themselves through their own actions, through their behavior, and through their own words. You reap what you sow. And I think that things are about to get a whole lot worse. Anyway, guys, thank you all so much for watching. Rest in peace to Charlie Kirk. Another senseless death that never needed to happen. And I think that anybody who was, talking about this and turning up the heat on any of this type of political rhetoric and discussing, or at least, flirting with the idea of political violence, I think all of those people have made themselves acceptable targets in all of the worst ways possible.
How are you making a video about how Charlie Kirk's death is so bad and wrong? And then, in the same video, you say these people need to be held accountable.
And
they're acceptable targets. What the fuck? I am always like constantly in awe at the average like rightoid's brain that's incapable of recognizing that the right is the party of accuse others of doing what you are actively doing all the time. Like, how is it within TOS to say that you are an acceptable target? He could be actually the only person I've heard technically justifying the murder. He's the only person that's actively calling for more violence. Like, this is fucking insane.
Natalie, what else did the president say about this shooting?
Yeah, Mugo, he went into detail about what he knew about the investigation, the suspect being taken into custody before it was announced in that news conference. And that really speaks to the closeness of the relationship between the President of the United States and Charlie Kirk, who he really described as kind of a member of the family. He had a direct line to President Trump. He was a close ally, advisor, and friend, and that started years ago on the campaign trail. President Trump really crediting Kirk for helping to mobilize, turn out young conservative voters. And I just can't overstate just the grief that has overtaken the White House this week. And, you know, the president giving more details about when he learned about the shooting, and also confirming this morning.
He was basically saying that it's acceptable for a left-wing content creator to be killed so other people know why he has so much hatred. It's just beyond depraved. Like, I just don't... What I don't understand is how so many people watch someone who doesn't respect them and doesn't respect their intelligence enough to not lie to them for 24 hours a day, every single fucking day. Like, I don't understand. This is the part of, like, Asmongold viewers that I don't get. Because I get how people watch Asmongold. It's that they see themselves in him. They see their moldy, roach-infested room, and they're like, he just like me, for real, for real. And that's why they watch him. And they're like, I'm just a normal dude. Don't mind the roaches, they're friendly. Don't mind the dead rat alarm clock, it's dead. That's the point. That clicks in my brain. I get that part. That makes sense to me. The part that doesn't make sense to me is he's so consistently wrong about so many things, and he's so consistently disrespectful to his audience in how many things that he's wrong about, and they just don't care. And they're just like, nah, he wouldn't lie to me again. Nah, dude, he wouldn't do it again. Nah, man, he wouldn't do it again. For sure, that was the last time. Okay, for sure, that time was the last time. Like, that's the shit that I can't understand. That's the shit that I can't, like, you make this whole video grandstanding about how anti-violence you are and about how we need to lower the temperature in political discourse. And then in your video, you literally talk about how people are valid targets. Like, what the fuck? Nice assumptions. What assumption? Please tell me which assumption. That people see themselves in the streamer that they watch? Dude, that's just like marketing 101, okay? People are interested in products. A stream is a product. And they're interested in products that make them feel like them. Or rather, that are similar to them. Unless you disagree with the entirety of marketing. You think all of it is fake, it's a totally pretend industry, and no money has ever been made. Like, come on.
Hey guys, it's me again, and it's been a little while. Just before I get into the main topic of the video, I want to explain why there haven't been any videos. My dad has been in the hospital for the better part of a week now. Very serious situation. It has required my full attention. And because of that, I've been on calls, I've been dealing with other people, talking to members of the family, and doing everything that I need to be there for my dad and for my family during this situation. And because of that, I haven't been live and I haven't made a lot of videos. I apologize for that. Hopefully I'll be back as soon soon as possible. That being said, we had something insane happen today, and I was able to break away a little bit earlier.
So much hate. Dog. Your man's is saying that other people are acceptable, valid targets. If you want to look at the hate, the call is coming from inside of the house, dude.
And I wanted to make a video about it and talk about the obvious and inevitable nature of the assassination of Charlie Kirk. This happened a few hours ago, and it was probably one of the most gruesome and graphic, and this is coming from somebody who grew up on LiveLeak, videos I've ever seen. The first time I saw a video, I thought it was AI generated. The guy gets shot in the neck, and blood is spurting out. I didn't even know it could do that. And it was absolutely fucking horrifying to see something like that happen in front of a massive audience of people. Now, if you don't know who Charlie Kirk is, Charlie Kirk has been a pretty noteworthy, controversial guy. He's a conservative. He goes to a lot of college campuses, does live debates. This is a pretty popular format nowadays, and Charlie Kirk has been popularizing it and utilizing it now for many years, and he was even featured in South Park recently because of it. Charlie Kirk definitely is not a super radical right-wing person, but I would say that he's more of the moderate to, kind of extreme right-wing. Very, very, I would say, lukewarm, though, in my opinion, at least especially.
Charlie Kirk is literally on record saying that if a girl gets raped, she should be forced to carry that pregnancy to term. I can't think of an action that is more violent to a person's being. Besides, equivalent to being assassinated.
And this is where we're going, especially compared to now.
Oh, sorry, Denim. By the way, he said his own daughter. Yeah, me when I'm totally fucking normal, by the way. Yeah, he also said that he thinks that gay people should be stoned. To say that, like, Charlie Kirk was a pretty moderate guy is, like, actually obscene. Can you bring up the clip of Charlie Kirk saying that? I'm new to politics, love to learn more. I'll try to find it.
What I think is going to happen now, because obviously these shootings like this don't really happen inside of a vacuum, and they never do, they never have. And I think that the situation that we have right now is that there is a tremendous amount of political violence that is advocated for, promoted, and allowed to exist on social media that has turned up the temperature in all political conversations, all social conversations, and all discourse on the internet in general to a point where it's almost unrecoverable. You have people that are out there all the time advocating for violence, advocating for people to get killed. Somebody needs to take care of this guy. Somebody needs to deal with this. I wish he...
Dude, what do you mean by this? It's just an opinion. He probably would have changed. Plus, he didn't say he'd enforce. Dog, he's been working with the Heritage Foundation, which has been working with the Trump administration, which has overturned Roe v. Wade, which has caused this to happen in real life. There are children in the United States today that have been forced to carry babies to term. Like, dude, you are doing mental gymnastics for a guy who doesn't give a fuck, or rather, who didn't give a fuck.
We're dead. Won't somebody do it? The 8647, all of the crypto messaging and all the doxing, right? Why do you dox somebody? Why do you post a person's home address? It's to make...
Trashing a guy who was just assassinated is very classy. Stop justifying murder. I'm sorry, so just because someone dies, you aren't allowed to say they had bad political opinions? You understand, by the way, that I am against political violence, that I'm against murdering political pundits, because that would make me a target, you fucking shit for brains. There's no universe where it makes sense that any commentator, that any political commentator, would be pro-violence, because that would mean that they are on the fucking table. But just because you're dead doesn't mean everybody has to magically forget all the terrible shit you said and did when you were alive.
other people that are insane, like the person who killed Charlie Kirk, it's to give them the ammunition they need to kill that person and to put that person's life in danger. That's why they're doing it. And so that's the reason why they want to find out.
Here's the clip. Like, for Asmongold to say that this guy was like more on the moderate side, or his opinions were kind of lukewarm.
And care. So if you had a daughter and she was 10 and she got and she was going to give birth and she would and she was going to give birth and she was going to live, would you want her to go through that and carry her baby?
That's awfully graphic.
It's no, but it's a real life scenario that happens to many people.
The answer is yes, the baby would be delivered.
Oh, okay, great. So that's insane.
But let me tell you why. No, hold on. Let me ask you a question.
So if
Yeah, me when I'm normal. Me when I'm normal. Me when I'm actually normal.
The identities of ICE agents. That's the reason why they want to find out the identities of Tesla owners, like at the beginning of the year. It's so they can destroy their car and destroy their lives. And this isn't necessarily a one-sided thing. I think that
I'm so insanely confused by UKPM and MPs are posting stuff about him like too, like question mark. Dude, like don't even get me started. Like don't even. Please. You're nitpicking. He was overall a great guy. 80% of his takes would have saved this country. I don't know how to tell you this, man. I genuinely don't. But, like, you're wrong. He does not have a single position that would have improved this country. Giving more money to Israel? How does that help the United States? Ending abortion federally, ending abortion rights federally. How does that help? I think that there are some people that have never seen the pancake waffle tweet. So, like, I'm going to show it just on the off chance that there are people that have never seen it. Twitter, the only place, and Twitch, where well-articulated sentences will still get misinterpreted. You can say, I like pancakes, and somebody will say, so you hate waffles? No, bitch. That's a whole new sentence. What the fuck is you talking about? And that's how I feel when I read this shit. So him being dead helps the country? When did I say that? Like, you're just making up new sentences that haven't been made, that haven't been said, that haven't been spoken. This person is saying, no, his positions are good. And I'm saying, no, they fucking weren't. Wait, what the fuck are you talking about? And you're like, wow, so you're justifying his death? What the fuck are you talking about? That's a whole new sentence. It's brainworms. Like... This guy was literally against the Civil Rights Act. Like, these people can't list a single policy that he was in favor of that actually would have helped Americans. They'd be like, no tax on tips. And it's like, yeah, the short temporary, no tax on the first 25 grand. And then what? More permanent tax reductions and tax cuts for the mega billionaires. That won't be taken away. Your $25,000 tax on tips, that will be taken away in a couple of years. Like, it's just so tired, dude. I'm just so over it. Capitalists are not your friends? Yeah. All right, I want to get back to the news. It's just so insane to me that people like listen to this and they don't realize that this is someone that's peddling garbage to them.
Tell me
This is ads. It was a question. Yeah, it's a leading question based off of a false premise. Come on, dude. You've already heard me say like 16 times this stream. You've been around since 8:41. You've been here for at least 10 times, or sorry, 10 minutes. You've already heard me say like a billion times, no, I don't think his death was good. No, I am not in favor of more political violence. No, I don't want political commentators to be killed. So you asking this question is just you being willfully ignorant and pretending like I didn't just say that to you. Why? Because you want to espouse this ridiculous idea that because anyone has the audacity to judge someone posthumously, even if they say explicitly they are not for the murder of political commentators, it must mean that you're justifying it. Like, come on, give me a better take. Don't give me such a two-head opinion. Please, for the love of God. Did I miss the shooter updates? I mean, here and there. Currently, all we know is that the shooter is a Tyler Robinson. Currently, this is the person that they've detained because he apparently told his dad that he was the shooter, and he confessed to his dad. And then he also had some Discord logs talking about where he had like stashed the gun. And we also saw that he had certain casings. Yeah, I'm a little bit skeptical of this. People have been posting the amount of money that he says that he gave to $200 to the Trump campaign. And the only reason I'm hesitant to believe this is because there's a lot of different, I'm sure there are tens, hundreds, thousands of Tyler Robinsons in this country. And the last time this happened, it turned out like the funding was from a different guy who had the same name. So that's my only primary concern. Asmund the Goat. You know, I'm surprised. I thought all of the bots got banned by now. I'm surprised they still have bots here. That's crazy. Here, I'm doing my part. Okay.
Been very unconventional so far. He got cut off by the...
Oh, this is a different case. Yeah, so this is everything that we know. 22-year-old. And on the bullets casings, he wrote the following. He wrote, notices bulge, oh, what's this? And this is the bullet that ended up, or this is the casing from the bullet that ended up killing Charlie Kirk. Hey, fascist, catch with the stratagem markings from the 500 kilogram bomb from Helldivers on the right side. Bella Ciao, and if you read this, you are gay, LMAO. I'm not joking. This is what he wrote. I think part of the reason why I'm so, I feel confident is not the right word, but I'm leaning towards this being a right-winger, like a Groyper, is because Fox News right now would be publishing how this guy was a leftist Antifa member by now. But instead, this is what they're saying.
Take a good look. This is the latest information we have from our content partners as we are learning the suspect in custody on this Friday in connection with the assassination of Charlie Kirk is a 22-year-old from Utah. Law enforcement officials confirming that to the Associated Press. Authorities identifying the suspect as Tyler Robinson. Now, a lot to discuss, and as we continue this thorough and detailed coverage, I want to transition and bring into the conversation none other than Tim Rebele. He previously worked for the Secret Service for 22 years on the Presidential Protective Detail. Tim, a pleasure having you join us here on Live Now from Fox. Hello to you.
Hello to you. Thanks for having me.
So a lot to discuss. Tim, let's first go through the latest from that press conference.
Oh my God. This looks exactly like a COO of a global defense. This guy looks fucking
Viewers,
so
some
evil.
Just might be tuning in. What do we know? We heard from FBI Director Kash Patel saying that it took the community. It was
evil Germa.
a group effort. If you see something, say something. 33 hours it took to get to this press conference.
Not evil Germa.
Yeah, listening to the press conference and following along from the time this incident happened, it was like Kash Patel said, it was great police work. And you can't do this without the community. And you're so right. The see something, say something. It works every time. So it sounds like a great investigation from all partners, state, local, and federal.
We heard from Utah's governor, Spencer Cox, in that press conference saying that a suspect's family member actually turned him in. We're also hearing that he was joined alongside a family friend. Let's discuss that, because as the images were circulating, we had images from TMZ, we had images from the campus. We saw the suspected shooter climbing the side of the roof to get up there. There were so many people who were speculating who this person could be, many people not knowing that it would be a family member who would come out to turn this person in.
Yeah, so, a lot of these cases, just mass shooters in general, school shooters, or in this instance, most of these individuals, they have the term, we hear it all the time, but it's leakage. I don't know, but I'd be safe to say, and they mentioned it briefly in the news conference, where there may have been some leakage in him talking about it and showing this hatred towards Mr. Kirk prior to actually committing the incident. And, I'm glad that the family members helped turn him in after the fact, but I wish they were a little bit more proactive, and maybe this never would have happened.
As you say that you wish it never would have happened, some somber words from Utah's governor towards the end, and I want to quote him. For many people, it stuck out. He says, "Is this the end of a dark chapter or the beginning of a darker chapter in history? With your Secret Service expertise, unfortunately, this isn't the first type of tragedy you have covered, but so many viewers on the edge of their seats wondering, is this the end or the beginning of a darker chapter?" as Utah's governor so eloquently put it.
Yes, he brought up a couple good points, talking about the 60s, which were a little bit before my time as well, but, one of the most violent times as far as assassinations go. And with my experience, we've seen a lot of violent events, towards this country. But like you said, most importantly, we have a choice. We individually have a choice whether or not how we write this next chapter, and hopefully people take to heart exactly what he said and make that choice.
Which part do we take to heart? The part where he said that we shouldn't have gun control because a couple lives being lost is not that big of a deal? Is it that part, or the part where he said that he would let his own daughter carry a child to term? Was it that part? Or which I just want to double check, which part was it? Which part was the one that we were supposed to take to heart?
To turn to
I'm so fucking over this, like, putting up these people like Charlie Kirk and martyring them as if they were good people, and being like, they were amazing people, they were really great people, he was just such a wonderful person. Like, what the fuck? Like, that's amazing. That's incredible, dude. That's actually incredible. Oh, hey now, he didn't say he'd let her to carry it to term. He said he'd make her. Oh, sorry, you're so right. My bad. Sorry, you're so right. My bad. BBC is saying that the casing has downward Antifa logo arrows. Not saying that he was, but right wing is going to run with it for sure. I mean, they've already been running with it. Because, like, perfect example, George Floyd. This was like a common talking point on the right, that they were like, George Floyd was no angel. George Floyd was no angel. Did you guys know that George Floyd was no angel? But guess what? Major leftist political commentators, major left-leaning news didn't call him an angel. They said that this was an act of police brutality. Plain and simple. It doesn't matter whatever the fuck he said or did. This should be unacceptable behavior. His actions in that moment did not warrant extrajudicial killings by the police. In the same way, it's so disgusting that, like, Fox News or MSNBC or CNN or any of these fucking news networks can't just do the same thing and can't just say, it doesn't matter who Charlie Kirk was. This was an unacceptable killing of a political commentator, and this sort of thing should never be allowed. There should be no set of words that make you a target. We understand that he said a lot of inflammatory comments, but political violence should not be allowed or accepted in this country. Then I would have a lot of respect for news networks and be like, okay, all right. We're just being honest here now. Thank you. Thank you for at least just being honest, that we can say these two things at the same time, and we can have two ideas in our brain at the same time. That one, Charlie Kirk wasn't a good person. And also two, Charlie Kirk didn't deserve to be assassinated. That we should be against this violence. And it's like also honest, it's so fucking hilarious seeing the people being like, Hassan literally caused this, Mike from PA literally caused this, leftist literally caused this. When Hassan would be the first person on the fucking list if he was pro-political violence, for starters. Okay? Second, he was going to debate him in 2 weeks. What benefit is there to murder him? What the fuck benefit is there? Like, it's so mauled-inducing that, like, we have to martyr these people, when instead we can just say, yeah, he was a shitty person. He said shitty things. He encouraged the world to become a shittier place. That doesn't mean anyone has the right to fucking murder you in cold blood in broad daylight. We shouldn't live in that country where people are worried about getting fucking executed in broad fucking daylight. Like, I don't understand why this is such a difficult thing to ask for. I don't understand why this is so complicated. Why this is like so much. And God forbid you say, no, Charlie Kirk wasn't a good person. Everyone's like, you're actually right now, you're saying that he deserved to be killed. It's like, no, fucking no. I just don't want to see this fucking whitewashing of this piece of shit. Also, yeah, I was pulling up the BBC article right now because that person said that they were calling it Antifa arrows or something. Let me see, control find. Oh, that's weird. The article you linked, I control finded, and it didn't come up. Or did they call it that in like the...
And also elaborated on why he didn't like him and the viewpoints he had. He told the family member reportedly that Mr. Kirk was full of hate and...
Because my understanding was that the arrows were just from like a Helldivers reference. That it was a 500 kilogram bomb reference. Go to the top of page 1. Oh. Thank you. Oh my fucking God, BBC is just such a joke. The markings on the bullets, as described by authorities, indicate that the suspect, Tyler Robinson, was steeped in online culture and included references to Antifa. What were the references? A fired shell casing was inscribed with "Notices bulge, oh whoa, what's this?" A reference to a copy pasta, a piece of text that's repeated over and over again, often to troll people online. Okay, that is not a reference to Antifa. That's a reference to like furry chatting. And famously, it's the fucking Nazi groypers that tend to be furries. That tend to be furry freaks. Not all furries, to be clear. Just to be clear. Let me be clear. Authorities say one unfired case had the words, "Hey, fascist," catch, with an up, right, and 3 down arrows. The 3 down arrows alone could be a common symbol. This guy doesn't know what Helldivers is. Oh my God. They could reference a gaming cheat code. You are such a joke, Mike Wendling. You are such a joke, dude. Stop. Dude, what a great time. What a terrible and what a great time to get into Helldivers. Because if you've played Helldivers, this is what was in his... This was what was on the bullet casing. TLDR, when you play Helldivers, you can call in stratagems, aka like air support. And you type in the thing to bring the air support in. And one of them is 500 kilogram bomb. And so he was putting in, "Hey, fascist, catch." And it's like he's like calling the stratagem for a 500 kilogram bomb on Charlie Kirk. That's what the reference is. Antifa arrows. There's 3 down arrows, which means it must be Antifa. It must be Antifa. Christ, dude.
About differences.
When do you play Helldivers? I just got into it like last week. I actually just recently got into it. Once you get into it, it's pretty fun. But
and choosing towards nonviolence.
Also, they're calling their search Iron Front. That's what they're getting at, and mistakenly calling it Antifa. It was just stupid though. It's 100% Helldivers. Yeah.
Tim, this morning, a lot of eyes are on the weapon, even the bullet. We are learning from authorities in that press conference that a bullet had the words "Hey, fascist" written on it. For many people,
Dude, watching Fox News is so terrifying because I actually, for 1 second, was worried that she was about to slip up and say the F slur. Watching Fox News is so terrifying.
looking back to that tragedy that unfolded at Annunciation Catholic School and Church, where we were learning that some of the magazines from that.
Listen, just like listen to her say it, okay? Maybe I just spend too much time around queer people.
Even the bullet, we are learning from authorities in that press conference that a bullet had the words "Hey fascist" written on it.
The enunciation on that F was...
For many people, they are looking back to that tragedy that unfolded at Annunciation Catholic School and Church, where we were learning that some of the magazines from that suspected gunman had words written on it, some of them political, some full of hatred. Pet the picture for us, please. Set the tone of what's going on in America today.
Yeah, and it's something that nobody really talks about is how we are trained as Secret Service agents. And there's something called the pathway to violence. And everything starts with a grievance. And obviously, the shooting in Minnesota that you referenced and the shooting that occurred in Utah on Wednesday, there was some sort of grievance. We just don't know what that grievance is right now. We could probably, try to figure out, obviously, what that grievance is. But, everybody goes from a grievance to an ideation, to planning, research, probing, then execution. And the key is, as Secret Service, we were taught is to get...
By the way, this is the most accurate representation so far that I've seen about the shooter. Cool, another kid with contradictory politics and irony-poisoned internet culture messages written on it, written on their murder implements. This pattern will, of course, continue to go ignored. I'm not joking when I say that the worst thing that has come out of, like, the 21st century so far is being unbelievably irony-poisoned. That's like the one thing that I would contribute the most to the internet that's made the internet that's made people feel like the internet is bad.
People off that pathway to violence. And that's what I'm talking about. These individuals show a grievance and they're writing on the shell casings and they're writing manifestos. We don't know exactly if this individual had a manifesto or not, but they're providing information prior to their acts or the execution of the violent act. And that's where we need to be better as a country. We need to see something, say something. As a friend, I don't know for certain, but there was probably some sort of leakage.
We need to, if you see something, say something. To who? Our crippling fucking mental health care institutions? Our crippling insurance institutions? Like, dude, come on.
His pathway to violence, where he had the grievance, to the ideation, the planning, the research before he executed. I don't know, for instance, but I'd be safe to say that he probably researched that site prior to committing the act on Wednesday. He probably did a dry run. He drove. He found out where to park in the neighborhood. He just didn't do that, on a whim. So we all need to be better as Americans. And if something we hear doesn't sound right, we need to talk about it, and then obviously talk to the authorities, state, local, or federal.
Yeah, Tim, as you discuss a potential manifesto, we did learn in that press conference that the family is saying that the suspect became more, quote, political recently as it relates to the current climate, as it relates to MAGA, as it relates to, the Republican Party and the Democratic Party. Are you seeing more of that in your line of work for those people that might not agree with what's happening in America, so they think they can take what's going on into their own hands, literally, to potentially make a change, even if it turns deadly?
Yes, unfortunately, and the rhetoric on both sides, it justifies in people's mind that they could take a violent act to end whatever they may disagree with. So from the highest levels of this government, we all need to just put our differences aside and stop with this rhetoric. We can do it, you and I can do it, but I really hope, most importantly, our elected officials in and around the country can stop with this rhetoric on both sides, every part of the aisle, and we get back to some source of just humanity here.
I love the both sides of the aisle, as if, like, I saw this. Sorry, I wanted to pull it up. This like Nancy Mace commentary where she was just like, "These Democrats need to stop what they're doing right now," and it's like, Doug. Literally, when have the Democrats inspired anyone to do anything? Their most inspirational character that they uplift is fucking Slotkin and Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries. I always get that one wrong. I don't know why. Like, dog, be fucking for real for just one moment. Like, just for one moment.
and so these people
They've
don't
inspired me to drink, Denim. That's not true.
feel empowered to carry out these acts.
Tim, with your Secret Service experience, and I want you to detail it for us, for maybe the average person that might not understand what it takes to carry out safety and security, not only for the person that might be speaking at these type of political or school events, but also for those that are attending, in this case, you know, students and faculty on the campus. So if we look back in time, we look back to the political season at that time, former President Donald Trump, we remember that tragic day where someone scaled a roof and then shot him in the ear, and so many people posing that question: how did this happen? How did Secret Service miss this? How did law enforcement not know to be on the roof already so that this doesn't happen? Months later, we are now in 2025, and we see the worst has happened to Charlie Kirk. It wasn't an ear. He lost his life. Are you seeing that strides are being made to make sure this doesn't?
Dude, not her shitting on Trump a little bit. Wait a minute. Not her clowning on Trump. He didn't just get shot in the ear. Damn.
Happen again, or are you seeing a stop point to where people are just assuming that it's already done? Maybe law enforcement, they aren't all on the same page. Paint that picture for us, please, because a lot of unanswered question as it relates to how did this happen in the first place?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So, you know, I'm retired from the Secret Service, so I don't want to speak to what they're doing at this time. But you know, I know that they've learned from that horrible experience in Butler, Pennsylvania, and they're only going to be stronger moving forward. For you know, they've been around for 160 years, and you know, for the next hundreds of years, they're going to be even stronger. But from a level of like an individual like Mr. Kirk, he is protected by typically retired federal agents or local law enforcement, but what needs to happen is the holistic approach of a good security advance, and that starts with threat intelligence. And an individual like Mr. Kirk, you conduct an open source threat intelligence summary, and you can tell that the threat is high. Then that dictates how you approach these sites. And we're looking at some footage here of Utah Valley University, and you need to conduct a site assessment. And you know, I've never been there, but there's high ground everywhere. You know, you spend some time, a day, a week prior, and you create that site assessment. Then you create an advanced document for the actual visit. And everything we've been told is they had 6 security officers from the university there. Then obviously Mr. Kirk had his own detail. But for that magnitude of that crowd and the high ground exposure and a lot of the vulnerabilities there, you know, the proper techniques weren't put in place, in my opinion, based on what I've heard, to mitigate that threat. And it just goes back to being proactive and doing the work before the event actually occurs.
Tim, thank you so much for that detailed breakdown. We are getting new images just into live now from Fox. We finally have that side-by-side booking photo. As mentioned in that press conference, the suspect on your screen identified as 22-year-old from Utah, Tyler Robinson. He has been booked into the Utah County Jail. What's next, Tim? Obviously, many people thinking he will not be able to get any type of bond. He will remain there until that first court appearance.
Yeah, I mean, everything it sounds like, especially with the director of the FBI being there, you know, typically a murder case would be held, you know, or prosecuted by the state prosecutors. But I would imagine they're gonna come with some federal charges as well, and I'm sure he'll see the full weight of the Department of Justice coming his way, you know, sooner than later.
Tim, we appreciate your thorough breakdown and your perspective as we continue to learn more. Obviously, you did mention a lot of questions about a potential manifesto. So obviously, even though we did hear this press conference from the FBI director, Utah governor, other law enforcement agencies, this is not the end. Honestly, it's the beginning of what we will further know in the coming days and maybe even months. For those that are wanting to know what's next, for those that are wanting to know where do we go from here, could you provide any final words to the viewers?
Yes, we have to be patient as citizens. We live in this environment now where we get everything instantly. Let's let the judicial process, you know, play out. And you know, and this is exactly. I never met Mr. Kirk, but you know, everything he talked about, you know, from my perspective as well. Let the Constitution work. Let this individual have his due process, and let the investigation continue. And then let the, like I mentioned previously, let the full weight of the Department of Justice come at him, and I'm sure he will get what he deserves.
Tim Rebele, again, thank you so much for being so patient. You literally stayed on the feed as we both listened in real time with the viewers as that press conference unfolded. It was initially slated to start at 9 o'clock this morning Eastern time, then AP pushing it back to 9:30. Then it finally start around 10:05 Eastern time. But as
Can you imagine due process in this country? Man, if only we had that for, like, I don't know, everybody. Phew. Thank goodness Charlie Kirk was a big proponent of due process for everyone, right, guys? Fucking Jesus. Guys, pump this. This is really like, this is like truly clown country. That we have the BBC on record saying that this is Antifa. Or more accurately saying, this might be Antifa, guys. This might be Antifa, and not realizing that, oh, I don't know, do any research at all to realize that it's not Antifa. That it's just a fucking meme reference to a meme game. All right. I want to go back to the live coverage.
He filed.
This is like, oh no, this is the wrong one. Excuse me. No. I have it here somewhere. Sorry, I have like 60,000 fucking tabs
FBI
open.
Director Kash Patel.
Not this. Excuse me. Jump scare, sorry. Asthma jump scare, sorry. Quick post shower emoji to cure yourself of any mold that you might have been infected with. Quickly. Okay.
In divinity and of God. And they're going to stand up. They're going to stand up in the face of evil.
Also, I just want to say thank you to everybody who has gift subbed. Sorry I haven't been able to read them, but I really do appreciate all the support. Everyone's ranker, thank you for the 5. Corn, thank you for the 5. Thank you for all the primes and the tier 1s and tier 2s and tier 3s. Thank you guys so much. I really, really appreciate it.
People
pray for the Helldivers mods, dude. They're going through it. Discord mods,
for
yeah.
too long.
Look at this guy. Stop sweeping for your violent ideology. Bro, your mans was literally caught saying that we need to be held accountable, that we are valid targets. This is your mans.
Turning up the heat on any of this type of political rhetoric and discussing, or at least, flirting with the idea of political violence. I think all of those people have made themselves acceptable targets.
This is your man, dude. Keep sweeping, bro. Keep sweeping.
People allowed, they allowed the cancellations. They allowed the pushback. They allowed people, to be fired because you have conservative ideals. And it's not going to happen anymore. Conservatives are going to stand up in a righteous way and continue to be loud and be vocal and to change the world for a better place.
Skylar, thank you so much for joining us here and sharing your story. We definitely appreciate it. I can tell, of course, it is emotional for you. Is there anything else that you want to make sure to add here before I let you go?
Yeah, the last thing that comes to my mind is the thousands of people that were in attendance, the millions of people that saw the direct footage around the world, around the globe. And again, those images don't go away. And so don't allow them to...
Sorry, one chatter got it pretty accurately. Translation: allowing pushback to conservatives will no longer be allowed. Like, you have to understand that the right is going to use this as any opportunity. They will use any opportunity to make the world and the country a worse place for everybody, especially leftists. And this is just one example of that.
To stay with you, don't allow them to infiltrate your mind and to be heavy on you. Go see help, talk to people. They're not going to go away by yourself. You need to go to therapy. You need to go be with your loved ones, because nothing's helped me more than receiving hugs from strangers, receiving messages from strangers, receiving, people coming to my door and offering me a priesthood blessing, and knowing that there's so many people around me has helped tremendously. And there's people right now that are alone, that are struggling with those thoughts and those images, and you need to reach out and find those people around you too.
Skylar, our thoughts or prayers are with you as well. I know, obviously, I can't even begin to imagine what you've been through. But thank you so much for taking the time to share your perspective here and share your story with so many people and talking about Charlie Kirk. We appreciate it.
And that was my colleague.
Not everyone in chat writing, no one's afraid of a guy named Skylar. And then this chatter saying, imagine having a name, a stupid name like Skylar.
Josh Breslow just a little bit earlier today as he was speaking with Skylar, as you just heard him describe their that horrible event that he had to witness, as did many of those other college students who were there that day at that event with Charlie Kirk, as we do continue our coverage here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us. If you are just tuning in, my name is Christy Matino. We do want to share with you a live look that is coming in here. We've been sharing this throughout the morning as we are watching. This is outside of the Turning Point USA headquarters. This is over in Phoenix, Arizona, and we have just been seeing these images here of people coming to pray, to pay their respects to Charlie Kirk. And if this camera does zoom out here soon, you will be able to see just the flowers and the cards that have been laid out here. And again, this has been a feed that we have been watching all morning as people have been steadily.
What I don't understand is, why is it so difficult for conservatives to disavow violence without shedding tears for this guy who said empathy is a sin, who said that if his daughter was raped, he would force her to carry the child, for the guy who said that it's okay for some people to die from gun violence so long as we never get any gun control. Like, I don't understand that. Like, I feel like this is not difficult for people on the left, that you can be against political violence but also not shed tears for people that suck. Like, why is it that in the conservative mindset, in the conservative brain, you can only ever be pro-violence or against it, and there's nothing else? That there can't be like a nuanced position where you're not for the political violence or the assassination of random political commentators, and also you're not going to spend your personal effort empathizing with him because he literally said empathy is a sin. Like, I don't get that. I don't understand. Like, it fundamentally cannot compute that there's no nuance in this political position.
Coming by to pay their respects as well. And again, as I just said, lots of prayers being shared here today out of Phoenix, Arizona. We're going to continue our coverage after this 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back.
The daughter thing was the most outlandish. Like, it was insane. I mean, yeah. Yeah. Spend 2 days talking about useless stuff, 0 seconds about the gun regulations, repeat every 2 weeks. And like, if the Democrats were actually capable or competent at all in the way that like Nancy Mace pretends like they can be, they would all be talking about introducing gun reform. Every single one of them would be talking about introducing gun reform.
Real safety concerns. It sounds like this shit ends. Like, enough is enough. And now I have to deal with real safety concerns. It sounds like the shooter was or pro. And just because I want to protect women, that I'm worried about getting murdered? Are you fucking kidding me? It's out of control. And
how do I make this about me?
Enough is enough, and I'm going to double down on this. I'm going to be more vigilant than ever. I'm going to be louder than I've ever been until this shit stops. It's got to stop. This shit.
Yeah, totally. Yep. Trans, for sure. For sure. It's so funny, too, because, like, it makes no sense to blame this guy, to say that this guy was trans. Like, he wouldn't be playing Helldivers. He would be playing Civ. Okay? There would be plushies in this room. There would be telltale egg signs, and there are none in this room. Like, come on, dude. Come on. It's also very funny that conservatives are always like, we can always tell. When in reality, you can't tell based on how someone looks, but you can definitely tell based on what games they play and what their room looks like. That's always a telltale sign that I have found. But how someone looks, there's no fucking way to know. There's no way to know, okay? Unless someone has just barely started transitioning, and even then, like, no. Yeah, it's like, oh, you just happen to be really into Celeste? Oh, okay. Interesting. Interesting. Was this one of the dudes that played Helldivers that doesn't understand the irony? Well, I'm pretty sure he might have actually understood the irony, but he's just like super irony poisoned. Just like everybody is that spends too much time on the internet.
Stand firm in the faith, be courageous, be strong, and do everything in love. This verse summarizes what we all should be more of, loving one another. Our generation has the potential to be a force for good, but it's up to us to make that happen. I would also like to share with all of you a couple personal statements I received from my mentors. First is my Congressman Ronnie Jackson, who was an alumni at Texas A&M. Charlie Kirk was a remarkable man who was admired by defenders of free speech, not only in our country, but around the world. He was a devoted father, husband, and follower of Christ. He accomplished what many thought impossible. He changed the hearts and minds of young people, especially college students in our country. He did so with such passion and clarity that he inspired a generation to stand up, get involved in politics, and proudly work to lift this country higher. Now it is up to us to carry forward his mission. Don't let cynicism and political violence define your generation. Let this moment be a turning point towards something better for the future of our country. God bless you all, and God bless Charlie. I would also like to call Madison Evans to the stand to read with me a personal note from Greg Sindelar, the CEO of the Texas Public Policy Foundation. We both regard him as a mentor and a dear friend.
We gather in prayer to honor the dead, and we honor the dead because we love the living. Charlie Kirk died in the role he embraced with joy and devotion, strengthening his country, persuading his neighbor, and increasingly living a faith in God who he sees now. There are many objectives we could apply to a man who lives that life, but I'll just use one: American.
I mean, you said it, not me. You fucking said it, dude.
As Aggies, we know what being an American means. We hear the names at muster, and we know that our dead lie on every American battlefield. Their heroism and sacrifice, to borrow from Thucydicus, woven into the stuff of other men's lives. Those names are not just memory. They are instruction. Some of us are called upon to sacrifice as they did. All of us are called upon to deserve those sacrifices.
Charlie Kirk was not an Aggie, but he had an Aggie spirit. Cheerful, relentless, determined, and patriotic. His love for his country and his beloved family blurred into a singular whole. He was a man of good heart, he was a man of good works, and he was a man of good faith. At the moment he was taken from us, I believe that goodness was enough. God bless Charlie, God bless his wife and children, and God bless the country for which he fought and fell. I now call Emma Eastlick to the stage.
Howdy, Ags. My name is Emma Claire Eastlick. I'm a sophomore political science major here at Texas A&M, and I'm also the social chair of Political Science Aggies. I stand here today to talk about unity in times of distress. 5 months ago, I was here debating Charlie Kirk himself, and now I'm here speaking at a vigil for him. I was truly blessed to have the opportunity to debate such a man. I bring this up to highlight that this is something that should affect everyone, not just one political party. Whether you support Charlie Kirk or not, at the end of the day, he leaves behind a family and friends that we send our prayers to. Political violence is not something that ever should be tolerated. In order to speak out against it, no form should ever be supported. Along with Charlie Kirk, I have a few more names I would like to highlight. They are Democratic Minnesota State Speaker of the House, Melissa Hortman, and State Senator John Hoffman, who were both shot and killed earlier this year. I also think that we should bring attention to the shooting at Evergreen High School that wounded 2 students and also the victims of 9/11.
If there was only a common theme here. If only there was something that put these different shootings together in the same category that we could enact some type of laws on that would prevent them from happening. My favorite part about like conservatives, and by my favorite I mean my least favorite, is when you talk about gun control and then all of them collectively pretend like they don't understand how gun control works, or they're admitting that they don't understand how gun control works. And they're like, and what are you gonna do? Take away the guns? It's like, I'm sorry, do you think we should make murder legal again? Like, if you can't stop crime from happening ever, then why don't we just decriminalize everything? You guys are the ones that say we shouldn't decriminalize drugs because we should punish these people for having drugs. But like, also we shouldn't put any legislation around guns because what? You can never successfully control guns? Like, what the fuck are we talking about? It's either laws impact the real world in a meaningful way and decrease the rate at which crime happens, or it doesn't. You can't be anti-gun control and then also anti-drug decriminalization. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Guys, she's a lib, not a conservative. Chill, let her finish. Yeah. Oh, I'm not talking about her. I'm talking about, like, just random people in general talking about gun control. And then, again, the other thing is people just forgetting how gun control works. It's like, gun control doesn't mean, or doesn't have to mean, that every single gun is no longer available and they go into your house and they take all of the guns. That's not what that means. It means better regulations around who's allowed to own a gun. It means better regulations around how you store guns. It means required safety lessons for anyone that wants to use a firearm. Like, if obtaining guns is more difficult, and using guns is more difficult, and requiring safety protocols for guns is more, in depth, people will commit less gun violence. It's just true. I just don't even know what the fuck we have to talk about. Like, it's so common sense. It's insane that Republicans just refuse to engage altogether. Guns wouldn't be a problem if Americans weren't so violent. I would make a slight correction to that statement. The bigger problem is that Americans are too selfish. That's the bigger problem.
All of these instances weigh heavy on our hearts tonight. I ask that you pray not just for Charlie Kirk and his family, but all victims of political violence. As George Washington once said in his farewell address, the common and continual mischiefs of the spirit of party are sufficient to make it the interest and duty of a wise people to discourage and restrain it. My advice to all of you today is to really think about this quote. Think about where political parties have brought us to. Even on a lower level, take this into account. Don't let political opinions ruin your relationships with those around you. The differences between humans are what makes life beautiful. Times like these either pull us together or push us apart. The choices are to make. Please put your political opinions aside and pray for everyone affected. Thank you.
I was muted. To see people talk about how the left is so violent and that's what caused this. Meanwhile, like, this is Michael Knowles, like, 2 years ago at CPAC.
There can be no middle way in dealing with transgenderism. It is all or nothing. If transgenderism is true, if men really can become women, then it's true for everybody of all ages. If transgenderism is false, as it is, if men really can't become women, as they cannot, then it's false for everybody too. And if it's false, then we should not indulge it. especially since that indulgence requires taking away the rights and customs of so many people. If it is false,
my rights are being so infringed upon because trans people exist. You caught me. Yep, trans people existing is really infringing on my right to do what exactly?
then for the good of society, and especially for the good of the poor people who have fallen prey to this confusion, transgenderism must be eradicated from public life entirely. The whole preposterous ideology at every level.
Party of peace, by the way. Party of being a dove. Peaceful doves here. Never, ever, ever talking about violence, ever. One sec. It's so funny, too, because Michael Knowles gives off such strong chaser energy. Maybe that's just my opinion, but... there's a fucking sus chat message and I fucking lost it, but anyways. No, you're right. I wanted to see some of this really quickly as well.
Trump addresses the nation? What the f?
To my great fellow Americans, I am filled with...
And I did see this video really quickly. Let me just address a couple things. One, this video gives big AI energy. Two, it doesn't really give... It doesn't fucking matter at all that it gives AI energy because it's a direct call to violence towards leftists in this country. So whether it's AI or not, who gives a shit?
With grief and anger at the heinous
I'll pull up the video that shows that it's AI. One second.
assassination
You did a State of the Nation for this. That's crazy.
of Charlie Kirk on a college campus in Utah. Charlie inspired millions, and tonight, all who knew him and loved him are united in shock and horror. Charlie was a patriot who devoted his life to the cause of open debate and the country that he loved so much, the United States of America. He fought for liberty, democracy.
Why is everybody saying AI? Why is everyone saying...
It absolutely matters that the president's using AI and not disclosing it, TBH. Wait, why? Don't you think that, like, him, like, shilling his fucking cryptocurrency is, like, 10 decibels more important? It's not all AI. It's AI in the editing software. I mean, it doesn't really matter what is causing it to be AI, but, like, you can see this pretty clearly, where his finger disappears. Like, his pinky finger, it's right here, and then it, like, vanishes, and then it, like, reappears. Like, what the fuck is it? Like, where did it come? Where did it like vanishes into his fucking finger? I believe that it's like AI within the editing software fucking up the video, but like it's still AI. Because I don't know what universe that this isn't. It doesn't mean that the whole video is AI. It doesn't mean that. It just means that, like, there was AI in the making of this video. Okay. I saw people talking about, like, the artifacting in the back, but, like, I don't think that that's as damning as, like, his fucking finger disappearing into his hand and then reappearing.
AI. Why would he cover his left hand if it was AI, chat?
Justice and the American people. He's a martyr for truth and freedom, and there's never been anyone who was so respected by youth.
I can't deal with this.
Charlie was also a man of deep, deep faith, and we take comfort in the knowledge that he is now at peace with God in heaven. Our prayers are with his wife, Erica, the two young, beloved children, and his entire family, who he loved more than anything in the world. We ask God to watch over them in this terrible hour of heartache and pain. This is a dark,
moment for America. Charlie Kirk traveled the nation, joyfully engaging with everyone interested in good faith debate.
I think we shouldn't normalize that officials can use AI without disclosing it just because we know that they're bad people. It's not an okay exception to hold. Nobody holds the exception. It's that if we can't even get these people to not bomb Iran, what makes you think we can get them to stop using AI?
His mission was to bring young people into the political process, which he did better than anybody ever, to share his love of country and to spread the simple words of common sense. On campuses nationwide, he championed his ideas with courage, logic, humor, and grace.
Courage, logic, humor, and grace. Let's see the courage, logic, and humor on display. Let's see it here when he said, God's perfect law says gay people should be stoned
is in
to
Leviticus
death.
18 is that thou shalt lay with another man shall be stoned to death. Just saying. So, Miss Rachel, you quote Leviticus 19, love your neighbor as yourself. The chapter before affirms God's perfect law when it comes to sexual matters. Is in Leviticus 18 is that thou shalt lay with another man shall be stoned to death. Just saying. So, Miss Rachel, you quote Leviticus 19, love your neighbor as yourself. The chapter before affirms God's perfect law when it comes to sexual.
It's so funny to say this right before I pulled up him saying that gay people should be stoned to death. Rip Charlie, a good man. God bless America. God bless Kirk's family. You're all irrationally angry commentators. Charlie didn't wish death on one person. Everyone here, spelled incorrectly, does it casually. Charlie, greater than Denim's audience. And meanwhile, I literally just pulled up the video of him saying God's perfect law is when you stone gay people to death. Attacking Miss Rachel, by the way? Yeah. Now this chatter's going to go dead silent, and then they're going to type some stupid shit in like an hour again. Yep. And there they go. And there they go. Of course, they're never going to respond. Like, this is the most annoying thing about conservatives. This is like the thing that I actually hate the most about conservatives. When you prove them wrong, they just don't engage. They're just like, I'm just going to pretend like I didn't see that. I just don't have to respond to that. I'm just not gonna. You talking to me? Me? What? Are you talking to me? It's like, dude, you are such a fucking loser. You are such a fucking loser. It's so pathetic. All right.
It's a long past time for all Americans and the media to confront the fact that violence and murder are the tragic consequence of demonizing those with whom you disagree daily.
What did I just say? As soon as you press play on a different video, they're back. They're like, oh, rip Charlie. Dude, you are a pathetic fucking loser, and you are getting banned for not being able to address the fact that you are consistently wrong in this goddamn chat. And it is pathetic. Just say, okay, he called violence against gay people, which I don't even disagree with, but he did do that. Like, no spine, dude. Have like half a spine, and you can be allowed to type in this chat, okay? Then you can be allowed.
After day, year after year, in the most hateful and despicable way possible.
He's going to be like, it's now illegal to criticize Republicans because otherwise people shoot at Republicans sometimes. They shoot at Democrats mostly. They shoot at people apolitically, you know. Making it illegal to criticize Republicans, no matter how hard they say you should die.
For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today, and it must stop right now. My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that fund it and support it, as well as those who go after our judges.
Here we go, baby. Oh, man. Remember what I told you? There's two different things that I'm worried about. One was decentralized violence from people who are seeking out revenge fantasies. And then I said, I also worry about the administration using this as an opportunity to engage in unimaginable political repression, going after political dissidents. Well, both of those things are happening.
Law enforcement officials and everyone else who brings order to our country. From the attack on my life in Butler, Pennsylvania last year, which killed a husband and father, to the attacks on ICE agents, to the vicious murder of a healthcare executive in the streets of New York, to the shooting of House Majority Leader Steve Scalise and 3 others. Radical left political violence has hurt too many innocent people and taken too many lives. Tonight, I ask all Americans to commit themselves to the American values for which Charlie Kirk lived and died. The values of free speech, citizenship, the rule of law, and the patriotic devotion and...
No mention of the Minnesota? Yeah, of course not. And also, if he were to mention it, he would say it's a radical leftist that killed them too. Also, free speech? What do you mean free speech, brother? What the are you talking about? Your administration has unironically eroded what remained of the limited constitutional protections around free speech.
Charlie was the best of America, and the monster who attacked him was attacking our whole country. An assassin tried to silence him with a bullet, but he failed because together we will ensure that his voice, his message, and his legacy will live on for countless generations to come. Today, because of this heinous act, Charlie's voice has become bigger and grander than ever before, and it's not even close. May God bless his memory. May God watch over his family. And may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Brother, when a Republican calls someone a terrorist, that person goes to jail. When a liberal calls someone a Nazi, that person feels bad for a brief moment until they realize, no, actually they are a Nazi, and that's good. Okay, I'm going to go back to 0.18 because there's a cut there, and that's the reason why it's
tonight,
AI.
All who knew him and loved him are united in shock and horror. Charlie was a patriot.
I cannot begin to explain how stupid you guys are. Stop, dude. It's just a different frame rate. It's a little sus, I'm not gonna lie. Dude, it most likely artificially boosted like a filter.
Are united in shock and horror.
Stop making fun of the horror part.
Charlie was a patriot.
Yeah, the tree moved when he moved his hands. I see it. The tree.
Again, to be clear, I'm like 99% sure that this video is like at least AI altered, like probably AI video editing for sure. Like it was probably recorded normally and it was edited with AI. But like it also kind of just doesn't fucking, relative to everything else that's happening right now in this moment, that is such a mundane point to bring up. Like he's actively calling for the silencing and punishing of all left-wingers because he's accusing the shooter of being a left-winger, and you are like, it's AI. It's like, okay, and now what? Now what?
Background moved when he moved his hands. One must ask the question, is this worthwhile to pursue? Is this AI? What if it is AI? What changes about the dynamic? Because some of you guys fail to comprehend that Donald Trump just used the Charlie Kirk assassination to say he is going to go after political dissidents. And some of you morons in the chat are like, it's AI! What? Who cares? The president just officially declared war on political dissidents, and you're looking at some Adobe Premiere artificially boosted artifacting that took place in the background of the video. Wake up! Donald Trump just addressed the nation in honor of Charlie Kirk and said, I'm going after every political dissident that criticizes the Republicans. And you're...
Again, it's like, refocus the priorities on this.
masses are focusing on AI. Obviously, Donald Trump is not a protector of free speech at all. And I think the reason why he mentioned this is because he's not a protector of free speech at all. And he mentioned this because he wants to go after any sort of free expression of political dissidents.
They are at war with us.
It's fucking insane, dude. Like, it's hard to find the words to talk about how disgusting right-wingers are being about this. Oh, great. Commercial break. Thanks. One sec. Denim's hiding after Hassan yells at all of us? No, dude. There are some people with deeply ingrained misogyny, okay? Very deeply ingrained misogyny. And the only way to get them to understand something I'm saying is to play a video of a man saying it for them to be like, oh, I get it now. Why didn't you just say that? The thing you were saying for the past 5 minutes. Oh, I get it now. I get it. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I get it. Oh, okay. All right. Not to derail the stream too much, but did you see Ethan Klein trying to pin the murder on Hassan and Mike? Dude, I saw like him talking about Mike being responsible for like left-wing violence or whatever the fuck. Meanwhile, we don't even, this is the most infuriating thing. We don't even have any details on the shooter. Or at the time that he made that story, we didn't even have any details on the shooter. And it's like, what evidence of fucking violent rhetoric, dude? Oh my fucking God. Oh my God, dude. I like how right-wingers can call for like the genocide of a people, can say that these are acceptable targets, can make unbelievable claims about who deserves it and who doesn't deserve it. And God forbid you make one joke that no one would ever genuinely take seriously. But the internet, obviously, has to take it seriously because it's coming from a left-winger. Okay. I will say, chat, the most convincing thing that I've seen so far that this guy's a groyper is the comments from Nick Fuentes. Like Nick Fuentes seemingly being concerned about this. Nick Fuentes thinks it's a groyper. If you're a leftist posting that it isn't, please stop. Like, Nick Fuentes says, to all my followers, if you take up arms, I disavow you, I disown you. In the strongest possible terms, this is not what we're about. Like, this makes me feel more convinced
I'm gonna fuck him.
that it's a groyper than anything else. He knows, dog. He knows something we don't know. He knows something we don't fucking know, dude. At Denims, do you think Charlie deserved it? I think I want to live in a country where political commentators aren't murdered in broad daylight for, I don't know, at the very least, selfish reasons, which should be very obvious to anyone with a brain cell. Just one brain cell. Yes, I want to live in a world that isn't hostile towards me. I know, crazy. Wild, wacky world here. Wild, wacky world. Okay. Oh, and yeah, this as well. Seen some millennials saying that Bella Ciao being on the casing means that the 22-year-old shooter was a leftist. Here's a remix of Bella Ciao on the Groyper War America First playlist. Groyper War refers to their targeting of Charlie Kirk, and it's got Ciao Bella on this list, or Bella Ciao on the list on the very bottom. I'm going to be honest, chat. The reason why there are so many more conservatives that and Republicans that commit violent acts and violent mass shootings and shootings in general, assassinations, etc., is because they don't have any other outlet that they can use to benefit the world in a way that they see fit. Leftists have a lot of ways to organize that don't revolve around violence. We have a lot of mutual aid that we engage in. We have protesting. We have organizing. And right-wingers just don't have these things. They just have, like, what? The violent Proud Boys rallies, which always end up in violence. And that's it. The problem is that rightoids don't have, like, it's to be angry with your political systems is normal. And I think people, a good, healthy society, should be critical of its government, should be critical of the people running your government. I think that that's good. I think it's good to be critical of the people in power and to electorally hold them accountable. Vote people who are good vote people who are good in power and vote people who are bad out of power. And the left has ways of organizing and the right does not have ways of organizing. So you have all this pent up rage when you're on the left, but you can channel it towards, like, protesting. You can channel it towards mutual aid. You can channel it towards just even going to the most mild fucking DSA convention. Rightoids don't have this. They don't have a place where they can rage, right? They have church, which is not very effective. Not that churchgoers are only right-wingers. That's obviously not the point. That's a whole new sentence, bitch. But that's not like a place for your rage. And so there's nothing else. There's nowhere else. So that's why they turn to violence. If there's no outlet for you other than becoming a cop and going to church, then what do you fucking do? You know, there's so many people that come in chat and always talk about how what I said is dumb or what I'm saying is dumb or stupid or whatever, but no one actually critiques what I'm saying. Nobody actually fights against what I'm saying in a meaningful way. It's just, that's so stupid. That's the stupidest thing. That's the dumbest. That's the most idiotic thing I've ever heard. Like, how about you actually engage for once in your life? Or is that too hard for you? Is it just so hard being a right-winger? It's not fair. Mom didn't give me the brain cell. She didn't say I can have it today. Like, why not just actually engage for once in your life and actually make an argument of your own? Chatter's pointing at the E and saying you dropped this. Oh, God. Charlie Kirk's YouTube starts streaming a tribute feed an hour ago. The gang remembers Charlie, husband, father, believer, patriot voice. He was a friend to the... and friend he was as the nation grieves America's greatest Christian martyr. I don't know that I would use those words. Personally, I don't know that I would use those words. They shoot people because they can't organize. What the fuck? Dog, I don't know if you've seen the charts about right-wing violence versus left-wing violence. There's way more right-wing violence than there is left-wing violence. And you're not arguing with me. You're just arguing with stats and with facts. You can go look it up. I'm telling you, that's just accurate. It's just accurate. Hypothesizing as to why that is a reasonable thing for anyone to do. And the reality is, right-wingers don't have a place to put their anger at the system. Please provide an alternative place for right-wingers to place their anger, for them to use that anger to benefit people in the world. Republicans perpetrated 85% of political assassinations in the United States. Like, dog, I'm not the one telling you this. Like, this is just facts. Hey, they also beat their wives. Okay, that's fair. That is fair. That's also fair. It's fair. Oh, they just didn't understand what I said. You said they shoot people because they can't organize. What the fuck does that mean? I'll say it again for you. Since I don't know. I guess it was... I don't know, I'll just say it again for you. You have a lot of pent-up rage because you feel like the system isn't benefiting you. You feel like politicians are all scam artists. You feel like none of them care about your well-being or your life. And you feel like they would gladly sell out every American if it meant they got an extra dollar. If you feel that rage, that's a normal amount of rage to experience living in America. And honestly, you should be upset with how our politicians act. You should be upset with how selfish our politicians are for how little they serve Americans. Now, you as a right-winger, what outlets do you have for that anger? Do you ever get really mad and you like punch your drywall? Okay, now think of that on a bigger scale. What do right-wingers do when they get really mad about something? Where can I put that? Or where can they put that? There isn't really anywhere that they can put that. There is no productive way because the right doesn't have productive ways to organize. They have voting for right-wingers that are not going to help them, that are telling them that they're going to help them when really they're just going to fuck them. And that's it. Left-wingers at least have ways to organize besides going out in the streets and fucking murdering and assassinating people. You're wrong. Asman said 90% of political violence comes from the left. He didn't back it up with any sources. That's not true. He backed it up with chat. Hogs are also taught to keep everything bottled up and show strength through violence. Well, did you hit them back as a life lesson for hogs? Emotion boiling over into violence is the natural outcome. Did you guys see that poll recently about like young conservative males versus liberal women, and it was like emotional maturity was like the last on the list. It's, oh, what a shocker. I know, that's crazy. Right-wingers don't value emotional maturity. You know that thing that's really important for a happy lifestyle? Also, you forgot Republican conventions that just result in more rage? Yeah. I mean, all of the media outlets, all of the right-wing media outlets are made to generate more rage, more outrage, more frustrations. Like, I'm sorry, if you spend like even 5 minutes watching Fox News, you'll see that everything is designed to make you as mad as possible, but then not give you any outlets. And God forbid you show any emotions, that'll make you gay. Like, what do you think is going to happen when you force someone to bottle up all this rage? You feed them all this rage, and then you force them to bottle up all this rage, and you tell them there is no good outlet for your rage. They're going to fucking do political violence, which is why right-wingers conduct like the vast majority of political violence in the United States. Oh, this was the chart that like made me lose my mind. Our NBC News Decision Desk poll asked Gen Z adults, 18 to 29-year-olds, what they consider to be important to a successful life. The combination of gender and politics produced two very different sets of priorities. Men who voted for Trump put on the top, having children, 34%, important to personal definition of success. And at the very bottom, having emotional stability at 9%. Yeah, that's a good combination. Not having emotional stability, but having children. Surely clueless. That will end up well. So, like, look at this list. This is a perfect example. If you're a guy who voted for Trump, right? You're a right-winger. You are watching Fox News. Or you're not watching Fox News. Who cares? You're watching shit that makes you mad. And here are your values in order. Having children, financial independence, fulfilling job and career, being married, having money to do things that you want, owning your own home, being grounded spiritually, making family and community proud, having no debt, using talents and resources to help others, ability to retire early, and then having emotional stability. So on the last priority on your list is being emotionally stable, and all these other things are the correct metrics to your definition of success. And then you don't have any of these because our fucking country is a capitalist hellhole. What do you think will happen? What do you think will happen to the average American man who voted for Trump, who's like, wait, but I'm not successful because by my own definition of successful, I don't have kids. I'm not married. I'm not financially independent. I don't have a job that's fulfilling to me. I don't have money to be able to go on vacation. I can't own a home probably ever. I probably won't ever escape this debt. Like, my life is, that's why you see posts online. It's like 25, like no girlfriend, in debt. Is my life over, bros? So yeah, this is the point. This is the greater point that I'm trying to illustrate here. If you value all these things and you're getting fucking raw dogged by your politicians and they are fucking you hard and they don't give a shit about you. And then all of the media is telling you to be mad. What the fuck what are you going to do next? Genuinely, what do you think will happen? Whereas like most of liberal media, CNN, MSNBC, etc., they have a very don't look up sensationalism where it's just like we can just ignore the problem and focus on the weather and bring on the Holy Toledo guy. And then there's leftists that do channel the rage, but into ways that are generally more valuable and more directly enacting change, like joining a DSA union or like a DSA chapter in your neighborhood or in your city or in your state or whatever, like engaging in mutual aid, like community building of like any kind, putting together community gardens, helping out your local neighbors, like whatever the fuck it is, right? You made millions because of capitalism. You think I have millions of dollars? Thanks. I think you might be a little bit lost, chatter. Okay? I think you meant to write that in Hassan's chat. I made billions. I made billions of dollars. Billions. Okay. Does that make sense to you? Is that point salient? Does that make sense? I'm not American. Okay, they didn't respond. I'm just going to hope that like your silence just means that you understood the point that I'm making, that you can't fill a bunch of people with rage and then expect them to not attack the machine. Like if you fill a bunch of right-wingers with anger and rage and you tell them that their rage is justified, it's no wonder that this country has a fucking political violence problem. It's no fucking wonder that people murder other people because they don't have any other outlets. They don't feel like their vote matters. They don't feel like there's anything that they can do. And again, there's a reason why the majority of political violence is on the right. Because these people just don't have a way to organize that isn't in violence. And until we, like, one, work through the education problems in this country, and two, work through gun control, this is going to keep happening. And it doesn't matter how many tears we fucking shed. It doesn't matter how many, like, lives have to be lost to these people. They don't care. I mean, yeah, very, those who make peaceful revolution impossible make violent revolutions inevitable. I mean, I don't think that this is even a violent revolution, to be clear. I think this is like one groyper that's mad that wants to like take it out on Charlie Kirk. But there is a reason that we have a violence problem in this country. And we can shed as many tears as we want, and we can be like, oh, this is so sad. Or we can just like be real for 2 fucking seconds and try to solve the problem and try to get people to stop being assassinated. Which I'm trying to be real and stop the problem. I'd like to enter onto a different timeline. I would like to move this path. I would like to change the train rails or whatever. I would like to move to a different set of train tracks. The one where we don't have people assassinated, where we actually enact change for other people. We actually make this country good. I know. Make it even, I don't know, great. Again. But multi-track drifting, yeah. That's so true, King. Okay, I want to see if there's anything new in the... Look. And another one shows up. So dumb. 33 seconds ago. All right, I'm not going to go on this diatribe again. Just go back in the VOD like 5 minutes, bro. All right.
Utah Governor Spencer Cox, he posted this to his X account saying, "Thank you to our local and federal law enforcement partners for your incredible work in bringing the suspect into custody. We got him." If you are just tuning in, I wanted to play out the latest press conference that we do have from officials. Now, I want to just make it clear this is from a few hours ago at this point. We still don't know if or when we're going to get another update here. Of course, we will bring it to you as soon as we get word of that. But just letting you know, this did happen a few hours ago. I did want to share it here because we do have some viewers who are now just tuning in who may have missed the press conference. So let's play that back out for you here. We did learn a lot
And yes, ding, 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 correct. If you have become more political recently, why did they not clarify what kind of politics? It looks like they're just trying to push the left narrative when really he was right wing. If you ever watch Fox News and they're saying, he just became so much more political. He became more right wing. He became a Groyper. Because if he was becoming more left wing, they would have said he became significantly more political left wing wise. He really started becoming a severe far leftist. He was radicalized by the left. And if they don't say that, it means, and they instead say he's just becoming more political, it means towards the right.
A lot of new information this morning.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my fucking rightoid audio.
At today's press conference, we will hear from Governor Cox, FBI Director Kash Patel, and Sheriff Mike Smith. We also have with us Utah DPS Commissioner Bo Mason, Lieutenant Governor Deidre Henderson, FBI Special Agent in Charge Robert Bowles, and local and federal law enforcement partners. Following the remarks today, Governor Cox, Director Patel, and Commissioner Mason will take questions. Thank you.
Not Cox and balls, dude. Stop. No, dude. No, dude. This shit is a simulation, dude. Are you kidding me? He gets hit with the fucking bullet that says, oh, whoa, what's this? Notices your bulge. Okay, and then now we have Mr. Cox and balls to tell us about how the shooting is going. No, dude.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We got him. On the evening of September 11th, a family member of Tyler Robinson reached out to a family friend who contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office with information that Robinson had confessed to them or implied that he had committed the incident. This information was relayed to the Utah County Sheriff's Office and scene investigators at Utah Valley University. This information was also conveyed to the FBI. Investigators reviewed additional video footage from UVU surveillance and identified Robinson arriving on UVU campus in a gray Dodge Challenger at approximately 8:29 a.m. on September 10th, in which he is observed on video in a plain maroon t-shirt, light-colored shorts, a black hat with a white logo, and light-colored shoes. When encountered in person by investigators in Washington County on September 12th in the early morning hours, Robinson was observed in consistent clothing with those surveillance images. Investigators interviewed a family member of Robinson who stated that Robinson had become more political in recent years. The family member referenced a recent incident in which Robinson came to dinner prior to September 10th, and in the conversation with another family member, Robinson mentioned Charlie Kirk was coming to UVU. They talked about why they didn't like him and the viewpoints that he had. The family member also stated Kirk was full of hate and spreading hate. The family member also confirmed Robinson had a gray Dodge Challenger. Investigators identified an individual as the roommate of Robinson. Investigators interviewed that roommate, who stated that his roommate, referring to Robinson, made a joke on Discord. Investigators asked if he would show them the messages on Discord. He opened it and showed several messages to investigators and allowed investigators to take photos of the screen as each message was shown by Robinson's roommate. These photos consisted of various messages, including content of messages between the phone contact named Tyler with an emoji icon and Robinson's roommate's device. The content of these messages included messages affiliated with the contact Tyler, stating a need to retrieve a rifle from a drop point, leaving the rifle in a bush, messages related to visually watching the area where a rifle was left, and a message referring to having left the rifle wrapped in a towel. The messages also refer to engraving bullets and a mention of a scope and the rifle being unique. Messages from the contact Tyler also mentioned that he had changed outfits. I know there's been speculation as well as to the writing on those casings, those bullet casings. And I believe we have that as well. And I will share that with you now. So the area north of Campus Drive Road where the suspect crossed over, you saw some of that in the video that we released last night, consists of a grassy area with trees on the edge of the UVU
Is he gonna
campus.
share it again?
Investigators discovered a bolt-action rifle wrapped in a dark-colored towel. The rifle was determined to be a Mauser Model 98 30-06 caliber bolt-action rifle. The rifle had a scope mounted on top of it. Investigators noted inscriptions that had been engraved on casings found with the rifle. Inscriptions on a fired casing read, "Notices, bulges, capital O-W-O, what's this, question mark." Inscriptions on the 3 unfired casings read,
No matter how
"Hey,
many times
fascist,
I hear it, it doesn't sound real. I can't believe we started stream with this press conference. And it still hasn't, like, it hasn't sunk in. And that was, by the way, the first bullet. That was the casing of the bullet that killed him was the one that says, "Notices, bulge, O-O."
Exclamation point, catch, exclamation point. Up arrow symbol, right arrow and symbol, and 3 down arrow symbols. A second unfired casing read, "Oh Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Chow Chow." And a third unfired casing read, "If you read this, you are gay, LMAO." We are indebted to law enforcement across the state who has worked seamlessly together, local law enforcement, state law enforcement, and our federal partners with the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Like, what the fuck world is this? Like, what is this? Also, like, man, way to give the guy exactly what he wants. Like, now he gets to say Governor Cox and Mr. Balls are gay because they read that. Hey, we're not gay. We didn't read it. We only heard it. Well, I guess I've read it a couple times, so I guess I'm gay. But you guys are still safe.
Grateful for everyone who worked together in such a short amount of time to find this person and to bring justice. I want to thank the public who has been so engaged, reviewing videos, helping us with sending in tips, and helping us get to this point. I want to thank the family members of Tyler Robinson who did the right thing in this case and were able to bring him into to law enforcement as well. I especially want to thank the family of Charlie Kirk, Erica, Charlie's parents, his children. I want us to be thinking of them as we bring justice in this case. They will be involved in that justice. We will be working very closely with them as we move through this process as well. This is a very sad day for our country, a terrible day for the state of Utah. But I'm grateful that at this moment we have an opportunity to bring closure to this very dark chapter in our nation's history. With that, I will now turn the microphone over to the director of the FBI, Kash Patel.
Not Kash Patel, dude. Stop. Just get him off the screen.
Thank you, Governor. This is what happens when you let
Thanks,
good cops
Green
be
Eggs, Hammy.
cops. The FBI and our partners are proud to stand here today together to bring justice to the family of Charlie Kirk and honor his memory. I want to express my deep gratitude to President Trump, the Vice President, and the entire White House who have been so incredibly supportive with both resources and just personally to the FBI as a team. They had our backs the entire way, and I just want to express my gratitude for giving us the resources we need to operate in this space to bring this sort of justice at this sort of speed. In 33 hours, we have made historic progress for Charlie. Governor Cox, our partnership has been absolutely incredible these last few days. Our partnership will endure. Your state and local...
The best part about this is that Kash Patel literally didn't do anything. This is like peak Sailor Moon meme. We've been working so hard, so tirelessly For all of you. My job here is done, but you didn't do anything. It's like literally they didn't do anything. They just posted pictures of the guy, and then the kid's dad was like, he pulled the fucking meme from Avatar Last Airbender. You miscalculated. I love Charlie Kirk more than I love you, son. People are going to see that and be like, maybe he just had principles. What, the principle to like beat your wife as a cop? Like, what the fuck are we talking about here, dude?
Local partners, your sheriffs, your DPS community has been unbelievably impressive in the hardest of times. And a case like this cannot be solved, cannot be brought without partnering with your state and local authorities. The FBI has a certain role to play, and we will play that role, and we will lead out for the federal government. But Governor Cox, we are so grateful for your state partnership that led out on this investigation. A little bit of the timeline. Charlie was shot at 12:23 p.m. on Wednesday. The first FBI agents arrived on scene in 16 minutes with chiefs of police at 12:39 and secured the scene.
The same man said misinformation for hours, now claiming all the glory. Joke of a man. Yeah. Yeah.
The FBI immediately launched fixed-wing assets. We utilized these assets to transport personnel, specialty technicians, hostage rescue teams. We also utilize these assets to go back and forth from the East Coast and here in Utah to transport forensic evidence and other evidence that will be analyzed and is being analyzed at our FBI laboratories in Quantico and other laboratories, including the ATF. At my direction, the FBI released the first set of FBI photos of the suspect at 10 a.m. local time on 9/11. Then, shortly thereafter, the FBI reward of $100,000 was released at 10:45 a.m. local.
So I was closing like a billion different tabs.
Arrived on the scene at approximately 5:30 p.m. on 9/11. The governor led a press conference last night at approximately 8 p.m., where at my direction, the FBI released a never-before-seen video of the suspect. We also released new images to the public of the suspect. And just last night, the suspect was taken into custody at 10 p.m. local time. In less than 36 hours, 33 to be precise, thanks to the full weight of the federal government and leading out with the partners here in the state of Utah and Governor Cox, the suspect was apprehended in a historic time period. And I want to highlight what Governor Cox said. This would not have been possible without you, the media, and you, the public. That's why we went so public, so fast, and we're so transparent, and we're committed to that transparency. The crime scene, just a little bit there. It is a large crime scene. State and local authorities, along with federal authorities, processed that crime scene quickly. And I even had the ability to walk through that crime scene and walk through the steps the suspect took to learn more about what was needed and what resources we needed to bear to create a full picture for the FBI.
Fucking DUI hire fucking Kash Patel, dude. I have to say, you guys know how I feel about rhetoric infighting. I love to see it. I love to see it. Fucking Grums. Post Grums in chat. South Park pulled the episode with Charlie Kirk. South Park pulls controversial episode on MAGA influencers after Charlie Kirk shooting. Now, to be clear, it's not that South Park are the people that are pulling it. It's fucking Paramount that's afraid. And they don't want to get, you know, boycotted. So that's why they're removing it. South Park and Paramount are still different, but okay. But even Asmongold responding to Grum's like, okay, I know people are out for blood, but let's be real, guys. No one pulled the trigger over a South Park episode. Stick to the actual bad actors instead of going after anything critical or satirical about Charlie Kirk. Even he thought the episode was funny. Grums, you idiot. You have to only target people on the left for Asmongold to agree with you. You can't target people on the right. And if the South Park boys are even a little bit on the right, it means you can't target them, dude. All right? Oh, my God. Can I just say, like, on the topic of Mold Man for just 2 seconds, this is, like, insane to me. based Nyara tweet. Cancel culture is good when the right does it. Dark humor is bad when it isn't at the expense of marginalized people. Only conservative cishet white men are allowed to be triggered little snowflakes. Free speech only permits racism, misogyny, transphobia, and homophobia. And here, let's watch it.
One of these companies and you have a person like this doing it, make sure to talk.
You think that the shooter is a lefty or a groiper? I think it's way more likely that he's a groiper, considering the Nick Fuentes concern.
To HR and let them know how uncomfortable you feel. That
to be clear, I don't think it's impossible that it's a leftist. I think it's more likely that it's like some irony poisoned freak of a person, which is generally more likely to be a groiper. Okay. Moving on.
And you have a person like this doing it, make sure to talk to HR and let them know how uncomfortable you feel that there's a person who's working at your company who might want to advocate to have you killed because you disagree with them. Tell them that it makes you afraid to come into work. Tell them that, you know, you don't know, maybe you're going to file a lawsuit. You feel unsafe at your workplace. And honestly, here's the important thing. You should feel unsafe, because these people would justify violence against anybody who disagrees with them. And just because you think you know them doesn't mean they wouldn't do the exact same thing to you. And this is them. This is the game that they're making right here. And you can see that they've made no statement about this. Now, let me ask you a very simple question. If these people made a degrading comment towards the trans community, for example, or towards the black community, for example, do you think Sucker Punch would have immediately fired them and made a statement? I think so, absolutely. But for some reason...
Like, you have to understand, these people don't believe in bad methods. They just believe in bad targets. That's what it is to be on the right. They're not against free speech or pro-free speech. They're for whatever benefits them in that moment. So if it would benefit them to be pro-free speech in that moment, they will be pro-free speech. They're not against canceling people and against canceling culture. They're not against firing people because of their political beliefs. They're only against it when it's happening to them. If it's happening to other people, they'll happily put together a website to dox as many people as they can and get as many people fired as they can. Right? They don't believe that they shouldn't stoop to other people's level. But if you ever do what they do, they'll say, how dare you stoop to our level? Only we're allowed to be shit like that. Like this. If you want to make a list, if I have time tomorrow, I can put them all together in a video with links to their employers. Like, Legacy Killa HD points out several game devs are liking the post by the senior artist mocking Charlie Kirk's assassination. This is sarcasm, right, chatter? You're just joking? You have no idea what you're talking about. Shooter was Antifa. You're joking, right? You're just, come on. You're just joking. That was a funny joke, right? Stop it. Come on. Tell me that it was just a meme really quickly so I can be calm. But again, there's no, for right-wingers, for people on the right, even if they tell you they're a centrist, even if they tell you that they're liberal, it doesn't matter what they tell you. It matters what they believe in, okay? And what their actions. They don't believe in bad methods. They believe in bad targets. Nope, he has a Discord Antifa group chat. Can you link me? Can you link me the group chat? All right, continuing. Oh, this is more of the live coverage. I guess like a lot of people haven't seen it, which is why they're replaying it. Which would make sense. Let me pull up.
you again to our incredible law enforcement team who has worked so hard. Sheriff,
This is why a lot of people are calling this guy a groyper, just to be clear. This is from a month ago. Charlie Kirk has been the manic obsession of the groypers for years. The shooter is almost certainly associated with this group.
But that's what it is. What time is it? Charlie Kirk says, did you see this clip? He goes, your Generation Z sons have negative views about Israel. You need to tell them this. Time out. You need to tell them time out. He said, if you feel like a loser, if you feel like your country's been destroyed, get a second job. Get a Hillsdale online course. Observe the Shabbos. He literally said this. I am hurtling towards you, full force, going nearly 90 miles per hour, weighing close to 1,500 pounds. I am hurtling towards you like a human missile to blow up this whole thing. And you're telling Generation Z, buy a Hillsdale course, get a second job, observe the Shabbos, go to Turning Point? Fuck you. You are not ready for this. You are not prepared for this. And I'll say it now like I did in 2017.
Well, I'm sorry, this chatter really quickly. Comes in here, says he had a Discord Antifa group chat, and then just leaves when I ask him for a source. I hate these chatters. I hate them so much.
The day after Charlottesville, a tidal wave of white identity is coming. And once word gets out, they will not be able to stop it. As I said, the day after Charlottesville, 8 years ago, prophetic. You think you're in control? Do you feel in charge? Who else we gonna bring in? Elon, Tucker, Candace.
Dude, I guess this guy's Antifa too. Everybody's Antifa. I'm Antifa. You're Antifa. Your mom's Antifa. Who's not Antifa?
You know what their next move is going to be. It's been fun. It's been fun. It's been a good time. But pray for your boy. Because the problem is, look, I've been doing this for a long time. People watch the show. They're like, this show's great. I've been saying this for 10 years. All this stuff, I've been saying it for 10 years. That's why they locked me up. That's why they shut me down. The problem is I'm just saying it now to everybody. And they're going to make me pay. In one way or another, they're going to try and shut me down.
This is why a lot of people like Mike are talking about the shooter potentially being a groyper. It's like the attempts at left-wing calls to violence is like, what evidence do they have? Hassan Piker talking about Rick Scott being one of the biggest scam artists and calling for capital punishment, as he claims, as Rick Scott claims capital punishment should come for those who commit fraud. Billions of dollars of Medicare fraud after they're talking about Medicare fraud and saying, yeah, okay, here's a guy for you guys to fucking lock up. Here's a guy for you guys to prosecute who's committing mass Medicare fraud. Him pulling out an airsoft gun and being like, look, this is a serious death threat. Me saying you got to make Eve from Stellar Blade have really big boobs. Yep, all serious. All super, super serious. Like, dude, come on, man. Dude. I wanted to see this really quick. Sorry. Sorry, one sec. I'm looking at something really quickly. Just want to see if it's TOS or not. Okay. I can't tell, so we're good. All right. Let's get back to the coverage.
Be held accountable. And yet, all of us have an opportunity right now to do something different. I want to thank my fellow Utahns. You know, this bad stuff happens. For 33 hours, I was praying that if this had to happen here, that it wouldn't be one of us, that somebody drove from another state, somebody came from another country.
Honestly, I feel that because I feel like Utah already isn't really known for anything good. They're just known for Mormons. And now murder. So, like, they don't really have a good track record. I get that, honestly. Like, a lot of other states and cities at least have something else going for them. Like, regardless of what happens in Chicago, they got the bean for them. You know, they got that bean. So, honestly, that's a valid concern for a governor to have. They're just like, dude, can't we get anything? What if we got our own bean? What if we got our own large bean? Hey, they also changed their law recently for child, as in like pro or against. I have no way of knowing. It's Utah. We got nature, but that's it. Yeah, but that was there before the establishing of Utah. The only good thing they got was cutie. Facts. True. True.
Sadly, that prayer was not answered the way I had hoped for, just because I thought it would make it easier on us if we could just say, hey, we don't do that here. And indeed, Utah is a special place. We lead the nation in charitable giving. We lead the nation in service every year. But it did happen here. And it was one of us. But I want you to look at how Utahns reacted the last 2 nights. There was no rioting. There was no looting. There were no cars set on fire. There's no violence.
I'm sorry, this sentence is so funny to me, dude. Governor Cox here to tell us there was no violence after one of the most violent things that anyone could have ever seen. Like, listen, I'm going to be honest. I've been on the internet for a while. I was here for like the live leak days. And I've seen some shit that I kind of wish I hadn't seen. You know, I kind of, the stuff that was like really bad, that was really bad. And thank God I've missed a lot of the really, really, really bad stuff, especially when there was like, when Twitter was just showing people videos of like the most horrific, gruesome shit and you couldn't get it off your fucking feed. Thank God I missed a lot of that stuff. So I have to say, like, I think my brain is a little bit broken on that front. My threshold for that is a little high. And so blood doesn't like make me feel super squeamish. It's like all the other things that are bad. So like that video, I've just been on the internet for too long. So I was just like, yeah, that was not good. Oh, that's a lot. Okay. All right. So for people who aren't, you know, you should definitely not go and watch it. If you haven't, don't go and seek it out. Don't recommend doing that. And I think also, yeah, someone else brings up a good point, which is I feel like a lot of us have seen a lot of horrific shit that's come out of Gaza. So the video maybe isn't as traumatic as, you know, like some of the other shit that I feel like I've seen. Like, dude, the video of like the little girl who is getting her leg amputated and without any medication was so traumatizing. Like, it was actually one of the most traumatizing, like, there's something more traumatizing to me with seeing like children or animals suffering at the hands of people. Specifically at the hands of people. That's just like, you know, you see a lion attack a fucking deer. It's like, damn, that's crazy. That's crazy that that's just like in nature. Whoa. When you see it, people doing it, and we don't need to do it. And we don't, that's the thing. So we don't need to do that. We don't need to commit monstrous acts against children and animals. Are you vegan? No, I am not vegan. So, with that in mind, that video was like insane, and I don't think anyone else should see it, but it's also like, it's so frustrating seeing right-wingers just be totally silent on Gaza and not give a single fuck about it. Oh, speaking of which, there was an amazing, just like, honestly, Nancy Mace, Vanilla Mace, the good Mace. Vanilla Mace had like a really good TikTok that will sum it up better than I can. So I would like to find it for all of you. One moment, please. Where she basically kind of like, there are not words that I can use to describe how well she described it. Let's see if I can find it.
There were vigils and prayers and people coming together to share the humanity. And that, ladies and gentlemen, I believe is the answer to this. We can return violence with violence. We can return hate with hate. And that's the problem with political violence, is it metastasizes. Because we can always point the finger at the other side. And at some point, we have to find an off-ramp, or it's going to get much, much worse.
Found it.
Pissed me off in my Instagram. I wasn't even gonna get on here and make a video about this, but y'all done pissed me off in my Instagram requests. I basically reposted something on Instagram on my story saying that Charlie's death cannot be separated from the systems that he spent his entire career platforming and trying to...
Which I just have to say, it's fucking insane that just talking about Charlie Kirk's death in a way that maybe can lead to meaningful legislation that would prevent more Charlie Kirks dying in the future is considered being okay with it. Like, what the fuck? How is it? I just genuinely, it's like breaks my brain that me saying I want gun control is like, you're literally writing away and you're saying that he should have died and you're saying that you're happy that it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? You're just so excited to blame everybody else that you aren't even willing to like analyze the situation in a way that might lead to meaningful change.
To, you know, promote. And yes, before you ask, every single person who messaged me something like that, along the lines of being like, fuck you, Vanilla, what the fuck, they were, you guessed it, white! And they also all had profile pictures of them and their fucking mid-ass husbands standing on a beach that looked exactly like this. But that's beside the point, because then if I was like, hey, there's...
Sorry, I started laughing preemptively because I had pre-watched this. Let me go back. I feel like now that you've all seen the crescendo of that video, we should start it over.
I wasn't even going to get on here and make a video about this, but y'all done pissed me off in my Instagram requests. I basically reposted something on Instagram on my story saying that Charlie's death cannot be separated from the systems that he spent his entire career platforming and...
Sorry, really quickly. Gaza's not America. Maybe care for your fellow Americans and then people you don't know anything about. You're trying to compare Gaza to Charlie Kirk's death. Yeah, because he's involved in it, because he wants to fund Israel, you fucking idiot. America funds that genocide. Our taxpayer dollars go there without our fucking consent, you shit for brains. I know that this is crazy to think about, but maybe we don't like the fact that our country spends billions of dollars to kill kids. You can't remove Gaza from America when we're the ones funding the genocide. Mid-ass husband when she looks like Ursula. This guy said, and I took that personally. And I took that personally. All right, continuing.
And trying to, you know, promote. And yes, before you ask, every single person who messaged me something like that, along the lines of being like, fuck you, Vanilla, what the fuck, they were, you guessed it, white! And they also all had profile pictures of them and their fucking mid-ass husbands standing on a beach that looked exactly like this. But that's beside the point, because then if I was like, hey, there's children in Palestine that are getting killed every day, they're like this. And then I'm like, hey, so what about all the school shootings and everything? Are we serious? Like, but now you want to wake up. Oh, but now we want to wake up. Now suddenly we're awake? Oh, okay. So yeah, that kind of really grinded my gears. So if that's you, I'm going to leave you with one big... And if you're going to unfollow, click that button, and also do me one big favor. After start digging in your butt, twin, push your finger to your nose, tell me how it smells.
Fuck up, Vanilla Mace. Miss Mace, please. Please. Miss Mace. Miss Mace. Please. She's such a queen. Dude, I love her. I love her. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, that's basically the point that I'm trying to make. It's just like, it's just so offensive, the number of people that actively cheer on the violence in Gaza, and then the second that an American gets murdered, it's like, we need to stop everything to thoughts and prayers really hard. It's like, wow, that's crazy. That's actually insane. That is fucking crazy to me.
See, these are choices that we can make. History will dictate if this is a turning point for our country. But every single one of us gets to choose right now if this is a turning point for us. We get to make decisions. We have our agency. And I desperately call on every American, Republican, Democrat, liberal, progressive, conservative, MAGA, all of us to please, please, please follow what Charlie taught me. I'll just conclude with with words I share often from a friend and author, Yuval Levin, who was asked if he was optimistic about our country, and he said, "I'm not optimistic." He said, "I hate optimism." Like, that sounds bad. But he said, optimism is a vice. It's this idea that good things are just going to happen.
That's not what
he
optimism
said, in the history
is.
of the world, good things have never just happened. He says, I'm not optimistic, but I am hopeful. And hope is the virtue that sits between the vices of optimism and pessimism.
Dude, this is my country, dog. Am I cooked? Am I cooked, dude?
Hope is the idea that good things are going to happen because we can make them so. I still believe in our country. And I know Charlie Kirk believed in our country. I still believe that there is more good among us than evil. And I still believe that we can change the course of history. I'm hopeful because Americans can make it so. Ladies and gentlemen, we're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Dude, right-wing hypocrisy is just so crazy. This fucking, you guys know this VTuber. You know him. You hate him. The Nazi VTuber. Saying their reign of terror is beginning to end. We will never live like that again. And it's, she's quote tweeting this, this one tweet that says, communist game dev has been fired for celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder. And it's like their post where they say, I hope the shooter's name is Mario so that Luigi knows his bro God is back. Standing up against fascism is what cost me my dream job. I held for 10 years. I would do it 100 times stronger. This is what they said. And then this person quote tweeting, is making jokes about murder okay now or not? And it's them. It's a tweet that they made saying, who wore it better, body cam edition, about 2 people that got murdered by cops. It's like, so I just want to know, which one is okay? Is it okay to make jokes about murder, or is it not okay? Because here you are making jokes about people getting murdered. And then here you are celebrating deplatforming people who are making jokes about murder. Oh, so it's okay when you joke about people getting murdered. And it's okay when you cancel people for making jokes about murdered, but you never want to be held to the same standards you hold other people to. Oh, okay. Uh-huh. It's the Family Guy skin tone meme again. Yep. Is the man carrying thing video about edgy jokes? Did he just release it or was it like old?
What's
It's
up,
from 10
homie?
days ago.
Man, I thought that Uber driver was going to kill me. Not because he was Asian, but because he was a woman.
He?
Trans.
Oh.
You ruined the joke, but speaking of trans people, I'd rather they didn't. Not because I hate trans women, I just hate women. I don't like it when they speak. But I do hate trans people. Just kidding. Gay people overall, they're just super great. You know, great at kissing in public all the time. Like, do that shit in private, at home, where no one has to see that shit. Here's a list of minorities who I think get too much credit. People from El Salvador. We should deport them. Still workshopping that. What? What? You don't like edgy humor?
You see people.
Dude, he's nailing this type of person. The type of person that thinks if you make a joke edgy, it immediately is funny.
You don't like edgy humor?
You see people are speculating that Trump might be sick or something.
Yeah, I heard about that.
JD Vance, please work your magic.
What is the implication there?
Well, people think that he killed the Pope because he met him like a day before he died.
So by working his magic, you imply that you hope he kills Trump.
Yeah.
All right, dude.
What?
I don't know. I don't get you people. The world is divisive enough. Why do we have to spread hate? You're cheering on the death of an old man, a sitting president, leader of our country.
Yeah.
I mean, I hate being the friend that's too woke, but
This is this. Literally this. This guy's like Germa, but more politics coded. Okay, I see it. When it comes to murdering random black people on the street, you can make as many funny, edgy jokes as you want. It's super funny to talk about gay people dying and black people dying and trans people dying. Just make as many of those jokes as you want to make. That's really funny. It's edgy humor. And if you don't like it, too bad, snowflake. If you don't like it, you're just woke. If you don't like it, you're just cringe and a snowflake and a liberal. And then this person making a joke about Mario and Luigi. Their reign of terror is beginning to end. We will never live like that again. You gotta love these people who have no self-awareness. You're such a moron. It's insane. I hope all your actions get back to you someday. Stay safe. Guy who's mad that other people are doing political violence and is putting his anger on me for pointing out hypocrisy engages in threats. Yeah. You're really proving your point that you care a lot about political violence ending by making a fucking threat, a politically violent threat. That's amazing. Like, these people have no self-awareness. None. Nothing. I haven't even made any fucking threats. I'm pointing out other people's fucking hypocrisy. Either you think edgy humor about people dying is funny and acceptable, or you don't. Yeah, here's the link to the video. Also, please report this page. Obviously. And I mean, 2021 account, I guess it could be worse. You could be losing your 2017 account, but I hope it was fucking worth it to make a death threat against somebody else. Okay. Sure. Sure, man. Sure. It's this one? I think it's this one. Okay. Oh, I should have copy-pasted their message. Oh, well. Okay. Close, close, close. So many tabs, dude. Today is a true leftist moment. The number of tabs I have open. A lot of misinformation here. Seems like a lively group. Could you tell me what misinformation is in here? I would love to know about it. Okay. All right.
What Charlie taught me.
However, there is still no motive at this time. Utah Governor Spencer Cox confirmed that messaging at a news conference that we did just share with you here on Live Now from Fox, saying investigators discovered inscriptions on casings found with a bolt-action rifle near the Utah Valley University campus where Kirk was killed during an event. 1 used casing and 3 unused casings contained those writings. I also did want to share with you an interview from a bit earlier this morning that my colleague Josh Breslow did with one of the people who was there at that event at Utah Valley University. It's quite an emotional interview. And on the other side of that will be my colleague Christina Evans. She will be continuing our coverage here. Let's head over to my colleague Josh Breslow. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
Right now, I do want to bring in Skylar Baird. He witnessed the actual situation.
Oh.
He was there as all of this happened. And Skylar, I can't even begin to imagine what you witnessed. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here.
Yeah, thank you for having me on.
Of course.
Definitely most traumatic day of my life.
Can you start by walking me through what you witnessed there, what you saw, what you heard? Just walk me through it.
Yeah. I'll start by the positive, which was, Charlie coming up and being really happy to be with the crowd, riling everyone up. Everyone was chanting and excited for him to be there. He was tossing out hats and it was clear that he was proud of this movement that he had started and proud to be in Utah. Then the event went on. First question went through. And as the second question came up, the question was on transgender mass shooters. And the question asked Charlie was, how many transgender mass shooters have there been in the last 10 years? And Charlie's response was, too many. That's what he said. He said, too many. And the person that asked the question said, yeah, that's true. I'll give you that. It's been five transgender mass shootings. And then the follow-up question was, how many mass shooters have there been in the last 10 years? And then as Charlie went to respond to say, are you including gang violence? As soon as the word violence came out of his mouth, that's when the shot rang out. And immediately I knew it was a gunshot. I knew the sound of it. And, an image that, I went to therapy yesterday to try to get out of my mind. And the first thing I saw when I woke up therapy is important. Anyone that was at that event should go see a therapist.
I know. I didn't even get to pull them up on screen. You terminally online Redditors have no idea what's coming. Excuse you, we're on Twitch, you fucking shit for brains. I know thinking is hard for people like you, but we're not even on Reddit, you idiot. We're literally on Twitch, you fucking idiot. Okay, second, you guys are so evil for threatening violence. Watch me threaten violence. Dog, you good? I mean, I know you're not good. I think he actually just got mad, to be honest. Wait, I think I'm putting the blame on this guy incorrectly. I think he actually just got mad because this guy told him to go to therapy. I think this is what happened.
Therapy is important. Anyone that was...
I think he was actually talking to that guy. He's like, you guys have no idea what's... Therapy is not important, okay? It's not true that every single therapist in my life has dropped me and said that I am an unfixable patient. That's not fucking true. It's you guys. It's you guys that have the problem. I think that's actually what happened. I don't think he's mad at us, chat. I don't think he's actually mad at me, the streamer, or anyone in chat. I think that's the problem. TV creation. But do report this page. It is really funny how many people accuse the left of being violent. Meanwhile, they come in this chat and then oh, I didn't mean to send that. And then they come into this chat and they're actively engaging in violence. I hope your 2012 account was worth it, man. I hope it was worth it, dude. Oh. There we go. Okay. All right. Wait, did this chatter ever respond? What is hate speech? Would saying fucking idiots be considered hate speech? Wait, so like, I never even talked about hate speech. Wait, what? Chatter, you said like there's a lot of misinfo in here, but I don't remember ever talking about hate speech. What, can you tell me what misinformation's happening? I'm genuinely asking. I don't know what hate speech you're talking about. I don't think anyone in here was talking about that. I would like to know about the misinfo. Could you tell me about the misinfo? Other chatters too. Well, could you just tell me about the misinfo? I don't know how to tell you this, but if you think Twitch chatters are a reliable source of information, I have a bridge to sell you. Yes, there's going to be a ton of people in chat that are going to say misinfo. That's kind of their job. It's like half of chat's job. You guys know about like the bees situation? I don't know why I said situation. Not the hierarchy of bees, but like the hard-working bees. Every single bee colony has like 85% of the bees are lazy fuckers. They're lazy fat bee fucks. That their body is so fat, but somehow they can like fly. I'm just joking around. And then there's like 15% of the bees that do like 80% of the labor. And so they conducted studies where they like grabbed some of the bees, all like the hard worker bees, and they were like, yoink, and they took them out of the colony, and then a new 15% emerged into the bee colony. That is to say, Twitch chat is exactly like that. 85% of Twitch chat's job is to spread as much misinfo as possible, you know, for memes and for fun. And then it's 15% of chat's job to actually say like the correct thing. So like 85% of people in chat will say, delete system 32. It's going to fix your computer. And then 50% will be like, don't fucking do that. Don't do that. Do not do that. Do not. So yeah, it's kind of like a little bit, maybe it's just misinformed, honestly, genuinely. Killing kids comment, Gaza info. Could you be a little bit more specific? Was it just chat? Did I say something that was in misinfo? Could you clarify that really quickly first? Okay. Something like 20% of the ants in a colony are freeloaders. If you remove the 20%, another set 20% will take their place. Is that true? I don't know anything about it. I don't know enough about ants. Okay, I don't know what this... I don't understand if this chatter is going to respond, but... Okay, moving on. There is much more to killing kids in Gaza. Okay, that sentence, your phrasing is really bad. I say this with peace and love to you. You shouldn't write that sentence. You should make a better sentence. You should draft a better sentence because that sentence doesn't look good. It doesn't. I understand because I don't think empathy is a sin, unlike Charlie Kirk. But that sentence doesn't look good. So anyways, moving on. So can you just clarify? Are you just upset at chatters or are you upset? Did I say something that was misinfo? Could you just answer that question? Could you just answer that one? Just that one really quickly. Okay, I don't have time to wait. 2025 account, it's either a boomer who types like this, or it's a zoomer who types like this. Those are the only two options. I think millennials were like the last group to like get good typing habits. I will say this. Not every single zoomer types slow, but I've met enough of them that is terrifying. It's terrifying. Wait, chatter, can you just respond to what I said, though? Is it about other chatters, or is there something that I said that was misinfo? Because I didn't talk about anything regarding Gaza military headquarters and operations. I didn't say anything about this. So can you just clarify for me for just 1 second? You said it. I did. What the I literally have not brought up military headquarters or operations. What the fuck are you talking about? I brought up videos of amputated children in Gaza. That's what I brought up today. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Okay, I think this chatter is just, I'm sorry, I've been trying really hard to be polite, but I think this chatter is just having a stroke because nothing that they've said has made any sense at all. I've not talked about military headquarters. I've not talked about operations. I've not talked about whatever the fuck this guy is talking about. Use them specifically for cannon fodder. You said, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I did not say any of this shit. But also you're like incapable of typing in full sentences that are longer than like 5 words. So I think this one's mostly on you, chatter. Good luck. I wish you the best of luck. Have fun. All right, moving on.
That event should go see a therapist.
The man charged in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, the Utah County Attorney's Office tells us it's, quote, carefully reviewing all the evidence in this case to determine the appropriate charges to file. Utah County Attorney Jeff Gray plans to formally file those charges on Tuesday, September 16, 2025. He's going to be holding a press conference at noon there at this Mountain Standard Time on that Tuesday in conjunction with the filing of those charges. We are still trying to determine a location for that press conference and we'll circulate that information as soon as possible. And so you hear it there. It's really only the beginning as this investigation is now heading into the next stage. We went from the moment that we saw that Charlie Kirk had been shot and killed while on stage. That happened Wednesday, September 10th. And just so you're able to know a little bit more about what we were able to see, we're hearing reaction as well from some of those lawmakers. Putting this up on your screen, this is from Representative Nancy Mace. She says, we truly believe that if Tyler Robinson had ever sat down across from Charlie, the great debater, the man of faith and grace he was, Tyler wouldn't have pulled the trigger. And so many people around are just thinking about what might have been as we're still recovering and receiving these new details in his killing. Speaker Mike Johnson there saying thankful for the vigilance and dedication demonstrated by the FBI and Utah law enforcement over the last 2 days. For Charlie, his family, and our nation, justice for his assassination must be served swiftly and fully. Continuing to get some reaction here on that X account. This is from Amy Barra saying, the representative saying, Governor Spencer Cox is a Republican. I'm a Democrat. We don't agree on everything, but on this we do. The violence must stop. Take a moment to watch this powerful message. And that violence that he's speaking about and the message that was relayed came earlier in the form of that press conference. A lot of that press conference, even though it was also attended by FBI Director Kash Patel, the leader of law enforcement here in this country, was there at that press conference, was really led there by the governor in Utah, wanting to really make sure that he had his face and his message staying out there to all Utahns and others listening across the country and the world about wanting to put an end to some of the political violence that we've seen. And so continuing on with that reaction, Senator Ashley Moody saying, thank you to all of the law enforcement officers, agencies working to ensure justice for Charlie Kirk and his family, especially FBI Director Kash and the Salt Lake City FBI, as well as Governor Karl.
I can't believe, sorry, just going back for a second, I was looking for this. I can't believe we're even listening to Nancy Mace for a moment when she immediately went on to say this.
Called panicking. I'm going to say this. Democrats own what happened today. I am.
Aren't there some fucking beans you should be eating?
Devastated. My kids have called panicking. They probably, all the kids of every conservative in the country call panicking. Just because you speak your mind on an issue doesn't mean you get shot.
Then, by that logic, do Republicans own the shooting of the 2 Democratic lawmakers in Minnesota?
This guy. He's kind of giving Clark Kent a little bit. Oh, okay, so do Republicans own the earlier shootings?
Republicans own the shooting of the 2 Democratic lawmakers in Minnesota?
Political.
Isn't this on both sides?
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm asking
We
a
don't
serious
know
question.
what condition Charlie Kirk is in right
Fucking DUI hires. Oh my god. We don't even know what condition. Does anyone have more tequila? I'm like, oh my god.
In Minnesota?
Political.
Isn't this on both
sides?
sides?
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm asking
We
a
don't
serious
know
question.
what condition Charlie Kirk is in right now. Some raging leftist lunatic put a bullet through his neck, and you want to talk about Republicans right now? No.
Do you hear her? You fucking slurring her fucking. How many Republicans are actively drunk on the job? I genuinely want to know. Pete Hegseth, we know for sure. Nancy Mace, seemingly also refusing to answer the question is like peak. Is so fucking peak, dude. Well, why would we be responsible? Just because I said Democrats are responsible for this killing with no evidence immediately after Charlie Kirk was murdered and we had no leads at all on this on the killer, why would Republicans be responsible for the killer that was in fact Republican? Why would that?
No, not at all.
You said the Democrats have donated to, but I'm asking,
Democrats own this.
But isn't there a problem with political violence across the spectrum?
Yeah, we're talking about Charlie Kirk right now. That's the subject of this that we're talking about right now. Democrats own this 100%. And I'm going to say this. Democrats own what happened today. I am devastated. My kids have called panicking. They probably, all the kids of every conservative in the country called panicking. Just because you speak your mind on an issue doesn't mean you get...
Sorry, I let it autoplay again. It's just insane to me. Like, why the fuck are we listening to Nancy eats too many beans Mace? Like, be real for just like a second.
Picture. This is Charlie Kirk's widow, Erica. She was acknowledging those supporters as the activist casket was arriving there in Arizona. She drove by the site where that vigil was being held, briefly rolling down the window, putting her arm out to acknowledge those who came by to mourn alongside herself and the family. And so we've been watching and listening to so many of these reactions from those both on the ground and others as they're looking to see what comes next. And that's what we're going to be doing here on Live Now from Fox over the next couple of hours, keeping in touch and keeping on top of those new details as they're coming off, but also speaking with some of our guest experts as well. Friend to the show, Nima Rahmani. He's a legal analyst and a former prosecutor. He's going to be with us here on Live Now in just a little under an hour or so to break down where this case goes next. With his experience there in the legal field, he'll be able to explain some of the intricacies behind the scenes. What we always see and hear from law enforcement comes in bits and pieces, but we can predict the path that this story will take going forward.
I have to say, one of the craziest things that I've been seeing online is like Republicans doing this pretty much exactly like the tweet shows. And it's like a person, it's this meme from Seinfeld. I think it's a Seinfeld meme. A shitty thing Charlie Kirk said, quoted verbatim. And then a lady with a MAGA hat. You're horrible. It's like, but we're not even saying anything. We're not even cheering on the fucking violence. You think other political commentators want more political violence against political commentators? That makes no fucking sense. You don't think it's possible instead that people are showing these videos of the shit that Charlie Kirk said because they're saying, why the fuck should I cry? I'm not going to endorse this. I don't think political violence should be happening. Under no circumstance should political violence be happening in this way. That doesn't preclude me from pointing out that he was a piece of shit and he's still a piece of shit. You don't have to fucking spend the next 2 days mourning on like this piece of shit person. They're literally trying to put Kirk in the same place or space as Martin Luther King. It's like, dog. This guy really? This is the guy you're calling like a great person?
That's what that means. That means that we know who they are. And then we just release them into the interior and say...
It just shocks me, like, the level of control you can have over media narrative that, like, you know, the New York Times or whoever can blow this off. 13,000 homicide convictions just roaming the U.S. as an elective policy choice.
And the election is close. I mean, the election is close. It's very close. And again, there was a poll that just showed up here. Arizona women voters favor Kamala Harris 52%, 43%. And that does not include the 2 million gotaways. And since those are the border jumpers who avoid border encounters, it's safe to conclude the proportion of convicted criminals is even higher than that, 2 million plus of them. Thank you for being a member. And stay safe in Alabama. And pray Trump wins, or else things are going to get really bad. They're going to get.
There will be hundreds of thousands of Haitians brought into Alabama, and they will become your masters.
It was bad. It was evil. And the data shows they were actually better in the 1940s. It was bad. It was evil. But what happened? Something changed. They committed less crimes.
Maybe they were afraid. I mean, 4,000 black men, women, and children were killed in violent lynch mobs.
If that's your explanation, but I guess
racial terror permeated American culture for hundreds of years.
Black America is worse than it has been
that
in the last
affected
80 years.
the generational psyche of an entire group of people?
Well, I'm sure it did. I'm not discounting that. I'm just it shows they were actually better in the 1940s. It was.
Charlie Kirk said black people were better off in slavery and subjugation before the 1940s. It was bad and it was evil, but at least they committed less crimes. Like, why the fuck is Fox News running this, like, whitewashing of this guy when they spent all this time talking about how George Floyd was no angel because the left had the audacity to say, listen, we don't really care who the fuck George Floyd was. We care more about the fact that the police can just extrajudicially kill you because they decided you committed the crime. Whatever, who knows what the crime was, it doesn't matter. This is like, dude, this guy is like, this is such good bait. You are definitely a Fed. It's so funny. People are falling for the divide created by the ruling class and shooting people. Dude, you are such a fucking, you are a Fed. You're actually a Fed. Like, banned, dude. I literally banned. Just say you're glad he's dead. Enough of this pussyfooting around to save face. What point? What part of I, as a political commentator, don't want political commentators to be executed? I only want them to be ridiculed. What part of that do you not understand? You're clearly someone that is not on the left. You're clearly not a leftist, okay? Evidently. I would gamble that you don't consider yourself to be a leftist, okay? So you probably believe in being motivated by the self. You probably believe in protecting yourself, your family, your immediate group, generally being very bootstrappy. Why the fuck do you think a political commentator wouldn't want political commentators to be protected? Oh, look, guys, it's Schrodinger's douchebag. LOL, major rage. I can tell you have no friends. Guy who has no friends. I'm just really good at rage baiting people. I'm just so good at rage baiting people. That I have no friends or bitches or family members that like me. That's how good I am at it. Like, stupid, dude. So fucking stupid. Sorry, this chatter is funny too. Why do you ban anyone who has a different opinion? Not a good look. No, I ban people who aren't funny. Okay? You read the chat rules, be annoying, you'll get banned. That guy was annoying. Please, I endorse criticism of me. I endorse making fun of me. I endorse funny messages. Okay? There are some people in here that only use TTS to make fun of me. You just have to be funny. That's my only rule. You just have to be funny when you do it. And you, sir, unfortunately are not being very funny, so if you make your next message funny, I'll allow it. All right, to the next. It's really also funny that people are blaming the left when, meanwhile, again, this Nick Fuentes clip.
Charlie Kirk says, did you see this clip? He goes, your Generation Z sons have negative views about Israel. You need to tell them this. Time out. You need to tell them, time out. He said, if you feel like a loser, if you feel like your country's been destroyed, get a second job. Get a Hillsdale online course. Observe the Shabbos. He literally said this. I am hurtling towards you, full force, going nearly 90 miles per hour, weighing close to 1,500 pounds. I am hurtling towards you like a human missile. to blow up this whole thing. And you're telling Generation Z, buy a Hillsdale course, get a second job, observe the Shabbos, go to Turning Point? Fuck you. You are not ready for this. You are not prepared for this. And I'll say it now like I did in 2017, the day after Charlottesville.
Do not write in my goddamn fucking chat room, do you think Destiny was under the desk during this? Do not. Why the fuck would you write that? Why the fuck would you make me read that? What the fuck is wrong with you? Dude, not cool. Not fucking cool, dude. Fuck you.
A tidal wave of white identity is coming. And once word gets out, they will not be able to stop it. As I said, the day after Charlottesville, 8 years ago, prophetic.
Also, to this chatter, is this a comedy show? No, that's the whole point. I'm not funny, so I have to steal jokes from chat. I can't be forced to read a bunch of messages from unfunny chatters. I already have that. The monologue in my head is unfunny enough. I need chat to be funny, okay? And you can't be shitting up my chat with your unfunny messages.
You think you're in control? Do you feel in charge? Who else we gonna bring in? Elon, Tucker, Candace. You know what their next move is gonna be. It's been fun. It's been fun. It's been a good time. But pray for your boy. Because the problem is, look, I've been doing this for a long time. People watch the show, they're like, this show's great. I've been saying this for 10 years. All this stuff, I've been saying it for 10 years. That's why they locked me up. That's why they shut me down. The problem is I'm just saying it now to everybody.
There's something unbelievably funny about Nick Fuentes saying all this shit like a month ago, August 11th, 2025, and then now tweeting out this shit. To all my followers, if you take up arms, I disavow you. I disown you in the strongest possible terms. That's not what we're about. Oh, he nervous. Oh, he's sweating. Oh, he's sweating. Oh, he's sweating. Also, this chatter. Women equals bitches? Just said having bitches, so you objectify women? Denims, low-key, you're toxic AF. Like, seriously, ew. You're pretty nasty. This guy really is like, oh man, how do I pull up this fucking meme? The meme of like the guy who's like, one day I can have a beautiful trad waifu or whatever. Do you know what I'm talking about? I have it on my fucking alt account. Let me see if I can find this shit. Hold up. Hold the line. Here it is. This guy. I'm saving myself for a virgin trad wife. I wish I could one day marry a deranged asocial schizoid. It's giving a lady does not say fuck. How dare you? It sounds like an incel trying to roleplay as a toxic feminist, but doesn't understand feminism or women. Correct. It's like, bitch, I play League. Like, okay, it was over for me years ago. This idea that I would be pure and free from toxicity. You're in the wrong fucking neighborhood. Okay. All right, dude, you're not in the right place. You're not going to shame me into being a better feminist. It's like, dog, I'm more feminist than you could dream of being. Okay, please. Grow up. All right. Turn off Kirk and turn on the Rift. Hell no, dude. I am cured. I am cured about I haven't played League in months. And I'm cured. All right.
Formal charges on Tuesday, September 16th, 2025. He's going to be holding a press conference at noon there at noon Mountain Time. That's the local time there, Tuesday, September 16th, in conjunction with the filing of those charges. We're still trying to determine a location for that press conference, and we'll circulate that information as soon as it's available. But it is important to note there that at the top of the next hour, we'll also be bringing into the conversation legal analyst Nima Rahmani. He's a former federal prosecutor, so understands how all of this works behind the scenes. When it comes to a charging of a suspect, the burden of proof that's there on the prosecutor's office to be able to prove that that suspect did it. So that way they're able to move forward as well with those charges. And so in the meantime, we do want to continue on here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to be checking in now with Fox News' Caroline Shively, as we know that lawmakers on both sides of the aisle say that they're now planning to dial back public events following the assassination of the right-wing activist Charlie Kirk. Members of Congress are also making appeals to leaders for more security funding, this as those safety concerns run high. Let's listen in.
Even as officials announced they have a suspect in custody for the murder of conservative political activist Charlie Kirk.
We got him.
Members of Congress and the people who protect them remain on edge.
We've seen a threat environment that has exploded over the last year. We're on track to, tracking over 14,000 threats by the end of the year.
U.S. Capitol Police spoke out after an email claimed there was a bomb at the Democratic National Committee headquarters Thursday, later determined to be a hoax.
We will continue to be in a heightened security posture going forward.
Some members of Congress are even canceling their public events. New York Democratic Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez called off 2 scheduled rallies in North Carolina this weekend.
The security protocols and the ways that we think about it and conceive of it are for a bygone time.
Republican Representative Nancy Mace says she's stopping all public events for now, even as she runs for South Carolina governor.
It's unforgivable what's happening right now, and it's only going to get, I don't see it getting better. I'm worried about copycats.
But President Trump says lawmakers should continue with public functions.
I say you have to go forward. You just have to go forward.
Congress is now reviewing whether to increase the budget for lawmaker security in a government funding bill set to be voted on.
Also, I apologize. I meant to say it earlier, but the TTS is off today because for some reason it's like broken. And it's instead of reading out the words, it's just reading out all the letters. So sorry for anyone who's like subbing and stuff. I really appreciate all the support. It means a lot. I just don't know why it's just Plankton. Instead of saying, who else is blasting welcome, it's just like WHOELSE. And I can't listen to that while I'm trying to listen to the news. I apologize.
Month. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Our thanks to Caroline Shively for that update. And once again,
Chad, does anyone have like the website that they're currently compiling anyone who's ever made a joke about Charlie Kirk? I'm trying to find it because I want to make a point to, want to make an important point to all of you.
Show you this live look that we have there. This is of the Utah County Jail. It's a prison in Spanish Fork, Utah, as this is where that suspect is currently being held behind bars, the 22-year-old Tyler Robinson. And so, like we said,
is the guy a groper? It's looking like he might be a groper. It's just we just don't have enough information right now.
Just a few minutes here, we're going to be checking in with TMZ to get more information about that viral footage.
Here we go. Wait, this is the... Yeah, so I just want to say, chat, this is a public service announcement right now, really quickly. Like, don't be making posts. Don't be making joking posts. Like, one, personally, I do think that, like, they're not funny. And I think that, like, there is, like, such a thing as too soon for certain jokes. Like, there just is such a thing. But more important than that is you can make your points and just, like, point out the fact that this guy was a hypocritical piece of shit. Like, how dare you say empathy is a sin and then have every single fan of yours be like, how dare you not be empathetic? But more importantly, like, do not Fed post, because you have to understand, again, the right doesn't have bad tactics or bad methods. They only have bad targets, which means they don't care how, it doesn't matter how hard they say, we don't believe in cancel culture. We believe in free speech. They don't believe in that. They only believe in whatever would help them win in any given argument. Okay, so they're currently compiling a list of like anyone who's made a joke at all about Charlie Kirk's death, or even made a statement that isn't immediately just like, oh, this is so sad that this has happened or whatever. So like, and they're actively trying to like get these people fired. So do not post, like, don't, like, these type of tweets. Don't make these type of tweets. It's like a quote tweet of Charlie Kirk saying dodged a lot of bullets this past year from November 28th, 2024. And then this person saying I took that personally. Don't make these type of tweets. Don't make these type of tweets either. Just found out that old white man didn't do it. He yelled, "I do it again." Effectively bought the shooter time to get away. And it's this person posting this like meme video saying the old dude trolling the interrogator so the real sniper can flee.
Stop singing for 1 moment.
No, I can. I wish I could. But a mountain witch done put a spell on me 37 years ago. And now I gotta sing everything I say.
Everything?
That's right.
You just talked just now.
Oh, did I? Did I? Did I? Did I? Did I? Did I?
This movie is hilarious.
Did I? Did I do?
Don't post this shit online. Really, genuinely, don't post this shit online. Don't post any of these, like, oh, can we get a moment of silence? And it's a bunch of people playing like this. Like, this is a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk. And it's this person, it's a quote tweet of the Mike Lee tweet, Senator Mike Lee saying, "I'm tracking the situation at Utah Valley University closely. Please join me in praying for Charlie Kirk and the students that gathered here." Like this shit. I'm being very serious, chat. I'm being very serious. Don't tweet this shit. Don't like this shit. Don't bookmark this shit. Don't interact this shit. They absolutely will try and dox you. Like, there are feds out there actively trying to get your ass. And don't give your ass so freely. Okay? Comedy is illegal again? Yes, correct. Dude, The Onion. Not The fucking Onion, dude. Just stop. Like, at least The Onion has, like, the protection of being a parody news site. So they probably won't get into any legal trouble because, again, they have this entire fucking company behind them. But so the Onion is, like, one of the few instances where they can get away with it. Saying witnesses assume Charlie Kirk shooter was just ordinary gunman on school campus. So, like, again, don't interact with these. Don't make these. Definitely don't fucking make these type of comments. This shit. A moment of silence. Oh my God, I'm so sorry, chat. If it makes you feel better, I also just destroyed my ears. If it makes you feel better, I also lost about 5 years of hearing myself. So I'm being very serious, though, okay? I'm being very serious. Don't interact with these. Don't make these jokes. If you want to make comments online, make comments about gun control. We should have fucking gun control. We should be, if the Democrats were even a little fucking competent, we would have every single one of them making posts and making messaging right now about how we need gun control fucking 20 years ago. No one should be dying because someone who shouldn't have a gun has a gun. And like, oh my God, sorry, just to get on the gun control topic for 1 second. I love the people that are like, well, we wouldn't ban rifles. It's like, no, we would just make getting a rifle more difficult. We would just have to actually produce a society that cares about the right people having guns and the wrong people not having guns, and having proper gun safety, and having, like, we still don't know exactly how he got the gun, because this could be an instance of, like, he got the gun because his dad owns a bunch of guns and his dad doesn't put them in a safe. Like, we should just have good common sense gun law. It doesn't mean that we're going to prevent all gun violence. It means we're just going to cut down on a significant amount of deaths in this country. It should be harder to get a gun than to get healthcare. Dude, getting healthcare in this country is, like, impossible. It's only, like, about 100 times easier than getting a gun. Or harder than getting a gun, excuse me. Pretty much all gun violence is from a gun bought legally. Well, yeah, the problem is that what does a gun bought legally mean? Majority Report, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, 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 raiders. We are currently engaged in a conversation about gun violence. Like, there are a lot of states where face-to-face interactions are legal. That you don't need to provide any type of licensing, any type of permit. You can just walk down to fucking Joe Street and buy a gun off your buddy who just has a bunch of spare guns. And that's a totally valid legal purchase. You know, like, that shouldn't be allowed. You should be required to present some identification. You should be required to have some, like, training before you can even touch a gun. Like, clock in your hours. It should be treated the same way we treat guns. I mean, sorry, cars. Someone on Twitter said you shouldn't be able to legally own anything that takes up a primary slot in COD. Shut up. I don't have a problem necessarily with owning guns or like with, especially because realistically today, there's so much 3D printing. And not only can you print out gun parts, but you can also print out like gun accessories, like higher capacity mags or whatever. But we can at least introduce some extra safety features, right? That like, hey, if you want to buy a gun legally, hey, we'll let you buy a gun legally. That's totally cool. You do need to clock in like 20 hours of gun range time. You have to take this gun safety class. And then legally, you are allowed to have guns. Again, you treat it the same way you treat anything else. Which is, yeah, that's not going to stop people necessarily from getting guns or getting guns illegally or whatever. But it might make it more difficult and people might not be willing to face the punishment, especially if the punishment is really high. It's like you have to serve 10 years in prison because you didn't take one gun safety class. Does that feel worth it? You know, like we should just be able to provide some basic common sense gun laws. Also, the first thing we need to do, waiting periods. There's no reason that people can't wait an extra fucking 48 hours to get guns. Like, there is no reason that should not be the case. We can wait 48 hours to get a fucking gun. And it would be the fastest way to drop male suicide rates. And I'm not joking. And I'm not joking at all. You're totally mistaken about this. I don't blame you for being mistaken about this. And I'm going to give you some leeway because your name has bussy in it, which I like. But unfortunately, you can't do that because it's a constitutional right. You have to amend the Constitution to get this result. Wrong. Voting. We have a right to vote as Americans. Every American who is an adult has a right to vote. We still have voting registration. We still have requirements surrounding voting. And there are also still people who can't vote. Felons, for example. We would do the same thing for guns. You have a right to own a gun. Second Amendment. Yep. Doesn't mean we can't have regulations around it. Not to mention the fact that the Second Amendment specifically says well-regulated militia. Now, the interpretation of that goes in different directions. We're not going to get too deep into it. But the TLDR is there are lots of constitutional rights that we are given that are still subject to regulation. The Supreme Court can easily allow those regulations. They're just being really crazy right now. I mean, correct. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Would you entertain giving conservatives ID voting if they gave us waiting periods and licensing requirements for guns? I mean, the reality is conservatives will get what they want because the current political system just lets them do whatever they want. So we don't need to even capitulate to them at all. And in reality, what that would end up looking like if we even began this is the problem with, it's a very idealistic way of looking at things, the way that you're currently looking at it. But realistically, that's been the Democratic policy for the past forever, which is capitulate to the right in hopes of getting something for the left. And then we get like a fraction of a fraction of a fraction. And they realize they can take a mile because we gave an inch. We should just simply introduce better common sense gun control, and we should run on these policies, and we should run on these principles, and we should do good messaging on these. Because the reality is, I think a lot of Americans are like, you're not taking my gun from me. And it's like, no, dude, nobody's trying to fucking take your gun from you. We're just trying to make sure that the people who own guns aren't going to fucking go shoot up a school. That's it. That's all we're just trying to do. We're trying to make sure that the type of person that's going into a store being like, I need a gun right now, doesn't get that gun. And maybe they wait an extra 48 hours. Like, very, very common sense policy. So, yeah. Anywho, that's all I wanted to go on that. Does anyone know if Hassan is late or busy today? Yeah, he left me in charge of you guys, actually. He said, here you go. You can take care of the daycare today. I'm busy. So, you guys are stuck with me. You guys got the substitute teacher. Let me whip out the fucking VCR and the TV. I hope that's not too old of a reference. Hope that's not too old. The rolling stand. Yep. Okay. All right. Let's get back to it.
No, or believe at least was
that in light of the
Timahu, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. Thank you. Of course, news breaks when he takes off. Of course, they fucking grab the shooter when he takes off.
circumstances and the time it took to plan this event came together to make honoring Charlie Kirk and his mission possible. Tonight, you will hear from several organizations, including Political Science, and Young Americans for Liberty.
Right with audio.
Pro-Life Aggies, American Conservation Coalition, Young Women for America, and a heartfelt statement from the Aggie Democrats.
Thank you for the gift.
Without the effort that all of these organizations put forward, this event truly would not have been possible. I would also like to extend my special thanks to Texas A&M University officials, event services, and UPD for providing a safe and free environment to mourn the loss of a truly great servant of God. I know that Charlie Kirk would be so proud to see that, though he has passed, his mission of educating the youth and lessening the political divide on college campuses.
Educating the youth, by the way.
Has not and will not stop at Texas A&M University.
By the way, the fact that yesterday Hassan said something about the shooter being recognized by a parent the very next day, they helped catch him with the help of his father. Yep. Yep. Hassan daycare roll call. Roll call.
While I only got to meet Charlie a few times, I know that us as a university and a campus made a lasting impact on him. He embraced the Aggie culture with open arms
Not the AA
and
wrong.
exemplified the core values that make us proud Aggies. He was a man that I personally looked up to. He stood for honest and peaceful discourse, the truth, and most importantly, true faith in Jesus Christ. It is for those reasons that I believe we can all take solace in the fact that Charlie is in the hands of the Lord. As the night goes on, I would ask all of you today to keep his wife and children in your thoughts and prayers. And as the days go on, continue to pray and do all you can to support his family in this time of crisis. Even though we mourn the loss of a truly exemplary American, we as a faith, a people, and a school will not be silenced by political violence. Regardless of your own beliefs, it is vital to our nation to stand united against the tyranny of the few. For these reasons, I ask...
Shooting goes beyond right versus left. It's about criminals, education, bitter parenting. I mean, I don't know about criminals there. I don't think that that's the correct phrasing or the correct direction. And the reality is, like, left versus right wing is relevant in so far as, like, understanding why political dissidence or, like, why political violence occurs. Because as I said earlier, there is just no way for rightoids to, like, channel their rage that they have. And they're constantly being fed all of this, like, fear and anger by, like, Fox News and, like, ONN and whatever. But they don't have an outlet for it. Which is why so much right-wing violence, or sorry, so much violence is from the right. But what I was going to say was, I forgot. Oh yeah, right. The reality is, like, you can't just focus on, like, we have to work on mental health in this country and then never actually put in any reform or put in any funding for mental health.
That regardless of your own faith, you stay to honor the man that gave his life so we could all have a voice. I will now pass the microphone to Political Science Aggies.
Okay. We have many people here standing before you from diverse walks of life with different perspectives on faith and politics. But we all come to you in solidarity to honor Charlie Kirk and all the other victims of political violence. I would also like to mention...
Oh, sorry. I remember what I was going to say. Thank you so much for posting this, Working Class Magic. This is the point that I wanted to segue into and I lost it. Better parenting, I agree with. Because I'm not going to lie, I feel like this is coming from an internet lover. Like, I really love the internet, and I think it is a wonderful place. And I'm going to be biased, obviously, because the internet's always been a great place for me. Even with, like, all the hate that I get, I don't really give a shit about that. There's just so much positive on the internet for me. And it's been, like, my safe place for so long that it's going to be really hard for me to hate the internet. With that in mind, it is crazy how... And also, sorry, let me continue just really quickly. The reality is the internet is only bad when you have no social life, no friends, and no family. because there is no one on the planet. I refuse to believe that there are people on this planet that would choose to be schizoid freaks on like 4chan instead of hanging out with friends and family members that they love in person. But when you don't have walkable cities and no one makes enough money to go outside and do anything, guess what? You end up with a bunch of people that sit at home at their computer all day, all night. Because they can't obtain this other thing. And they're only left with the internet. Now, the other thing that there is one other bad part about the internet, which is that all algorithms are made to give you and feed you as much shit as they can that they know you'll hate because it will get more engagement from you. Which is like immediately social, like it is crazy to me that Congress has not it's not that crazy, it's Congress, put together legislation that has forced tech companies to not create algorithms that increase hate. The algorithm should not be feeding you stuff that makes you mad. It should not be doing that. Just so that they can get a couple more clicks and a couple more things of like ad rev or whatever. Why would someone walk 45 minutes in the heat or wait an hour for a shitty bus when people can connect on Discord? Well, yeah, imagine if you had like a walkable city with like good trains and bus stops that weren't like total dog shit, that actually had awnings. Again, this is coming from someone who's always loved the internet. I have been an internet enjoyer my whole life. Since I got my first computer, I will never forget the first game I installed, MapleStory, when I was like a teenager. I was like 13 or whatever. And I played the shit out of that game. Oh my God, I remember. And even with how much I loved playing video games, like I would clock in my fucking 12-hour sessions playing my goddamn MMOs that I was addicted to. I still needed in-person, like, friendship and like connection with other human beings. Like it wasn't a substitute. It was just like one other thing that I enjoyed. It's the same way you treat like dessert. It doesn't mean just because you love dessert doesn't mean you don't want like substantive meals, right? It just means you also want dessert. I just wanted to also sit on my computer and scroll Tumblr and read essays for no fucking reason and play my MMOs. In addition to going out with people, hanging out, going to the park, going to the movies, going to the library, like having fun with my friends. I have more right wing, but I've agreed with all your points for the past 20 minutes. Am I secretly lib? No. Everyone is secretly a leftist. They just don't know it. Except like people who unironically think that they're better than other races. I can't fix you. You're not savable. If you're actually like, you have some type of superiority, you're like fucked. Everybody else, savable. Right. One other thing I was going to say. So I don't think that the internet is this inherently bad thing. I think tech companies that have profitized every corner of the internet have made it really shit. And I think the lack of walkable cities and the lack of resources have made people sit at their computer more because going outside is expensive and cities are not walkable enough for you to meet people. Okay? That in combination with like no parental supervision is like terrifying. Because, like, they did pull up photos of Tyler Robinson when he was younger. And it's, I think his mom saying, almost forgot, Tyler, he can totally avoid us now that he got all the computer accessories he's been wanting. And it's him from, like, 2013. So he's 22, 12 years ago. So him at 10. Like, I had a computer at, like, I think 11 or 12, maybe. But I also had a good support system. I had friends in real life. And so when you have that shit, it really forces you to be normal. Because if you sit at your computer all day, you can like make yourself believe that it's okay and cool and based to be like a racist piece of shit. But then you go out in the world and then you pull this shit and everybody looks at you like you're a freak. Because you are a freak if you say weird fucking racist shit. So like the world, like public shame makes you normal. Whereas if you don't have that outside influence, you're fucked. You're like cooked. If you don't have any parental supervision on what you're doing on your computer and you are not going outside and interacting with normal people, you're like totally cooked. I had unrestricted access to a computer since I was a teenager, basically. And I'm not a weird, insane bigot. I am, all things considered, despite being an internet degen, relatively normal. Relative. But that's just because, again, I just had friends. I just had friends and I had family and I had people that I could talk to in the real world that forced me to be normal. Or at least forced me to understand what is and what is not normal. Exactly. There's just no social contract online. You're anonymous, so you can just do whatever you want, say whatever you want. Exactly correct. So you see this shit and you're like, dude, it's like the internet. And also the internet was different, I feel like. The earlier days of the internet was just like people posting stuff online for the love of the game. Like when you used to go to like blogs and look at recipes, the recipe was right there. It was at the top. And now with ad clicks and shit, they need you to scroll as much as you can, stay on the page as much as you can. It's like, I have to hear about how this woman's grandmother has been baking since she was 2 years old. She was the first baby ever to bake a pie. And about how her mom broke that record by being 1 year old and baking a pie. And how that changed the whole trajectory of her life. It's like, dude, I don't care. I just want to know how to make this quiche. Can you just fucking tell me how to make the quiche, please? So I think a big thing is just like the monetization that exists now is just like very unprecedented. The fuck are you talking? You literally are hallucinating this.
It's funny how you take the moral high ground on this matter, yet you and your staff constantly hit on my shoes and put them below you as a person.
What the fuck are you talking about? Are you talking about us hating the state of Israel for murdering Palestinian people? Yes, I hate Israel for its actions against the Palestinian people. Like, these people hallucinate so hard. Please, find me the clip. Please find me the clip. Please find me the anti-Semitic clip. Oh, wait, it doesn't fucking exist. Like, you are a sad, pathetic embarrassment of a person. You are the example of the person that needs to go outside. You did not have a support system growing up. And it shows. That's why you act like a freak on the internet. And not like a fun freak. Like a weirdo that nobody likes. And if you were capable of being sane for one moment in your life, you wouldn't act this way online. You just wouldn't. All right. Moving on. The fuck are you saying?
So why is the term Jew used and not Israel?
There's no clip of this. You're literally hallucinating. Please find me the clip of me saying that. Please. Oh, wait, you don't have one because you made it the fuck up. All right, got it. Okay. All right. Also, dude, you literally have, I'm sorry, you have 88 in your fucking username and you think you can. I apologize. I apologize. Sorry. My apologies. All right. Commercial. Oh my. What the fuck is this? Someone posted this in chat?
What's the and because Nick Fuentes is self-described white supremacist and says the mixed couples are disgusting. Yeah, but I've watched Dr. Umar too. I think he's funny too. What's the problem with that? So what? They're racist. Okay, that's fine. They still say some funny stuff, and every once in a while they're right about something. So yeah, I don't give a fuck. I don't care.
Can you imagine if he ever held the standard to Hassan?
It doesn't matter to me.
I like how when it comes to people that are genuinely shitty, he's like, well, they're right once in a while, so who cares? And then when it comes to Hassan, it's like, excuse me, your language here, verbatim, it was not that great. But, you know, you have to understand that the discourse surrounding violence right now is very, very bad. And your actions here could have signified to people here that... Say it.
At all. Yeah, I'm not arguing against it. Yeah, exactly. And because Nick Fuentes is self-described white supremacist and says the mixed couples are disgusting. Yeah, but I've watched Dr. Umar too. I think he's funny too. What's the problem with that? So what? They're racist. Okay, that's fine.
All right. Asmongold, so what? They're racist. That's fine. No. Dude, wait, what is this? And someone's showing a text message from their mom and it says, hey, and then their name is censored and it says dead name. I hope you're having a good day, but I wanted to ask, what is notices bulge? What's this means? Me and Dad know you know this better. Dude, stop. Like, stop. No, no. This is like a nightmare fucking text message. This is like the last thing I want to read when I get a text. I never want to fucking read this shit, ever. All right. The internet was a mistake for forcing young people to explain this to their parents.
Capital O-W-O, what's this question mark? Notices, bulges, capital O-W-O, what's this question mark?
What the fuck? Dude, what the fuck? Dude, like, get me out. Get me out of this timeline. Dude, stop. No. No. Save me. Oh my God, dude. All right.
Charlie Kirk. And so right now, again, this is outside of the home. This is where the suspect is actually being held, though. This is in a prison there as well, while he's being held after he was taken into custody in Spanish Fork, Utah. And so we'll be watching here on Live Now from Fox as we're continuing to see if anybody comes up to any of these areas, maybe an attorney, possibly. We haven't heard any of that information behind the scenes yet of who is representing Tyler Robinson in this case, what he will plead. We know he's been taken into custody. Official charges have now been announced as well in this case. We do, though, expect there on the 16th of September for more to be filed as well. And so, again, we'll continue to keep up with the very latest here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to put this up on the screen as well. This is from Meg Kennard there with the Associated Press, saying that Utah governor calls Kirk killing an attack on the American experiment, is now urging new generation to, quote, choose a different path. So all of these vantage points there and reaction will continue to come in, including from the vice president. Of course, we know he's played a very critical role there for some of those folks within the Kirk family. J.D. Vance traveling on Air Force 2 to Utah yesterday, landing there in the state, then with the family and AG Pam Bondi on hand, as well as his own wife, Usha Vance, welcoming the Kirk family onto Air Force 2 and the body of Charlie Kirk, flying them back to Phoenix, Arizona. This is where Turning Point USA has been station and sort of where the foundation of it has been built. But J.D. Vance saying this on his X account: I am grateful to Governor Spencer Cox, Utah law enforcement, Kash Patel, and the FBI for giving this case the time, resources, and hard work it deserved. This is a big breakthrough, and everyone who helped, from the law enforcement professionals to the people giving tips, deserves our credit and gratitude. In some ways, the investigation is still in the early days, but I do believe that we have the shooter in custody. Say a prayer for Erica Kirk and those two beautiful babies. We took a big step this morning in finally getting justice for Charlie and his family. Thanks be to God for that. And so, as you can see there on the screen, Governor Cox putting out that phrase, we got him.
Oh my God, they're trying to sensationalize it so hard. 2 senators were killed in cold blood, and there isn't so much as a mention out of the administration. Well, the problem is that the senators weren't important enough. They weren't as important as Charlie Kirk. Dude, bro was literally just a podcaster. Okay, to be fair, he was more than just a podcaster. He had an ear to the president, okay? So he had a direct connection to the president, to be very clear. But it's terrifying, and this is like, this is way more terrifying than like a sitting politician being executed, or being assassinated rather. Because it's just a sign to everyone that no one is off the table. Did I say Charlie Kirk isn't as important as Charlie Kirk? Did I say that? Charlie Kirk isn't as important as a politician. My apologies. Culturally, he had more hold than the two senators, definitely. Oh, for sure, 100%. This is like, I can see why Nick Fuentes is panicking.
Ben, it's great to see you. Why did you give a 45-minute speech about me at Stanford?
He's talking to Ben Shapiro, by the way. Nick Fuentes is talking to Ben Shapiro.
It's great to see you. Why did you give a 45-minute speech about me at Stanford? And you won't even look at my direction? Hey, he's with his kids. Come on, I'm right here. Hey, let him cross, man. Let him cross. I know you're with your family, but I can't get to anywhere else. A 45-minute speech? Wow. Well, that's our free speech warrior, everybody. Champion of the battle of ideas.
Dude, the monster that the right created with this guy is actually like appalling.
Come on, it's his family, man. It's his family.
Aren't you supposed to rise above instead of going down in the mud with someone?
Because he gave a 45-minute speech about me.
You're only repeating that because you're trying to make yourself sound important and you're not.
They've been smearing him for years. This is the only time we can get him is when he's crossing the street and he uses, I guess he's just like the Palestinians using human shields, right? That's what I'm trying to say.
It is really no wonder that he made the tweet saying, if you are... I wonder if there's a video of it, of him saying, to all my followers, if you take up arms, I disavow you, I disown you in the strongest possible terms. That's not what we're about. Is this Nick Fuentes? Yeah. He has a very specific manner of speaking, and that's absolutely it. Someone in chat just told me that the Channel 5 news people, which I don't usually watch, I'll make an exception because this is such a breaking story. They interviewed the guy who was the last person to debate Charlie Kirk.
So my name is Hunter. I was in the middle of debating Charlie Kirk in the middle of the assassination at Utah Valley University.
Do you know how many mass shooters there have been
Sorry,
in
I'm just taking it off the screen
over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great.
What brought you to the
censored.
event
It's censored. It's censored.
that day? I make videos on Charlie Kirk, and I made this video about the statistical analysis on...
Again, usually YouTubers are a lot more safe with what they show than what I show.
Denims is streaming.
Or like what you're allowed to show on Twitch, but they censored the whole thing, thank God. That would be so fucking terrifying. He was like 5 feet away, and he like jumps back. That would be terrifying to see that close.
trans shooters. And sort of the point that I was trying to make was that it's sort of a statistical outlier, that they're extremely underrepresented when it comes to how peaceful they are. Obviously, that question, pretty ironic given when it was given. Yeah, so I mostly came in there because Charlie's very open about having some sort of dialogue or some sort of conversation that he believes in engaging, and I'm pretty on the record of how much I disagree with him, but I do definitely respect how much he's willing to platform voices to ensure that at least some semblance of a good conversation can come out of it.
Mm-hmm. And as far as these statistical
Chat, stop with the NATO flag comment. Stop.
anomaly thing when it comes to trans shooters, is that
Does he have a Palestinian flag? I see a Ukraine flag.
response
I
to
see
the
a
way
queer flag.
that him and Turning Point were framing that as like a big issue?
So it was about 3 weeks ago. There was a trans shooter at a Catholic church. Charlie made a bunch
They
of
literally were a detransitioner with a bunch of fucking anti-Semitic shit all over their fucking mags. Like, please.
tweets basically saying, like, when are we going to start noticing that this is a trend? And I'm like, okay, well, I'm getting my math degree at UVU. That was my university. And I was like, there's an answer to that. There's, we can determine if there's some sort of outliers. We can use p-values, things like that. And I was like, according to the data, it really doesn't pan out that there is a trend here at all. So I kind of made a video calling him out a little bit and saying, hey, I want to come debate you. I want to come do it. And a lot of people were kind of encouraging me. So I kind of wanted to come and have my, I guess my little audience see that.
Mm-hmm. How was the energy whenever you arrived to the event?
Very conservative, for sure. Everyone was very energetic, chanting Trump, chanting USA.
Get comfortable. Bring the best libs that Utah has to offer.
There was a line of liberals on the rooftop who were holding like pride flags and I think some like Palestine flags and things like that. And, you know, there was a little bit of taunting back and forth, but not very out of hand. Most of the debaters were either like asking questions like who's better, LeBron or Jordan, or like some like theological debates about distinctions between like Mormonism and Christians.
That Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the third day, and he is Lord, and God overall, Christ is King.
But also, the event lasted, I want to say 20 minutes. Maybe.
I know this is off topic. I really do know that this is off topic, but like BLM flag, NATO flag, US flag, gay flag, Ukraine flag. I believe it's a Ukraine flag. I think that's 3 Arrows flag, and no Palestinian flag is crazy work. That's crazy work, dude. All right. I apologize. I just needed to point that out. Like, oh my libbing lib. I half expected an Israeli flag. I mean, maybe it's off to the side.
Maybe. Like, I really didn't get a good finger on the pulse on what an event would really look like, because, I mean, I showed up fairly early. I was the second person to speak there. So, like, you know, the first person was maybe...
I'm like so traumatized every time they show the fucking a video of him sitting in this seat. I'm like terrified it's going to be the
10 minutes and I maybe got like less than a minute in. So
could you give us kind of a recap of how that conversation with Charlie went?
Sure.
Yeah, this is working. Hey, Charlie. Hey, hopefully we're going to have a little bit more disagreement.
So it was, I came in and I said, hey, there was a shooting that happened maybe a few weeks ago in Minneapolis.
And ever since
at Denims, you're wrong. NATO and Palestine flag are mutually exclusive. That's the joke. That was the joke that I was. Thank you for explaining the joke that I was making. Thank you.
Then about 3 weeks later, the Trump DOJ said that we should start talking about revoking gun rights for transgender Americans.
Do you think, is that, you agree with this? Is that a fair assessment or something like that? And he said yes. And then I said...
So, do you know how many transgender Americans have been mass shooters?
He was the one who said it. Oh my God. I'm just going to get it off the screen just in case.
For the last 10 years?
Too many.
And I said, there's 5. And I said, do you know how many shootings there have been? I think maybe my memory's a little hazy. I haven't rewatched the videos, honestly. But it was something like this, which I knew the answer. It was a little under 6,000. He said something like, we need to account for gang violence. And I think I was like, I was in the middle of saying, great, did you run a statistical analysis on that, right? Like essentially saying you have the burden of proof. And I think I was in the middle of saying that when he got shot.
Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great.
I went down pretty immediately, and everyone near me, everyone in the rest of my line, who I'd been talking to for the last like few hours, dropped down with me. I remember, I have a brother who was in a school shooting, and I was talking about the distinction between these, that like for me, it was there wasn't as much fear as I think I would expect, because I recognized immediately, like I think I was a lot more logical than I thought I would be in that moment, where I was like, that's an assassination. He is the target. He is the only target. I am freaked out, but I know that I'm okay. Whatever. It definitely became chaotic. My wife was in the crowd. I tried reaching her. It took me like 20, 30 minutes. Just a lot of chaos as like, I sort of shifted in a weird place. Then I had to wrap back around, and I couldn't find her, and our phones weren't really working, and it was bombarded by texts, and I don't know. So it was very chaotic, and it took a while to really orient myself. But it was a strange environment because people were kind of milling around afterward. I think.
Do you think the notices bull, Joel? What's this? Is an anti-Semitic noticing message or a weirdly overly online meme? I think that if the guy was a groyper, which it seems like he might be, I mean, the groyper was definitely anti-Semitic because there's no such thing as a not anti-Semitic groyper. But no, that's just some fucking internet meme that's been on the internet for like over a decade. That like furries, it's like glomps you. Oh, whoa, what's this? It's just like a furry meme.
A lot of people had this similar idea that it's like, this is different. An assassination is very different from a mass shooting, where a mass shooting you disperse, right? Everyone's a target. But when it comes to an assassination, it's everyone just sort of was there. And I heard,
this is insane, by the way. Grabbing random hats off the table.
I heard a number of people say like, so much for the tolerant left, right? Like the 2 or 3 people said that as they walked by.
Also, so much for the tolerant left, as if this guy pulled out a fucking gun and killed him, as if it was this guy.
And what do you think about that assessment?
I made this video a little while ago. I've been following, sounds crazy. I've been following Charlie Kirk for a little while. I went to Tampa, Florida for one of his events. I remember I was just basically interviewing some of his followers, and I found this girl, and she seemed so young and bright, ignorant for sure, dumb, I would probably say. I'm like, I'll be honest, dumb, but I was just asking her questions, and I started bringing up, I'm like, oh, liberals would say, and then I would give my argument, right?
You know, someone can go get like a whole surgery done, you know, without parent approval. It's like, how is that even happening? How are they going to the doctor's appointments without the parents there?
And then like, I know I've seen parents on social media where they're like, oh, I haven't identified my kid yet, and it scares me because I'm like, oh my gosh, like they're gonna grow up thinking that they don't know what they are, or like that they could transition into something else. And
but wouldn't that be transitioning with parent approval?
Yeah, that's what I'm like saying, like to take away. Does that make sense?
But if they have parent approval, it sounds like you're talking about parents who give approval that they should be trans.
She was like, that's such an interesting thing. I've never thought of that, right? She gave, and I was like, I was like, cut. That's so perfect. I'm so glad I captured that like the conservative person was so clearly just kind of needed to hear the right thing and maybe got bumped in the right direction. And I posted it feeling so confident, and 90% of the comments were about how fat she was. And
shocking, I know. Surface level discussions by rightoids. The thing that the problem that I have with rightoids is that it's not that they make surface level comments, it's that they only make surface level comments. I think you can make surface level comments. I think once in a while making jokes about how someone looks can be funny. All right? I mean, we call cops thumbs. That's fine. But we can also back up all the things that we think about cops because all of it's based in reality. And that's like the problem that I have consistently. Can you take back all the nice things you said about the internet now? No, I will never take them back. They remain true forever. The problems with the internet is the same as the problems with anything else, which is capitalism. A profit motive ruins everything. Over and over and over again. That's right.
really felt like what am I contributing to in this culture? And like in some ways I'm extremely proud of the left. I'm extremely proud of the people that I've met organizing and being in these conversations. And I don't want to throw out the baby with the bathwater. And I would also say that the right definitely has its issue with violence, right? We talk about political violence, like, you know, Gretchen Whitmer, Josh Shapiro, Paul Pelosi, you know, I could go on and on. But like, I am startled very often by how quick people are to grab onto like righteous violence. And I don't know. I understand his assessment when he says so much for the tolerant left. Like that's kind of in some ways a lot of things that I've seen.
Was there something you saw in particular that you were like, man, that's too far?
Yeah, about Charlie? Or, I mean,
Dude, talking about like Luigi in this conversation is like actually crazy to me. As opposed to what, the tolerant right?
Yeah, I saw someone post like, proud to be a UVU alum today.
I mean, like, I think you should expect that this is the type of person that follows Charlie Kirk around to debate him. Like, no offense. Well, some offense. Some offense. I don't like the cop-out of no offense. Some offense. If you think it is a good use of your time to debate Charlie Kirk as like some random internet person, consumer, whatever, and you think like what, you're going to change his mind, pure delusion, or you think you're going to change somebody else's mind, also kind of pure delusion. It's concerning. When you're like a larger creator or a creator that can actually benefit from moving people from one pipeline somewhere else, then yeah. Then it might be reasonable, but yeah. How are you pro-Palestine, but Israel made the entire LGBTQ ideology? What the fuck? This has to be bait. This has to be bait. What? This is not good bait, chatter. How could they have made the entire LGBTQ movement when they don't allow people, they don't allow gay people to get married? What the fuck are you talking about?
And like, it's also people in my hallways, right?
For those people following him, I think it's a game to debate the people. They're not actually ideologically based in their own opinion or care about persuading the public. Well, yeah, I think it's just I had a personal desire to talk to him. I don't agree. The smarter your question, the more dumb they may look. Yeah, but you assume incorrectly that they don't have pre-canned answers for like literally every single dishonest question or even honest question. The reality is that like you're performing for them. You're giving them content for their show, right? Like I'm sure many of you guys saw Ethan Klein recently was like, I will bring anyone on my show after he like literally ran away from a fucking debate that he literally challenged me to a debate and then he backed out. It's like, no, you're just like, there's obviously a one-sided benefit here, right?
Hassan's hot. Oh, I'm gonna fuck him.
Just maybe a little bit terminally online, but like, I don't know. I for sure seen some.
That sound? Don't worry about it.
Why am I gonna be sad? I'm glad he's in the grave. A lot of comments like that.
Nah, real shit though, how do we know that Charlie Kirk didn't die of a fentanyl overdose? You feel me? Like, we gotta wait on the toxicology reports come out, cause, okay, we might have saw a gunshot and shit, but we also saw somebody put their knee on somebody else's neck, and we saw other people still say that person died of fentanyl overdose.
What was some of the rhetoric you saw online that was like particularly insane to see? What kind of things were these?
Dude, why is it that every single chatter that comes in,
Hot. Oh, I'm gonna fuck him.
they can't actually debate any of the points or argue their points well? Like any specifics, they just have to make these broad statements. Wow, I joined because of your title, only to come in and find another idiot spewing bullshit to their viewers. Major fucking problem in the US. Every streamer nowadays knows everything and only their opinion is right. You're part of the problem. Dude, okay, you're like on level 10 right now. Like take it down a notch. Okay, you're like over here. Just like calm the fuck down. Like just like come back down to reality with this. Now, sweetheart, what's making you so mad? Please tell me. What is it? What did I say that upset you so much? Please. What was the bullshit that I spewed? Please, inform me. We can wait. You got it. Take your time, all right? Take your time. We'll all wait very patiently. I'll put you on my other monitor, and I will watch intently. And we will wait for the alleged bullshit that was spewed. Okay? And then this guy came in. He came in to suck off another man. You're very condescending and rude. Probably why people mostly wouldn't want to debate your dialogue. You're telling me that I'm rude? Rudest guy I've ever spoken to in my life is here to tell me that I'm rude. Sorry, do you need me to make you some chicken nuggets with that first? Because you're so hungry. You can't help but be angry. What the fuck is this? Who are these people, dude? You're a grown man. Act like it. Holy shit. Oh, so now you're being misogynistic. It's like, or sorry, misandric. No, I'm making fun of you for being a grown-ass adult and acting like a little baby. In the same way that I would say, you're a grown woman. Act like it. All right. Moving on. Holy shit, this really is the daycare? Dude, for real. For real. Republican. Dude, the soy left is... Sorry, soy right is so real. It's so real. It's unbelievably real. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Okay. I wanted to go back to the coverage really quickly and see if there's been any updates.
Saying and doing, but you have these very high-level elected and appointed officials who are talking about the case. So it reminds me of one of those 80s cop movies, but I wouldn't be surprised if the feds step in here and they say, you know what, we want the Department of Justice to take the lead on this prosecution here. We have more resources. We want to be in federal court. So I wouldn't be surprised if that happens. Again, historically, this is not...
I'm so sorry, really quickly. My bad. I just have to address the fact that this is a daycare really quickly. You don't know either of them. We are watching you. And you are just rude. Not upset. Just telling you about you. Isn't it so great that in your delusional world, nothing you say is ever condescending or rude, but everything that other people tell you is condescending and rude? What a wonderful, magical place you live in, where you can act however you'd like, and it's always just being straight with you, being factual, just telling you about you. And when anyone says anything that disagrees with you, it is the meanest thing that anyone's ever said. What a wonderful, amazing land you live in. That's incredible. That's amazing. How about you hold up a mirror to yourself and consider if you're being rude for once in your life? I know, crazy. Have some accountability. I know, crazy, crazy, crazy. And not just constantly project it to other people. All right? How about that? How about that for one moment?
Seeing people in comments on like big news pages that are like, yeah, well, anyways, what's for dinner? Or, well, this is karma. Like, this was deserved. Nobody deserves to be shot and killed. Nobody. Doesn't matter if they're Democratic Party, Republic Party, does not matter.
Yeah.
Nobody deserves to be shot and killed in front of their family.
Yeah.
No one.
How did we get to this point where it's so divided we can't even look at the other party, you know? So it's disappointing, you know. Yeah. It's shocking.
So you monitored the online discourse in the immediate aftermath of the shooting?
And the reason why people keep bringing up like Palestinians is because it's very telling that you only speak about how violence is totally unacceptable when it happens to an American Republican, but you're completely silent when it happens to children overseas. Like it's just sad. It's just so sad and pathetic. Like, how are we supposed to take this type of shit seriously? Genuinely asking. I'm sure many of you have seen this shit.
If you consider yourself a gun control activist and you find yourself cheering on the assassination of Charlie Kirk, then you are the problem. Being a principled activist means staying true to the whole point of the cause. The point is to reduce gun violence. Everybody has a right to not be shot when they go outside. Even the people who advocate for more guns. Because the principle is what's important. We're protecting everybody or we're protecting nobody. We don't get to make distinctions about who is a valid target for being shot if you actually believe in gun control and lowering gun violence. If you're gleeful in the face of what happened, not only are you a sick, demented human being, but I want you to know that I despise you, and I hope you will never watch my videos ever again.
I want to make a joke so bad, but I can't make a joke about it. But I do want to say, where are you getting this moral grandstanding when Aaron Bushnell self-immolated? You had this to say.
It was absolutely insane how he like stood the whole time. That was crazy. I don't even know how that's humanly possible. Again, not to put this uncouth, but he's a champ at fucking burning alive. I mean, that sounds bad, but he did it really good. Does that sound bad? We have to make levity of things. Does that sound bad that he was really good? I mean, but I mean that as a compliment. What the fuck are you guys angry about, you weirdos? What did I do? My God, stop. They're just saying, all I hear is Ethan, no, but I don't understand what I've even fucking said. Oh, chewing? Yeah, I'll stop that. Maybe they're just talking about the chewing. Could that be? Yeah, that's probably it. Wait, what did I even say that to mean? Like, give me a fucking...
By the way, what he's talking about is, again, Aaron Bushnell, who self-immolated as a form of protest against the genocide happening in Palestine.
Break. Holy shit. Didn't I do it because you want people to talk about it? Like that's what I'm doing. My point is this. First of all, I was stunned by the way that he stood through the whole thing. I mean, shit, that was wild. And really showed his true resolve to protest in that way. I can only imagine this. Just a horrific way to die, so pretty wild. That being said, I do not believe that it is good for people to be romanticizing or encouraging. I know it's not. I know people aren't doing that, but like the way people are romanticizing it is kind of fucked up, in my opinion. The man, he killed himself, and I don't think we should ever talk about that issue with any kind of reverence. Because let's be real, the amount of people online who are talking about it in this like wonderful, almost like, I don't describe it. People are, trying to put where I put it. People are idolizing him. More people are going to kill themselves. I mean, that's just a matter of fact. It's just, there's just more people going to kill themselves. I don't think suicide's funny. I don't think it's anything that we should encourage. I think it's pretty much always bad. And while I can appreciate his dedication, I mean, to put it mildly, you know, if I can appreciate his dedication, and his conviction, right? I mean, unbelievable. Self-immolation is literally suicide. He killed himself. Sorry, I don't know what that's another weird dialogue. They go, no. Everybody goes, yeah, we agree, suicide's bad, get help. But then they go, unless you're doing it for a good cause, then you can kill yourself. Like, no, this is not something to romanticize ever.
Apparently people have found this as well.
Ones that do not play into the violent aims and ambitions of the other side. They're violent. Let me say this.
You got a good dude in your audience saying, when do I get to kill people? You fucking psycho.
Well, even then, it's the fault of the Dems. It's the libs that fucking, you know, you want to own the libtards is so hard that, like, ultimately, it's still the libtards that are responsible for this guy being like, no, I want to kill some libtards.
Yeah, they're violent. It's depressing and it's terrifying. I mean, these people are dangerous and psychotic, and I think it's time to kill them. I'm just kidding.
No, Jesus.
I'm just trying to, a little blunt. I'm sorry, just a little blunt. Back it up. I'm not even a Second Amendment guy, so.
Very clear.
Dude, where do you get the moral high ground to talk about this shit and then later be like, well, it's okay that I did it because I was joking when I did it. Where do you get the moral high ground to say this shit?
And you find yourself cheering on the assassination of Charlie Kirk, then you are the problem. Being a principled activist means staying true to the whole point of the cause. The point is to reduce gun violence. Everybody has a right to not be shot when they go outside. Even the people who advocate for more guns. Because the principle is what's important. We're protecting everybody or we're protecting nobody. We don't get to make distinctions about who is a valid target for being shot if you actually believe in gun control and lowering gun violence. If you're gleeful in the face of what happened, not only are you a sick, demented human being, but I want you to know that I despise you.
This is after he said Aaron Bushnell is so good at lighting himself on fire. He's so good at it. He did it really good. And then had the odd, and I just don't understand where we get the moral high ground to act this way. I just don't get it. I just don't understand. And that's the saddest thing about this is like every single one of these people that I've been seeing like pearl clutching about whatever the fuck Charlie Kirk joke that they've seen online. so many of these people have made these type of jokes themselves at other people. Like, I don't know if you guys remember, but the sheer number of accounts posting jokes about George Floyd's death is insane. And then now they're like, don't ever make a joke about anyone's death ever. It's like, what? And I haven't joked about any of these people's fucking deaths. I haven't told one joke about any of these people's deaths. If anything, I should have the most moral high ground to make these jokes. Or to say, not make these jokes, but to say, you shouldn't make these jokes. But it's the people making the joke saying you shouldn't make the joke. What the... Okay, I don't have any words. I wanted to switch over to some other broadcasts.
We got him. Utah's governor finally announcing those words our country was waiting for. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kira
It's like I'm just grabbing a snack.
Phillips. The 3-day manhunt for Charlie Kirk, suspected killer, comes to an end. The suspect identified as 22-year-old Tyler Robinson. Officials saying Robinson's father recognized him as the person of interest and told his son to turn himself in. They say Robinson refused at first, but later changed his mind and was arrested with the help of the family's youth pastor, who is also a U.S. Marshals Task Force officer. It all happened in St. George, Utah, about 260 miles from where Kirk was killed. Authorities say Robinson was perched on a rooftop more than 100 yards from Kirk when he fired that single shot at the conservative activist as he was speaking on the campus of Utah Valley University. They say family members describe Robinson as becoming more political in recent years and had talked with his family about not liking Kirk's views. 31-year-old Kirk had become a major figure in the conservative youth movement and was even known as the Trump whisperer. The president and the governor of Utah reacting to Robinson's arrest this morning.
We have him.
Does anyone else get bad vibes when someone says that they're a youth pastor, or is that just me? That just might be me from, like, coastal elitist fuck.
In custody, right? In custody. Everyone did a great job. We worked with the local police, the governor. Everybody did a great job. You know, getting...
It's the emphasis on youth, by the way. Because pastor... Okay. Thinking about you. But youth pastor...
Somebody that you start off with absolutely nothing. And we started off with a clip that made him look like an ant. That was almost useless. We just saw there was somebody up there. And so much work has been done over the last 2.5 days.
I absolutely believe that this is a watershed in American history, yes. The question is what kind of watershed? And that chapter remains to be written. Is this the end of a dark chapter in our history or the beginning of a darker chapter in our history?
Our Jacqueline Lee has
also,
the latest.
Yeah, the FBI didn't do shit. The kid was turned in by his dad. It's like the first case that his dad has ever solved as a cop. Okay. Sorry, I'm on one. I can't control my ACAB tendencies. I apologize, all right? I'm sorry. I don't like the cops. Sorry. The cat's out of the bag. My bad, all right? What am I eating? Just some fucking frozen meal.
For us now from Orem, Utah.
We got him.
A suspect in the shooting death of conservative activist Charlie Kirk is in custody. Investigators announcing the arrest this morning.
On the evening of September 11th, a family member of Tyler Robinson reached out to a family friend who contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office with information that Robinson had confessed to them or implied that he had committed the incident.
Tyler Robinson is a 22-year-old from Utah. Law enforcement are reviewing these posts on Facebook in connection with the investigation. This update coming just hours after investigators released images and additional video of a suspect jumping.
They literally had no leads. They had like a picture of like a white guy. I know. And here's the craziest part. In Utah. Of a slender build. That really narrows it down.
A rooftop of a building after the shooting and running into the woods. Law enforcement sources saying after recognizing his son as the person of interest, Robinson's father called a youth pastor who was also a U.S. Marshal Task Force officer, who then had marshals take him into custody. One family member telling investigators he had become more political in recent years.
The family member referenced a recent incident in which Robinson came to dinner prior to September 10th, and in the conversation with another family member, Robinson mentioned Charlie Kirk was coming to UVU. They talked about why they didn't like him and the viewpoints that he had.
31-year-old Kirk was hosting an event on Utah Valley University's campus Wednesday when a single shot was fired, hitting and killing the activist.
My understanding also is that they're I mean, yeah, for everyone talking about it, they're definitely going to try and go for the death penalty on this guy. 100%. 100%. No doubt about it. I mean, they're trying to get the death penalty for a guy that's beloved, aka Luigi Mangione. And the worst part is I'm pretty sure the dad is not going to collect he's not going to pass go or collect the $100K.
Police say they found a rifle in the woods nearby. Investigators speaking to a roommate who pointed them to messages from Robinson.
The content of these messages included messages affiliated with the contact Tyler, stating a need to retrieve a rifle from a drop point.
President Trump saying this today on Fox News.
In custody, everyone did a great job. We worked with the local police, the governor. Everybody did a great job.
Jacqueline Lee joins me now, along with Justice Department reporter Alex.
Because I'm going to be honest,
FBI
when I woke up this morning and they said that they had detained him, I was genuinely really surprised. And then I found out how they detained him, and I was like, of course. Oh, shocker, right. Somebody fucking... Someone turned him in.
Agent Brad Garrett. So, Jacqueline, what more are we learning about Tyler Robinson?
Kira, two people told ABC News that he was enrolled in Dixie Technical College here in...
According to Utah officials and police interviews with his family, Tyler Robinson hated Charlie Kirk because Kirk wasn't conservative enough. Robinson reportedly admired Nick Fuentes. GOPers are now scrubbing X posts about Dems faster than DOJ erases Trump names in Epstein files. Okay, so this is not confirmed, right? I mean, this is just like one guy, one journalist. So it's not enough information just yet. Personally, IMO. I think the fact that Nick Fuentes has gone a full 180 on his stance from talking about like Charlie Kirk and talking about the Charlie Kirks of the world, it is very compelling. And again, considering that violence tends to be, and these violent actors tend to be right-wingers, and considering the fact that Mike is right, it is very likely that this is true, and it is very likely that he absolutely is a groyper.
Utah, where he was working to become an electrician, and other friends have told us that he was very gifted intellectually, and they never would have imagined that he would potentially be involved in something like this. And one friend telling ABC News that he never...
It's difficult to believe this with what was written on the casings, I fear. It sounds like you haven't talked to enough weirdos. If you've talked to random people on in Helldivers or in video games in general, you'll find a lot of these people love to co-opt memey, funny language like that, and then hold some of the most bigoted opinions you can have in your life. The casings read like 4chan postings. Absolutely. 100%. Also, like, what happened to like the leftist fucking essay posting? A leftist would find a way to write way more on those casings. Who knows? They'd be writing in like font 2.
Never spoke about politics, really, that he was friendly, but he did keep to himself. But of course, we also heard from officials that he became more political in the last few years, speaking to family members. They say that he was full of hate. So, investigators are really going to be focused on figuring out what exactly shifted for him if he is found guilty of committing this shooting, and what was the real motivation behind it, Kira?
Why do gropers love Helldivers? It's like a game directly making fun of them. It's pretty unsubtle. Bro, the news network in Helldivers is called Strawman News. STROHMANN. These are the same people that watch fucking Starship Troopers, and they're like, I want to be just like the guy on the screen.
Well, Alex, the president is already calling for Tyler Robinson to get the death penalty. Could his comments actually complicate the prosecution?
Well, potentially, but remember, we did hear Governor Spencer Cox in a previous press conference intimate that he would also be seeking the death penalty for whenever they did catch their suspect in this case. I think more problematic potentially were President Trump's comments to Fox News saying that he wants a more speedy trial for Tyler Robinson. That gets into the more process that prosecutors have to deal with at trial, where if they actually take deliberate moves to try and get him to trial faster, then Tyler Robinson's defense could potentially cite President Trump's words, saying that they're being, directed in a political manner. So that could definitely serve to complicate it. But more importantly, I think just the divide that we're hearing between President Trump's words on this versus Governor Cox's words at that press conference. Governor Cox was
Also, apparently Bella Ciao and other typical anti-fascist phrases are inside jokes and dog whistles co-opted by Nick Fuentes. So with everything else, it's way more likely that this guy is a right-winger.
intentional in saying that this is a moment for the entirety of the country to turn the temperature down regarding our political, disagreements. Whereas President Trump in recent interviews has really focused on making this about radical left opponents of his, and kind of adding it to what he sees as a need to crack down on his political opponents.
So, Brad, what do you make of the way Tyler Robinson was ultimately arrested here?
This is insane, by the way. The difference between, thank you for linking this, the difference between Nancy Mace's tweet before and after she realized it wasn't a trans leftist, whatever, Islamist. We need to bring back the death penalty. Enough is enough. Nancy Mace's comments on reports of Charlie Kirk's killer allegedly being pro, and then it's the trans slur. And then now, we know Charlie Kirk would want us to pray for such an evil and lost individual like Tyler Robinson to find Jesus Christ. We will try to do the same. We truly believe if Tyler Robinson had ever sat down across from Charlie, the great debater, the man of faith and grace he was, Tyler wouldn't have pulled the trigger. That's insane, dude. That's fucking crazy. The fucking 180 is insane. The supposed trans rhetoric in the gun was, in fact, it wasn't even on the gun. It was on the casing of the bullets. Was from Held Ever Stratagem Codes. Yeah. Was he actually confirmed a groyper? It's just initial reporting coming out that it seems like he's a groyper and that his family was saying that he liked Nick Fuentes. But we haven't gotten any confirmations.
Well, it's interesting in that obviously he's not a kid that wanted to commit suicide. And at some point, I guess his father confronts him. And initial reporting was that he did admit it, didn't want to turn himself in, but obviously at some point changed his mind. What's going to be interesting, Kara, is what did he say to his father? And what did he say to the U.S. Marshal in the hours that he spent with each of them? Did he admit that he did it? My guess is some version of that might be true. Clearly the text messages to his roommate to go retrieve the rifle, describing where it was, and it was wrapped in a towel. I mean, it tells you about somebody who was very, from my perspective, intent in doing what he ultimately did, but didn't have any plan beyond that, based on jumping off the roof, running into the woods, tossing the rifle down, and kept moving, I guess going back to his car and driving, presumably, back to St. George, Utah. So, I don't know. I mean, we don't know motive yet, but it'll come.
All right, Jacqueline, Alex, Brad, thanks, guys.
Yeah. I mean, it just it seems like he got turned in by his dad. I don't think that he turned himself in. It seems really bizarre that you would make this full escape and almost get away with it, and then, you decide to turn yourself in.
something that the Department of Justice does. They actually have an internal policy. It's called a Pettit policy, which says that the feds don't step in unless there's a compelling federal interest that isn't vindicated in the state case. But again, we are seeing it more and more where they're charging over the state. And again, Mangione, Brown and Charlotte, you know, it's something that we're seeing more and more. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Department of Justice ends up filing this as well.
There's really so many pieces to this case that we're not going to be able to fully unpack today, but we appreciate Nima Rahmani, our legal analyst.
Oh, good. We're doing the I think his dad probably said, turn yourself in or I'll turn you in. Yeah. We're doing the usual news network trend of like, white guy gets caught. I really suspected nothing. He's never caused any problems.
I understand that we have the neighbor of Tyler Robinson who are ready to speak with us. Miss Kristen Schwerman, can you hear me okay this morning?
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about your relationship with Tyler. How well did you know him?
Tyler went to the school I was a head custodian at. I was at that school for 18 years. I know all three of his brothers also.
And one thing I want to ask you, is this something, I'm so sorry to cut you off, is this something consistent with who you know him to be?
No, no, kid was smart, quiet, he never caused any problems.
Are you shocked by this?
It was a shock. Oh yes, I am shocked.
Isn't it literally always the smart, quiet ones that you're supposed to be the most concerned about? Bruh.
Very shocked.
What can you tell him about us? I mean, excuse me, what can you tell us about Tyler Robinson? You said you've known him for quite some time, as well as his siblings. Any kind of characteristics or anything that you could tell us and share about him?
You know what I know about Tyler is he was always very quiet. He was very smart. He had just a real mellow personality, never caused any problems. He, like I said, he was smart and he kept to himself, and I don't know who his friends were as of now.
Is there any chat?
Us loud and stupid, stay winning. Shut the fuck up. Shut up, dude.
Are in your neighborhood right now? I know you said you're shocked. Are neighbors having any conversation about Tyler?
Oh, yes, I'm sure. I haven't been out too much this morning. I've talked to a few people, but those people haven't lived here long enough. I've lived in the neighborhood for 16 years, just as long as they have, and I'm sure everybody in the neighborhood's shocked because most of these people have been here forever and know him as that kind of kid I did.
And has there been any activity at the family home this morning? We know there is a heavy police presence right now at Utah Valley University, but in your neighborhood, is it business as usual, pretty quiet, or is there an increased presence of law enforcement?
There's a little bit of law enforcement, a lot of news. The neighbors are out walking just to see. Their house is quiet, but their house is always really kind of busy on the weekends and early in the morning when they leave for school and work.
And Kristen, before we let you go, talk to us about, have you been following the Charlie Kirk shooting, the murder here at Utah Valley University, as the rest of not only the state but the nation, and then to find out this morning that in fact your neighbor Tyler Robinson was arrested in connection with this shooting? What are your thoughts as we go back from Wednesday to where we're at now?
I did watch the press on the shooting pretty much all that day. My grandson happened to be at that rally.
She isn't one of his teachers. She's just a neighbor, question mark? Because she's, she said she was the head custodian at the school that he was at. And also a neighbor.
And then this morning, my son texted me and said, hey, this is Tyler Robinson that lives 3 doors down. And I'm like, no, it can't be. And It was. And it's shocking. That's not who's in our neighborhood. And I feel for his mom. I love Amber. She's a great mom, and he has a great dad.
And Kristen, did you see the images that police had released yesterday, that the FBI had released, the photos of the suspect? What were your impressions when you saw that and to where we're at this morning?
Yeah, did you recognize him? Did you say, hey, that's Tyler?
Not in those pictures. I think he had covered his face well enough. But, I mean, I have their family photo on my phone, their new one, and I would have not noticed that that was him.
And Miss Kristen, I want to ask you this. You mentioned his mom, Amber, saying she's a great mom. You know, we know that Tyler right now is booked in the Utah County Jail. What message would you send to Tyler if you could say anything to him right now?
What social media were you on and what friends were you hanging around? Because I feel you can't come up with that on your own. I feel like there's some hate in this world, and it shouldn't be that way. And you need to reconcile.
And when you said your grandson, and make sure I'm saying this correctly, was at that rally at UVU, what goes through your mind when you think my grandson is there and my neighbor, you know, is a part of this, unfortunately, in a violent way?
Oh, I have mixed feelings. Mine is I rather it been, and this sounds sad, just him than a mass shooting.
Miss Kristen, thank you.
I like how the idea of like telling parents to supervise their children's internet access until they're like 15 or something is just so unheard of. It's so obscene of a concept. You just can never do it ever. Also, man, these questions are so ass, dude. Excuse me. What a bunch of dog shit, dude. I have no... Bro, play that one back real quick. Dude, stop. 6 out of 10, thanks. Ew. I know this is going to be fucked up for me to say, but people burp. Who's reporting on him being a groper? This guy, David Schuster, who's saying that police interviews with the family and Utah officials are saying that Robinson reportedly admired Nick Fuentes. So, we're still waiting on more. We're still waiting on more.
To see and learn a little bit more over the next few days and weeks now that he has been taken into custody. Just a few minutes ago, we also had a vantage point of that suspect's home. That shot has since gone away. But in the meantime, let's continue to listen in to those Utah officials as they gave an update a bit early.
Is Helldivers gropey? It's wild. Helldivers fan base seemed to be filled with Nazis. Like the developers once got harassed for directly saying that the players were part of a fascist empire. That's the plot of the game. Like, we can't have anything without being co-opted by the worst people on Earth. This is classic, like, rightoid inability to engage with media in a critical lens, in a critical way. They see, like, fascist group being like, we're spreading democracy and liberating. And they still don't understand that when every single mission is just you going in and killing the other species and taking the resources, you're not liberating anyone. Like, it's so on the nose. If you've played it for more than, like, 5 levels, like leveling up 5 times, there's no universe you should watch it and be like, so true. So true. There's like an entire, like in the ship, in like your destroyer or whatever, where you're chilling in it, they'll pull up like the news networks. It's 2,500 hours into Helldivers here. It's only a groper game if you have 0 self-awareness. I think I actually started playing last week or the week before. I think it was last week that I started playing. And I've clocked in 100 hours. Pretty sure I got the game last week and I've already gotten 100 hours in because it's actually really fun. But they have like news networks in the show, or sorry, in the game when you're waiting in between missions, prepping your loadout or whatever. And like the show will be like, the evil automatons are here to steal your freedom. They have no souls, no hearts. And then it like the music changes and it's like, unlike us, we're here to spread liberty. Straw man news here for you. And it's like, it's straw man spelled incorrectly, like STROHMANN. It's like, who's watching, who's playing this and is like, I'm the good guy. It's like, you're so fucking stupid. You're actually the dumbest person on the planet. You're watching this and you're like, it's me, I'm the good one. All fascists lack self-awareness. It's a key trait. What the hell are you talking about? We Helldivers aren't that weird. Come on. Majority of Helldivers are normal. Minority of us are idiots. It's more camaraderie than fascism. Okay, Miss Generals. I just told you I've been playing the game and I've clocked in like 100 hours in like a week. What the hell are you talking about? Strawman is the German version of Strawman? Nice. What are you talking? I am one of the players. What? Not all men ass motherfucker in chat. Dog. Oh my god. Anyways, yeah.
Clear on this case. Let's listen in.
As the sheriff, to express my gratitude for everybody who has played a part in this investigation. As you know, it's been a vast, a complicated, and a very, very fast-paced investigation. You're looking at people standing up here who are running on, if they got an hour's sleep in the last couple.
You weren't doing anything. You got an hour's sleep because you're too busy like beating your wife or something, dude. What the fuck do you mean? He turned himself in, you didn't do anything.
Couple days, they're probably lucky. It has been very taxing. It has been so impressive, speaking on behalf of the local law enforcement, to see the cooperation that we've seen in this type of case across the state.
No way. Not Alex Jones. Dude, you literally made fun of dead children so hard that you got sued into oblivion and lost InfoWars. Alex, listen, man, I love you, but you gotta stop. Come on.
Look, folks.
Oh my god.
I'm not somebody that cries easily.
What was that?
Sitting in this parking lot.
What the fuck did he just say? Dude, what is happening to Alex? He's starting to morph into someone else. He barely looks like Alex Jones.
Going home. I started crying a few months ago. Charlie Kirk was a really sweet person. I first met him back in 2016 at the RNC in Cleveland. He was so young. Okay, he was like 20-something years old then, so happy, so full of life. He had big plans. How he was going to galvanize all the kids on campuses to vote Republican, wake them up to communism. And they killed him today with a high-powered rifle. Classic stuff. It's like crooks in Pennsylvania running around the roof. Nobody's doing anything.
What does it happen? I'm like missing some of the words that he's saying, and I don't think that the subtitles are good on Twitter.
And they shot him and killed him. And the left's celebrating it. And, you know, all the Democrats calling for violence. It's everything else is just sick filth. But, you know, Charlie Kirk really is a hero. And a family man and somebody that had a real vision. And the left and the globalists have really screwed up because
we're still, admittedly, I haven't watched Alex Jones since he did that Kanye interview, and that was the last time I watched him, and the only time I've really watched him, actually, because that interview was insane. First, is all he does now just like being in his car and like crying in his car? 2, we're still on the globalists?
Look, there's safety in numbers. And I was honest in videos I posted. I said, I don't do a bunch of public events. I don't go to colleges because I guarantee you, if I went out for a year, 10, 15 events, I'll get shot dead. And I'm not scared of dying, but I can digitally and cyber level, you know, really counter the globalist. And I remember telling people, I think I've even said it on air, I said, man, I was surprised Charlie Kirk's not dead. Because the left can't deal with this. And he knew what he was doing. He put it.
I'm sorry, what?
Really counter the globalist. And I remember telling people, I think I've even said it on air, I said, man, I'm surprised Charlie Kirk's not dead. Because the left can't deal with this. And
You said on air you're surprised he's not dead? The left... I like how we know who the shooter's identity is right now, and we still are pretending like we know that he's a leftist. When in reality, we're starting to get reports that he didn't like Charlie Kirk because he wasn't right-wing enough.
he knew what he was doing. He put himself out there on the front lines. He got millions of votes. Millions of votes for Trump.
Oh, okay.
And people bitch and complain about
Oh, this video is from 2 days ago. Wow. Thank you. Sorry.
Trump said he's not getting the whole agenda done quick enough or whatever. He's getting so much done. It's amazing. It doesn't matter. It's about the team he brought forward and about the fact that we know Kamala Harris and Democrats are absolute criminal pedophile enablers. And it's about the RFK
Not gonna list Trump as one of the pedophiles? Okay, dude, okay.
Juniors, the Tulsi Gabbards, and the Charlie Kirks. You know, the left knew they couldn't attack Charlie Kirk frontally, so they kind of put out stories about this and that. He wasn't hardcore enough. He wasn't better enough. And a lot of people picked it up. I just said, listen, he's getting people registered to vote Republican. And they're night and day to Democrats. They're not perfect. They're night and day. So he wasn't afraid to face evil. He wasn't afraid to put his life on the line. And I'm not the guy to act tough. Charlie Kirk had more courage than me. I've been honest about this on air. And I wouldn't even call it courage because I'm willing to die. I do a lot of events and go out and get attacked. And I'm just saying, you go out on a regular basis and you're an Alex Jones or Charlie Kirk around the country for years, I mean, somebody's going to shoot at you. And I've had my security, other security firms just say, Jones, you shouldn't even do it when I do it. I have to do it when I have to, when there's a lockdown or some incredible border tyranny and they're smuggling kids and I went and confronted cartels, you know, all that. Stop me. I mean, I'll do what I have to. But also understand, as a brain trust, I've got to kind of stay alive. And Charlie Kirk knew that, but he decided to, Christ-like, put it all on the line.
Okay, just to be very clear, I don't think Charlie Kirk showed up 2 days ago to that event thinking he was going to get murdered. Saying he put it up there all Christ-like is insane. I think he showed up thinking he was just going to do his event. I don't think he thought he was going to get killed.
And man, like watching that Ukrainian woman bleed to death and nobody help her.
Okay, he literally got helped immediately. It's just, what the fuck do you do when someone gets shot in the middle of their fucking neck and they start bleeding out that much?
And then watching Charlie get hit by that high-powered rifle in the neck with such a blast wave, it makes his whole shirt go crazy. So I thought it was hitting the chest. I'm just like, damn, that's a man right there, man. That's a fucking man right there.
That's a crazy comment to make. What do you mean he got shot so hard he's like a man? What the fuck? Maybe he means like no one will ever call him like the small face, big head guy, and they'll call him the guy who got assassinated from now on. Maybe that's what he meant. I don't know what he fucking meant. Wow, you really took that bullet like a man? Like, as opposed to what? Like a woman? Like a woman would just, what, deflect it? She would just Sue Storm the bullet like a little pussy? Like, what the fuck do you mean? What the fuck does that sentence mean?
Seems smart. He knew it was coming. But he was so energetic and so positive. And
to be clear, I don't think he knew it was coming. Maybe I'm just like, I'm not fast enough to dodge bullets and everybody else can do it, but I'm going to gamble that most people can't dodge bullets. Fucking that one zombie anime where the chick like moves her boobs to dodge the bullet. I'm going to assume most people can't do that. I'm going to assume that. I don't think he chose to get shot. I don't think he chose to show up there and die. I don't think so.
we all say this person won for Trump, that person won, Elon did it, I did it, Trump did it. Without all
High School of the Dead, thank you.
this team would have done it. Without Charlie Kirk, it wouldn't happen. And so the left's coming with their violence. They're coming with more attacks. And we can imagine the hell it'll be if we let them win and if we submit to them. So we're not scared of their attacks. And I guess the answer is we all have to go out.
No evidence, by the way, at the time of this recording or at the time of the stream that he's a leftist.
In fact, I'm going to announce I'm going to go into a nationwide tour of universities for Charlie. I think we can all do it. We have to take his example like Obi-Wan Kenobi in front of Darth Vader. And I was strategic about it. I'm like, well, I'm not going to do it because it's not going to be better over here. But you know what? That's a cop-out. Because if one guy will do it and get killed and intimidates us, they win. No, we all have to peacefully hit the streets. We all have to speak out at city councils, colleges. Everybody's got to be Charlie Kirk now, like with Spartacus. It's a true story, not just in the famous Charlie Kirk movie. The Romans are getting ready to crucify.
Oh, he's so drunk. Oh, he's taking this death really hard.
10,000 plus people because they would tell him who Spartacus is. And they go, he finally steps forward and goes, I'm Spartacus. And everybody else goes, no, I'm Spartacus. We're all
This guy, what has happened to Alex Jones in the past year? Oh my God. Dude, he sounds like the random drunk guy that starts talking to you at a bar. What? Is that just me? Maybe I'm just deaf.
We all have to peacefully hit the streets. We all have to speak out at city councils, colleges. Everybody's got to be Charlie Kirk now, like with Spartacus. It's a true story, not just in the famous Charlie Kirk movie. The Romans are getting ready to crucify 10,000 plus people because they would tell him who Spartacus is. And they go, he finally steps forward and goes, I'm Spartacus. And everybody else goes, no, I'm Spartacus. We're all Charlie Kirk now. That's what it's all about. So I promise I'm doing it. And I know I've got to put it, I don't care. You know, if I go out and some leftist guns me down on the thing, it's an honor. It'll just be a bigger example of people because you guys have summoned the whirlwind. And that's what it comes down to. Because they can shut down the internet and censor us all tomorrow, but they can't stop us in the streets. We love you, Charlie. We love your family. We're so proud of you. Think about these bastards. The corporate media covers everything up. They love it. They love death. They scum. We're going to get them. We're going to save this country and the world together. Because people like Charlie Kirk's courage. We love you, Charlie. God bless you.
I feel bad for Alex Jones. Also, it is actually crazy. The left is now celebrating Charlie Kirk's brutal murder. We are all Charlie Kirk now, ... And this person, you literally accuse dead children of being crisis actors. It's crazy. It is crazy that he spent an entire, year more talking about how the Sandy Hook victims weren't real victims and they were all crisis actors. And then he got sued into fucking oblivion. That is probably the worst instance of, someone getting sued ever. Lost InfoWars. And now is everybody else is celebrating this murder. No one has any compassion. And now he makes videos in his car. You hate to see it. You really do. All right.
Viral. This is not good for us. It is not good to consume.
Crazy thing is how upset they are and crying. And the first thing these conservatives do in their sadness is instead channel it into anger at more leftists. It's
social media is a cancer on our society right now. And I would encourage people to log off, turn off, touch grass, hug a family member, go out and do good in your community. That is happening, and it's happening organically right now. I had a friend in a small city in Utah who said, we're getting together. The Republicans and Democrats in my little town are getting together to have a discussion last night.
So the reason that a lot of people currently are saying that he's almost certainly a groyper again, it's still possible that that's not the case, but how does Kash Patel always look uncomfortable in his own skin? Good question, man. I'm starting to think that they get outed Kash Patel, and that's why he's talking about Valhalla or whatever. But going back for a second, this isn't the first time, or like there have been, excuse me, let me correct my words. There have been multiple instances of Groypers fucking with Charlie Kirk, which he has said so on multiple occasions. Here's one such instance where he's talking about it on Mother Jones. During the question sessions on his 2019 campus speaking tour, Kirk repeatedly found himself facing critics from the right. Groypers, what acolytes of Nick Fuentes, the young white nationalist, call themselves, showed up to pepper him with thinly veiled white supremacist, Christian nationalist, and homophobic questions, sometimes even using explicitly Nazi terms. In what became known as the Groyper Wars, Fuentes would watch live streams of the events and egg on his followers, who even published guides on 4chan and in the neo-Nazi website, The Daily Stormer, on how to properly troll a Kirk Q&A. Dress nice, be polite, remain calm, cool, and do not ask questions related to, and it says the Jewish question. The Groyper War. In the fall of 2019, Kirk launched a college speaking tour with TPUSA titled Culture War, featuring himself and guests Rand Paul, Donald Trump, Kimberly Guilfoyle, Laura Trump, and Dan Crenshaw. In retaliation for the firing of St. Clair and the Politicon incident, Fuentes began organizing a social media campaign asking his followers to go to Kirk's events and ask provocative questions and controversial leading questions about his stances on immigration, Israel, LGBT rights, to expose Kirk as a fake conservative. At a Culture War event hosted by Ohio State University on October 29th, 11 out of 14 questions were asked by Groypers. Their questions included, can you prove that our white European ideals will be maintained if the country is no longer made up of white European descendants? They asked Kirk's co-host, Rob Smith, a gay black Iraq war veteran, how does anal sex help us with the culture war? Fuentes' social media campaign against Kirk became known as the Groyper Wars. Kirk, Smith, and then it ends from there. And then here's on the ADL's website, Groypers are a loose network of alt-right figures who are vocal supporters of white supremacists and America First podcaster Nick Fuentes. Groypers regularly confront mainstream conservative organizations like TPUSA for failing to promote a truly America First agenda and for not being adequately pro-white. And then this is a photo of the guy in question, Tyler Robinson, the alleged killer. And he says, it's a post from, I think, his mom that says, Happy Halloween, handing out candy alone since these weirdos ditched me. Tyler's some guy from a meme. And it's apparently the image of, it's like the Pepe image where he's wearing like the Adidas tracksuit. It's some guy from a meme. Austin's the crazy end of the world homeless guy. And Logan is a fancy skeleton. My kids are weird. Happy Halloween, boy mom. Yeah. Yeah. So, like, there's a lot of evidence to suggest that this might be, that he might be a Groyper, and that it's likely that he's a Groyper. He was 100% a 4chaner. Yeah. It's crazy because I think a lot of right-wingers genuinely, like, don't understand how a right-winger would kill a right-winger. Like this type of chatter, right? Because their understanding is of like right wing and left wing is so surface level. They think liberals are left wing. That's not true. The shooter was not right wing. Do more research. His parents were, yes, maybe not killed, but someone in Charlie's position knew it could have happened. What is this channel? Is it political, or do you even know anything about politics? Do I even know anything about politics? Huh? Let me just take a look here really quickly. You mind if I just take a look here really quick? Mind if I just take a quick little. Dude, you've been on Twitch for so long. And you only follow gaming content. There's like 1 or 2 e-girls in here, but only follow gaming content. And you have the audacity to come into somebody else's chat and be like, do you even know anything about politics. You know, I'll have you know. All right? I'll have you know. I follow a lot of gaming channels, and in 2025, I really broadened the horizon a little bit, and I started following women, okay? So I'm pretty political. You know, I follow at least 10 women. I'm pretty political. Everybody knows if you follow a female, that's a political statement. Anyways, more realistically, like these people just genuinely, they don't understand the difference between like, they don't understand that like there are right-wingers that hate the right because the right isn't right enough. And we call those people groypers, or we call them alt-righters, or we call them white supremacists. That they hate the modern right-wing party because they're not right-wing enough. Nick Fuentes, his biggest problem with Donald Trump is that Donald Trump isn't racist enough and isn't trying to deport more people. When Donald Trump went on air to say, we're only going to deport the evil migrants that are committing violence. We're not going to deport the good, honest people. Guess what Nick Fuentes said? What the fuck? This isn't what I signed up for. This isn't what I voted for. What is this bullshit? You should be arresting all of them. Kick all of them out of this country. Right? Like they just don't, their understanding is so surface level. They think that the right is like people who vote for Trump who are just common sense people. And then liberals are crying soy jack women with nose rings or whatever the fuck. So yeah, it's tough for these people. It's really tough. It's really tough. All right, continuing. Not this. Not this. I thought Kirk was alt-right, or was he just a gatekeeper? Well, Kirk is like a pretty far right-winger in American politics, and just like in general politics, but he's not, he didn't pass the threshold into groyper. And you have to realize the people that are primarily interacting, with Charlie Kirk are the groypers and then liberals. And everybody knows liberals are incapable of doing anything. There is no universe where a liberal would ever conduct any form of violence anywhere, ever. Liberals can't do anything outside of the status quo. Liberals don't even want to protest. Like, do I need to pull up the fucking Stavvy Cumtown bit where they talk about liberals, liberal Elmo or whatever? Dude, to the person who showed me this is amazing. Like, this is the average liberal. Liberals are incapable of rocking the boat. Even a little bit. And leftists understand that there's no point in engaging with Charlie Kirk because he has a financial incentive to continue to be Charlie Kirk and to be as dishonest as he can with you.
Nothing. Where you going, Gordon? Well, I've been priced out of Sesame Street, Elmo. The taxes got too high and had to sell the brownstone that's been in my family for 100 years. And now I'm homeless.
I mean, it's an asset. It's
I had
probably
to use the
mature.
money to move my mother into a nursing home.
Oh, man.
And they abused her.
Oh, man. Did you get a settlement or something?
No, not at all. I got arrested for getting too loud on the phone with the insurance company. But now you get to live here, Elmo. That's awesome. That's great, Gordon. Good. Fuck you, Gordon, did you see what conservatives are saying about AOC? Sorry, Elmo. I'm completely checked out. This is great. I need some space for my podcast studio. It all worked out in the end. I'll see you later, Gordon. I'm going to Maria Hernandez Park to skateboard until I can give a 19-year-old HPV. I'm going to be a photographer for Vice, Gordon. I'm 47 years old.
I'm going to piss myself. I'm staying too hydrated. Let me go pee before I piss myself.
Good luck. Good luck moving to Rockland County.
Also, hi, Barbie. How's it from? Hi.
Oh my God. I guess you're either going to East Brooklyn or jail. Or maybe you'll move with your family back to the South. I totally get it. I went to all the protests last summer, you know. I'm on your side. We really made a difference, Gordon, for those 3 days.
I mean, it's really not that simple, Elmo.
You know what? I'm kind of tired of talking about this. Can't we just all move on? Let's just fucking move on, please. We believe in science. The important thing is making sure the vaccines got rolled out. And last time I checked, it wasn't red fuzzy people not getting the vaccine. All the red fuzzy people I know, they took the vaccine. It at the earliest opportunity. It's maybe a different group of people who naturally, obviously, have a reason to be suspicious of government. But I get that. The orange man is gone. We have a ghost now.
Elmo murdered in his newly purchased brownstone. Gordon would go out like a fucking hero for that one.
Just because I want to defund the police doesn't mean I can't call them on you. If I hear bachata music played too loud, too late into the night, I can still call the police. I have to work for 2 hours. I called, but I requested a social worker. I told him I thought you were mentally ill for letting your dog bark after 7 p.m. I said I don't want it to turn in to a Tamir Rice situation. I'm sorry your children were sent to juvie, but they shouldn't have opened that fire hydrant on a Gordon, did you steal my fucking bicycle? Well, I've got a Ring doorbell, and I'm going to watch the video. Gordon, I'm sorry for accusing you of stealing my bike. It's just, I just got out of a toxic relationship, and I'm still processing the trauma. So you have to understand.
Okay. All right. Like, the idea that, like, so, okay, a couple things. Sorry. 2 things. One, what about the NATO guy? That guy's a liberal. Are you kidding me? He has a NATO flag, dude. He might be a leftist if instead of the NATO flag, he had a fucking pro-Palestinian flag, but, like, that's not what happened. Like, you have to understand the average liberal is incapable of, like, enacting any change except for, like, the change in their fucking HOA neighborhood so that the person of color, wouldn't want to use any disrespectful terms, can finally be evicted because they painted their windows the wrong color, right? Like, those people don't enact change. They don't fucking do anything, okay? They are so, that's a great way of putting it. Liberals want diverse oppressors. Absolutely correct. So it's obviously not going to be a liberal. There's no universe where a liberal is committing political violence, right? What does that leave? Republicans, reasonable. Groypers, very reasonable. Leftists. And as I've said multiple times this stream, unfortunately, or fortunately, leftists have too many outlets that are actually... Sorry, I got distracted. Leftists have too many outlets for their rage, and they have ways to channel that rage to improve the world, whereas Groypers don't. Their solution is we just have to kill all of the people that we don't like or get rid of them, and then the country will finally be good, which obviously that's not how that works, but yeah. All right. Anywho, yeah, that's a great video. Where were we at? Oh, yes. Bro.
And quickly moving people through the Broadview Processing Center.
I saw this.
To our hotline is
there was an ICE officer that fatally shot someone. I did see this. Is there a difference between liberal, leftist, and Democrat? The difference between liberal and Democrat is basically just like a Venn diagram that is just one circle. And leftists are pretty much anti-capitalist, so they can never be liberals. Anyone who tells you that they're a leftist and they're pro-capitalism is not a leftist. They are a liberal.
It's been higher than any point since January, with this past Monday having the highest number of rape reports ever. This indicates that ICE agents are definitely present throughout the Chicagoland area, and we need to remain vigilant with or without the National Guard present. Additionally, it signals that there are more detained than the Trump administration has disclosed. These are our neighbors who each have their own family and their own story. We are working with our legal partners to make sure they have the resources they need. While we are still uncovering the details of this particular incident, we know the increasingly aggressive tactics of ICE do not keep our communities safe, and we are calling for transparency and accountability of their actions. Our hotline remains a resource for immigrant communities in Illinois. If you think you see ICE in your communities, please call the hotline. If you or someone in your family has been taken by ICE, call the hotline. Store the number in your phone, 855-435-4693. We know that organized communities are safer communities, and together we keep each other safe.
Great. That's right.
I'd like now to introduce Representative Norma Hernandez.
Good afternoon, everyone. Buenas tardes. I am Representative Norma Hernandez, born and raised in Melrose Park, grew up in this community. I have family, relatives, friends that I grew up with since grade school that live in this community, in these neighborhood blocks, that are Latino communities that have been here for generations. And what happened today should have not have happened. It should have been avoided. And today, unfortunately, Trump and ICE have taken the life of Silverio Villegas Gonzalez.
Shame.
A beloved, yes, very shameful, a beloved community member that has lost his life while conducting an unconstitutional traffic stop in Franklin Park, Illinois. And we are devastated by this news because we have seen ICE has ramped up its racial profiling and unconstitutional policing in Illinois. And these tactics have led to a loss of life of one of our community members. And he is not the first, and unfortunately, we don't know if he will be the last.
It's like, it's so sad because it's yes, they've ramped up the profiling and the deportations, but it's also just like sad and depressing because it's also just like not the first person that ICE has killed, and it won't be the last. And their entire like agenda is racial profiling. It's just so depressing. It's and like, it's crazy to me that like right-wingers see this shit and they're like, so who cares? And then they see Charlie Kirk and they're like, everyone needs to be silent. Can we get a moment of silence? Can everyone be super silent? We need silence. We need thoughts and prayer. It's like, Jesus fucking Christ. All right, dude.
For Charlie Kirk's death would be at the ballot box. And yet, though, at the same time, in the next breath, he suggested and questioned whether the ballot box could be trusted because previous elections
show you guys
had
this.
been rigged. And so you heard two different messages, you could say, between the Republican governor of Utah and the president here today. Understandably, the anger coming out of the assassination of Charlie Kirk and the impact and friendship that he had on their lives.
Since your question, what should we do about ICE? What can we do? Know your rights, inform other people of their rights. And if you see an unmarked van trying to grab someone off the street, and you are a person with some privilege, aka white, aka man, use that privilege to ask them if they have their warrants, who the person is, etc.
At the same time, there's a lot of questions here. In the days ahead, we know that another friend of Charlie Kirk's, Pete Hegseth, the defense secretary, here today, in new reporting from our colleagues Courtney Kuby and Carol Lee, say that the Secretary of Defense, as well as other officials at the Pentagon, have ordered servicemen and women to report others within the military who mock or condone or express a lack of empathy or complete apathy for the passing of Charlie Kirk. The sources tell Carol and Courtney that at least several officials have been removed from the military as a result of the post that they had shared online related to Charlie Kirk's passing.
Wow. Let me ask you, because of course, in the early hours of this investigation, FBI Director Kash Patel had posted that they had caught the suspect. He then retracted that statement. Do we know?
I'm glad we have state-mandated empathy for the guy who said empathy is a sin. Thank goodness. Woo.
What the president thinks about his handling of this matter so far?
It's insane that if your position is, I really don't give a shit, that's like the worst thing that you can do as a human being ever.
At this point in time, we heard from the president here early this morning acknowledge Attorney General Pam Bondi. She joined him in New York, where the president here remains. But as it goes for Kash Patel as FBI director and Dan Bongino, the #2 at the FBI, both men going there to Utah, They both considered Charlie Kirk to be close friends as well. We did not hear him specifically comment on Kash Patel and his future at the FBI. At the same time, the White House did put a statement in which they said Director Patel is working night and day on this case. Anyone who doubts his resolve and dedication, especially when Charlie was such a
Working night and day, aka taking credit for other people's work.
close friend to him, simply is using this extremely sad moment in disgusting act of political gamemanship. The focus is justice, and this killer will face the full wrath of the justice system. That statement from the White House. Kristen.
Vaughn Hilliard covering a lot of ground for us on this Friday. Vaughn, thank you so much for your reporting. We really appreciate it. Coming up next, President Trump says he's sending the National Guard to Tennessee's second largest city in the administration's labor.
Guys, who the fuck linked this? Jerry Seinfeld compares Free Palestine movement to KKK. Oh, brother. This guy stinks. Dude, can we get off the fucking stage, dude? Nobody cares about what you have to say anymore. You're a washed-up comedian that was never funny. Nobody gives a fuck that you're Jewish or not Jewish. People just hate when you speak because everything you say is so fucking stupid. And also, you're... Was he dating like a 16-year-old or some shit? Is that not him? It's not. Not the first thing that comes up when you type Jerry Sein 17-year-old girlfriend. And you're a fucking... Dude, stop! Pick a struggle! Zionist and... Well, I guess that's... Those two things are synonymous. Never mind. My bad. My bad. Sorry. I forgot that those are the same thing. I forgot. My apology.
Is that, in fact, what state officials are going to be and state prosecutors are going to be looking for here?
Well, there will be enormous political pressure for that, especially in a state where it is still employed, still the voters there, the citizens there support that. We've seen how death penalty has been changed over a generation or two with less of that. So that will be borne out by where they see the facts going and what a jury would ultimately decide if, in fact, again, this person has the presumption of innocence. It is my understanding, based on sources, that he has invoked his right to counsel and to not incriminate himself. And so there will be a process. Will it go to a full trial? Would there be...
Like, this is why I said this is not enough to go off of. Like, until his dad turned him in. Because I woke up this morning, saw that they got him. I was like, what the fuck? How are they so sure that it's him? Wait, what? They've already caught 2 guys that were wrong. And off of, like, this footage, this could... In Utah, a thin white dude, are you serious? Like, this could be literally anyone. And it's like, oh, his dad turned him in. Okay.
A plea arrangement at some point, or whatever other steps coming. So many questions still. And certainly it's notable, Tom alluded to this, that when you have a family member who is involved, there have been other high-profile instances where family members have been involved. And when people say, how could a family member possibly help authorities? One of the things is fear of what could happen. If you are a fugitive on the run, there is great peril and danger in that, especially if you're ultimately apprehended. So arranging a surrender may, in fact, be a way to secure the safety of the family member that is loved by those around him.
Just an extraordinary turn of events this morning, Kelly. Before I let you go, authorities were asked, are they potentially searching for anyone else, or is this the only arrest? They indicated this is it. This is the person behind it.
At this point, they don't have any evidence of another individual involved in, certainly not seen on video, not seen at the location, nothing like that so far. Again, part of why access to emails and phones would be, were there others who were aware in advance and did not report, or other things that could contribute? We just don't know where that's going, but as it stands right now, they don't see any other individuals involved.
All right, Kelly O'Donnell, thanks for being here. Thanks for being on set. We appreciate it. Casey, let me turn to you now. I think people are baffled when they hear...
And apparently, sort of breaking, Ben Shapiro's announced that his media company, The Daily Wire, will be taking control of Charlie Kirk's CPUSA.
Because we're Americans, and we're not going to be deterred. Charlie's voice is not silent. We're going to pick up that bloodstained microphone where Charlie left it.
Oh my God, you didn't even wait for the body to get cold. Jesus fuck. And the left is heartless? You waited like 5 seconds just to take a shit. What the fuck? Oh my God.
About a
Fucking vultures, dude. Jesus.
22-year-old, no apparent criminal background that we know of right now. We know that this investigation is still unfolding. How does a person like this, Casey, become a suspected killer?
Well, in a nutshell, I'm not sure we were expecting him to be.
The way they're clout farming off him is crazy. Yeah, I mean, they're just doing the song and dance that they need to. We're like, this is just like so sad that left-wing violence has gotten so bad. We don't have any proof of him being a left-winger, but it is. So we'll be taking all of his viewers and his content and his media organization. You guys should all come to us. Subscribe to the Daily Wire. Subscribe now. We also do a lot for Israel. We all, just like him. Honestly, we do it better than he does. Like, what the fuck? Holy shit. I feel like every single leftist I've seen has had more respect for him than that. No one capitalizes on death more than the capital's blood cult. I mean, like, it's a death cult. Not quite blood cult. It's a death cult. Capitalism and like religion, most religious people. Death cult. You don't understand. We need the child-crushing machine to continue. Heartwarming. Woman avoids sending her child to the child-crushing machine because she was able to raise enough money to prevent that. It's like, why the fuck is there a child-crushing machine? Don't worry, Charlie. We'll carry the white supremacist torch from here on out, buddy. It's just so crazy. Can you expand on that? Religion being a death cult? Oh, I mean, like, the whole, like, the fucking ground will fucking open up and then we will have, what's it called? Not purgatory. What's the fucking name? It's in, like, Genesis or something. What the fuck am I? Rapture. The rapture. And then all of us may be judged. It's like, dude, that is death cult shit. That's actually death cult shit.
.22 and so vulnerable. We knew we had the age right. The description was correct, but I think we were expecting to see a little bit more evidence of him being a hardened extremist, when in fact, it looks like he's just a rudderless kid. I don't know if he has a job. Does he have a girlfriend? You know, other than going to tech school, you know, we just know that he went to college for one semester and then left. What has been going on in his life in the last 4 years since he finished high school and became a presidential scholar in college? What's been going on? Has he just been a mass consumer of video games and videos and online vitriol? And I think that there's something a little bit pathetic about the writings.
I love that, like, media talks about black children as if they're fucking hardened criminals. Like, it'll be like do you guys remember the story with the chick? I forget her name. Starts with an S. She raised like almost $1 million on GoFundMe because she screamed the N-word at a black little girl or something. Maybe it was a boy. I don't remember. Shiloh Hendricks, I think was her name. And there were people on my timeline, racist fucks, that were pulling up photos of the girl or the little boy, and they were like, look at this. Oh, I'm supposed to believe that this is an 8-year-old? It doesn't look like an 8-year-old to me. It's like 5 years old. They were like, this looks like an adult. It's like, what the fuck? Oh my God, dude. You're literally only saying that because they're black. Jesus Christ. Try and pretend to not be racist for 2 fucking seconds. And then we have like a 22-year-old dude, white dude, that kills someone in broad daylight. And they're like, he's just a little kid, you know, like, did he have a girlfriend? Maybe we should make state-mandated girlfriends a thing. It's like, really? Really? Okay. All right. Sure. Sure, man. Sure.
On the gun and the bullets. I mean, they're immature. They're ridiculous. They're like something a little 13-year-old Beavis and Butthead would say. They did not really encompass, you know, a carefully thought out thought process like we saw in the assassination of the United Healthcare CEO. It more likened itself to just kind of the angst that we saw with the shooter in the Minneapolis Catholic school.
Why is bulge spelled like this?
Just a few weeks ago. So he's a mashup.
Why did they put a D in bulge?
Trust me, he's been following all of these incidents online and he has been inspired by them. I don't know that he's become so political in recent months or years, so much as he's become politicized. And he's never voted, he's unaffiliated. He's just a kid without direction. And we know that vacant minds are fertile ground for poisoning with online vitriol. And I really think that's what we're going to discover with him. It does not excuse it, but it might explain it.
Casey, what you're describing is almost more terrifying than someone who has been radicalized. You are describing someone who does not feel as though they have a fulfilled life, someone who gets sucked into the content online and then is capable of pulling off this horrific act which claimed the life of a 31-year-old father of two. You heard Governor Cox today say part of the solution is for people to get off of line, to turn away from some of that violent rhetoric and hateful rhetoric that lives there. Talk a little bit about how strong that pull can be towards what people are reading and seeing online.
I mean, I can talk academically, but also from firsthand
Kid without direction when he's 22 is crazy, by the way.
experience, having taught college kids of this age for the last 35 years. And I have never seen
It's just like the hypocrisy that pisses me off.
a more alarming group of kids in their 20s. Post-COVID particularly, the isolation of that really drove them to the internet and they became mass consumers. I mean, they give you the 1,000-yard stare when you ask them a question they refuse to answer. They are all in a little bit of a rabbit hole.
Dude, no way. They were actually doing this on his fucking show? No, dude, stop. Just in, the Charlie Kirk show has gone live. Charlie's seat at the table is there and it's empty and absolutely crushing scene. All of them are holding back tears. Charlie would have wanted us to be here. You're literally just capitalizing on his death. Oh my god. And then you're putting a chair react. What the fuck? He would have been upset if we weren't here. We left his chair open and empty. Because nobody could ever fill it. Are we serious? Are we I'm like, at least the people on the left are honest. At least the people on the left that are making jokes, which I disavow, at least they're honest with how they're acting. The people on the right are so excited to fucking profit off this guy. Like, it's crazy. Like, they're not even waiting for the fucking body to get cold, and they're like, well, it's capitalism, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Also, it's so weird they're talking about hateful rhetoric he might have been exposed to, but glossing over the fact that almost everything Charlie himself said was hateful itself.
So badly to do this show for all of you today. And I wanted the friends of this show and of Charlie that knew him best, the Thought Crime crew, to be here in the studio to commemorate our friend, our dear brother, for this sacred, this solemn moment, this occasion none of us ever dreamed we would have to do. And here we are, because Charlie would want us to be here. He would be upset if we weren't here. And we, of course, have left his chair open and empty because nobody will ever fill it. Nobody could ever hope to. But by all of us together, we want to honor him, and we want to be more like him, and we want to be inspired by him, and we want you in the audience to know him like we knew him, and to be up close and personal to the...
Make no mistake, the only reason any of these ghoulish pieces of shit would ever cry for Charlie Kirk is out of concern for their own well-being, out of concern that they might be the attack of, like, the next Groiper, okay? This is so dishonest to get on here and be like, we're just really sad that he passed, you know, like, it's just really sad for us because we just, like, knew him so well and he passed. It's like, dude, just be fucking honest and say, this shit is terrifying. If you're a political commentator and you see this shit is terrifying. that there's some fucking Groyper that just might fucking snipe you one day when you're outside because you talk about politics online? Like, at least be honest about it. Oh my God.
The front row seat to history, to a legend, to an American icon that we got every single day.
Also, they're grieving more for Charlie than any child that was ever killed in any school. The craziest thing is, like, the fact that Charlie is, like, literally on record saying that we can't have gun control and, like, some deaths are worth it for not having gun control. Okay. I think we might be approaching irony. Wait, what is this?
Stuff and not paying them, and then he wound up murdered. What was that? So you had complaints from one programmer who said you guys were basically stealing people's stuff and not paying them, and then he wound up murdered. What was that?
Also a great tragedy. He committed suicide.
Do you think he committed suicide?
I really do.
Have you looked?
This was like a friend of mine. This is like a guy that, and not a close friend, but this is someone that worked at OpenAI for a very long time. I was really shaken by this tragedy. I spent a lot of time trying to, read everything I could, as I'm sure you and others did too, about what happened. It looks like a suicide to me.
Why does it look like a suicide?
It was a gun he had purchased. It was this is like gruesome to talk about, but I read the whole medical record. Does it not look like one to you?
Sam Altman is such a fucking demon, dude. Next, you're going to tell me the Boeing employees also happened to kill themselves with 2 bullets to the back of the head.
No, he was definitely murdered, I think. There were signs of a struggle, of course. The surveillance camera, the wires had been cut. He had just ordered takeout food, come back from a vacation with his friends on Catalina Island. No indication at all that he was suicidal. No note and no behavior. He had just spoken to a family member on the phone, and then he's found dead with blood in multiple rooms. So that's impossible. Seems really obvious he was murdered. Have you talked to the authorities about it?
I have not talked to the authorities about it.
And his mother claims he was murdered on your orders.
Do you believe that?
I'm asking.
I mean, you just said it. So do you believe that?
I think that it is.
I like how, because the right discarded and like threw Tucker Carlson off to the wolves, he decided he was going to come back with a vengeance.
Worth looking into. And if a guy comes out and accuses your company of committing crimes, I have no idea if that's true or not, of course, and then is found killed and there are signs of a struggle, I don't think it's worth dismissing it. I don't think we should say, well, he killed himself when there's no evidence that the guy was depressed at all. I think, and if he was your friend, I would think you would want to speak to his mom or...
I did offer. She didn't want to.
So do you feel that, when people look at that and they're like, it's possible that happened, do you feel that that reflects the worries they have about what's happening here? Like people are...
All right, sorry, this is a slightly different story, but I wanted to show this as well. Did you guys see Trump saying, "I don't care," about the suspect that they detained?
And we're going to look into that.
What do we do about our country with that? Because we have radicals on the right as well. We have radicals on the left. People are watching all of these videos and cheering. Some people are cheering that Charlie was killed. How do we fix this country? How do we come back together?
I'll tell you something that's going to get me in trouble, but I couldn't care less. The radicals on the right, oftentimes...
Dude, imagine being Charlie Kirk and seeing this shit and being like, rude, hello? Rude.
They're radical because they don't want to see crime. And we're going to look into that.
What do we do about our country?
That's amazing, dude. That's amazing. Okay. All right. I couldn't care less.
That because we have radicals on the right as well. We have radicals on the left. people are watching all of these videos and cheering. Some people are cheering that Charlie was killed. How do we fix this country? How do we come back together?
I'll tell you something that's going to get me in trouble, but I couldn't care less.
That's amazing. That's amazing. All right. Okay. Back to the coverage. Back. Where'd I put it? Not this.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization. News for the
I don't think that's right. I'm pretty sure that's Fox
Live
News.
vantage point that we also have.
I don't think that that's correct.
generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Some big developments surrounding the war in Ukraine today. NATO announcing new plans.
No, dude. Fox News told me that Trump solved the war and we don't have to worry about it. And he's talking to Putin and he's going to give Putin everything that he wants and we're going to be fine. No. It's okay. Fucking NPC News. Fucking so stupid. All right. Okay. There was one other thing that I saw that I wanted to watch. No, not this one. No. Oh, this quote is being mistaken from what I've seen. Cox got it wrong. He said that like Charlie Kirk was full of hate. That's what Tyler Robinson said. But in reality, I'm pretty sure that the accurate quote is that his family was the one that was saying that Charlie Kirk is full of hate. Dude, the breathing, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We got him. On the evening of September 11th, a family member of Tyler Robinson reached out to a family friend who contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office with information that Robinson had confessed to them or implied that he had committed the incident. This information was relayed to the Utah County Sheriff's Office and scene investigators at Utah Valley University. This information was also conveyed to the FBI. Investigators reviewed additional video footage from UVU surveillance and identified Robinson arriving on UVU campus in a gray Dodge Challenger at approximately 8:29 a.m. on September 10th, in which he is observed on video in a plain maroon t-shirt, light-colored shorts, a black hat with a white logo, and light-colored shoes. When encountered in person by investigators in Washington County on September 12th, in the early morning hours, Robinson was observed in consistent clothing with those surveillance images. Investigators interviewed a family member of Robinson who stated that Robinson had become more political in recent years. The family member referenced a recent incident in which Robinson came to dinner prior to September 10th, and in the conversation with another family member, Robinson mentioned Charlie Kirk was coming to UVU. They talked about why they didn't like him.
And it looks like they're currently outside of his house. So we should be getting more information soon, I think, on this. And we should be able to confirm. Like, how are you... Okay, sorry. I know that they're just, like, limiting how much information is being provided for security purposes, I'm sure. But how are you terminally online 22-year-old and you put on the casing, you engrave on the casing, notices bulge, oh, what's this? And you don't have a comprehensive internet history that we can see immediately. And then we have, oh my God, Glenn Beck.
We must stop calling Charlie anything other than a civil rights leader. We need to plant that stake deep.
And when you say civil rights leader, do you mean he joined the war against civil rights on the side against civil rights? Is that what you mean?
It is time that we point out that what he was doing was not politics. What he was
So true, King. So true. And I live in a non-Euclidean plane. So true. So true.
doing was trying to stand up for people's civil rights, to show people how a civilization is not a civilization unless you can have a dialogue with people who are diametrically opposed to you, that don't believe anything that you believe in. And yet you can have a civil dialogue, and how important that is. That's our civil right, our right to free speech. And that gunman was trying to take that right away from him and from you and everyone else. Shut up. You will be silent.
I can't take this old man seriously. Grandpa at the Thanksgiving dinner when you asked to pass the salt. Nurse, she's out. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Can you imagine watching Glenn Beck? All right. The marbles are gone, people. Sir, this is an Arby's.
You will not say those things. And there has been a force in this country to try to convince people that you don't have a right, that you have a responsibility to silence others. You don't. In this country, one of our main civil rights is we can express ourselves the way we feel we need to express ourselves. And I'm sorry if you don't like it.
It's so crazy to talk about needing to express yourself, and then meanwhile, any single fucking person makes a joke because Charlie Kirk was a piece of shit.
I'm gonna fuck him.
And suddenly free speech is illegal and we need to fire all these people from their jobs. What is going on?
You have to just take it and then say, I'd like to have a discussion with you on that. I'd like to know how you got there. I'd like to have the opportunity to argue against that. And you have that right to argue against it. And hopefully, if we are more like Charlie Kirk, we're having those dialogues with each other in a civilized fashion. But make no mistake, Charlie Kirk was a civil rights leader as much as Martin Luther King.
I'm so sorry for cackling like that. I'm so sorry. That was such a crazy cackle. As much of a civil rights leader as MLK, Charlie Kirk literally is on record saying that black people were better off during slavery. I don't even know how you can say he literally says that he thinks his daughter should be forced to carry a child of what civil rights? What do you mean?
It shows they were actually better in the 1940s. It was bad, it was evil, but what happened? Something changed. They committed less crimes.
Maybe they were afraid. I mean, black people were better off, says Charlie Kirk, in the 1940s because they committed less crimes. Fucking civil rights leader over here. Apolitical civil rights leader over here, dude. What the fuck? Isn't that, again, I'm sorry to keep repeating myself like a fucking broken record, but we can just say he was a shitty person. It doesn't mean that killing him is okay. I don't want to live in a world where political commentators get fucking executed. I don't want to live in that world. For obvious reasons. But, like, we don't have to pretend like he was this fucking angel. Like, I don't understand what the fuck this shit is. I mean, even, like, it's so crazy because they did this in the opposite way with George Floyd. Meanwhile, literally everyone that was part of the Black Lives Matter movement, none of them cared who George Floyd was. None of us gave a shit. At the very least, I didn't give a shit who he was. I saw someone who got arrested by cops for potentially using a $20 counterfeit and then got extrajudicially murdered. I really don't care what crimes you've committed in your life. The cops don't have the right to execute you. You deserve due process. Whatever crimes you committed, you have a right to a lawyer. You have a right to a speedy trial. You have a right to basic due process. George Floyd could have been the worst human being on the fucking planet. That doesn't change my opinions about due process. That doesn't change my opinion on whether or not cops get to kill you on sight. In fact, even better if he was a terrible person, all the more reason to not suddenly randomly fucking kill people. Same thing here, dude. I don't care how much of a good person or bad person he was. I don't want random fucking political commentators getting executed on the street. I don't want that. I don't want to live in that world. I don't want to live in that world. But are we fucking serious? We're going to be like, he was just like MLK. Really? Really? He was just like MLK when he said... Let me find it. He made this insanely racist comment about black women. I didn't even show you guys this. Civil rights leader, by the way.
Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called the racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Play cut 52.
But I rise today as a clear recipient of affirmative action, and particularly in higher education. I may have been admitted on affirmative action, both in terms of being a woman and a woman of color, but I can declare that I did not graduate on affirmative action. This is my personal story.
I hear because of action affirmative. She can't even say that. We know. It's very obvious to us that you were not smart enough to be able to get in on your own.
It's called not being rich enough to get in on your own.
I couldn't make it on my own, so I needed to take opportunities from someone more deserving. You know, this is how arrogant Joy Reid and Ketanji Brown Jackson and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee are. They're so narcissistic, they think this is persuasive. They think we're like...
I like how he doesn't engage with her actual argument because he's dumb as fuck. Like, her argument is, yeah, but that's not going to help me graduate. Getting into a school isn't enough to help you graduate. You don't get to... There's no DEI higher graduation rate. You still have to pass all your classes. You still have to study and do well on all your finals. Like, that's still on you.
Oh, of course. That's why we need affirmative action. Because you have impressed us with your brilliance. Of course. Oh no, imagine the world without Joy Reid. Imagine the world without Sheila Jackson Lee or Michelle Obama or Ketanji Brown Jackson. They think this is persuasive. They think as they kind of now reveal that I'm only here because of anti-white, anti-Asian forced discrimination policies. That turned me into a bitter, resentful activist that hates white people, honestly, through our politics.
I hate TikTok. I love the people on TikTok. I just hate the fucking TikTok noise. Anyways. Please, Glenn Beck, take it away. Take it away.
Those dialogues with each other in a civilized fashion. But make no mistake, Charlie Kirk was a civil rights leader as much as Martin Luther King. I'm waiting to see the first city that will make a Charlie Kirk Boulevard. Phoenix, you should be the one. There's a Martin Luther King Boulevard. There should be a Charlie Kirk Boulevard. Charlie Kirk was a civil rights leader, and we must take that for him and own that. Because all of these so-called civil rights leaders, Black Lives Matter, that was a money scam. That had nothing to do with anything other than money and power. Charlie was actually fighting for civil rights.
Bro, what? He was fighting for civil rights. Guys, he was fighting. I have no words. I have no words for that. I have no words for that nonsense. I'm gonna be honest. Wait, guys, they're hating on Pelosi. Oh boy. How can anyone take the right seriously? Not Glenn Beck. I'm okay.
Right after expressing his sympathy. President.
Okay. All right. I'm done laughing. All right.
Rhetoric often foments it. We've seen the January 6th rioters who clearly, have tripped a new era.
Grandpa learned what rage bait is and he understood the assignment. No, Grandpa learned what being a lol cow is.
Of political violence. And the president, what did he do? He pardoned them. I mean, what kind of signal does that send?
Then there's former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who is arguing for more gun control. Pelosi's also calling for changing the rhetoric in our political debate.
People don't have any intention of saying something that's going to lead to something dangerous, but we cannot take responsibility for the minds that are out there and how they hear it.
Backlash grows over Democrats' reaction to Kirk's death. What exactly did Pelosi... Literally, Pelosi is not capable of saying anything that motivates anyone either. She justified that was the most boring-ass fucking comment I've ever seen in my life. The most interesting thing that she did was show off her $8,000 freezer.
Other Democrats quickly calling for more gun control before we have the full picture of this alleged assassin. Mike?
Yeah, Mike, it just seems like, the PR skills sometimes just not there right now. And, this is going beyond a political nature. I mean, we're seeing people getting fired in their private jobs as well.
Well, absolutely correct. People have, lashed out depending on their point of view.
Let me just say also the most recent talking point from the right is that he became, the shooter, Tyler Robinson, became Antifa from going to college. You'll see this fucking dog shit account and wokeness. From a regular middle class family, good grades, went off to college, became an extremist Antifa killer. Okay, for anyone who's been to higher education, you know that the first semester of college classes is, those classes are easier than high school classes. They're easier than okay, I don't know how many people took AP classes in here, non-Americans. AP classes are just like a way to take college classes, but you get college credits if you pass the exams at the end, or if you get a 4. And let me just tell you, all of my AP classes were way harder than my first 2 years of college classes. You're literally taking basic beginner shit. Okay, I took AP Chem, and that was 10 times harder than the chemistry class I had to take in my first year of college. The first year of college is hey, we just want to make sure. We're pretty sure you already know how to read and write in English and do basic math, but we're just trying to double check. Can you just confirm with us that you can read and write English and do basic math? Okay, great. Wonderful. So like the first semester is like really, the hardest thing about college is showing up to your classes. That's the most difficult thing. Maybe I'm just like, I don't know. I used to be really late to everything, so I had a really big problem with this. But I will tell you, I got an accounting degree, and this last 2 years, that was mad studying. I was doing like 3 hours of studying. I'm not joking. I was so set on getting like straight A's at some point. I was like, I'm going to do it. I'm going to fucking prove to myself that I can get straight A's. And at my best, I took 6 classes, got straight A's, and it was all like higher level accounting classes. And that shit, it's not that it's hard, because hard is not an accurate description. It's that it's time consuming. Right? So you go home and you have to spend like an hour to 3 hours every single day going home, doing homework, researching, reading, preparing for projects, whatever. So it's just more that it's time consuming. And the hardest thing about college and why college is like a prerequisite for so many jobs is just that you prove that you can show up on time and that you can do the assignments and hold yourself accountable. Right? That was my experience. That was just my experience. Obviously, it's going to be a different experience for everybody, but that's just my experience. The first year of college, I will say, the hardest thing was showing up to my classes. That was the hardest thing. I didn't want to show up, and when I would show up, I didn't want to be there. I was just bored out of my mind. So that was my hardest thing. That was my hardest part of it. So anyways, it's a rite of passage. It doesn't even matter what your degree is, and for a lot of jobs. Well, it's hard now because like the job market is just so dog shit right now, but last time I looked at the stat, it was like 50% of college graduates get a job in something that their degree isn't in at all. Wait, I was going to pull something up on chat. Oh, thanks, Damon. Oh man, there was someone that wrote something in chat, and then I was like, I wanted to talk about it, and then I fucking lost it. Fuck accounting, I hated that shit. Dude, cost accounting was so much fun. I loved that class. The other accounting classes were kind of boring. It's just like you just fucking memorize how the regulation works on something, and then you just learn how to do it. So that part was the only part that was annoying. So many regulations. Ugh. But anyways. Cost accounting is the best. Dude, cost accounting was so much fun. I loved cost accounting. That was fun. And economics is fun. It's pretty easy, but the economics calc class that I took was so much fun. Oh my god, that was so much fun. Anywho, Denims likes math. I've always loved math. I was very disappointed that accounting didn't have enough math. Anywho. Yes, guys. Caught. I'm a nerd. Yes, caught. I play video games and make Excel spreadsheets for my video games, okay? You caught me. All right? Dude, finance classes were so dog shit. I hated my finance classes, dude. Oh, those sucked so bad. I do not miss my finance classes. I hated them. I hated them so bad. All right. Yeah, the idea that he became woke off of the first semester of college is such a joke. Like, the first semester of college is literally the easiest fucking semester of college. Besides the self-control part. Chat, can I be honest with all of you? I don't know why my haters are so deranged. Keep showing your tits. Why are you talking like a fucking New York 1960s goon villain? That's the only thing that'll get you anywhere, because you have no brains, haha. You might make it as a OF. I might make it as an OnlyFans, like the company. I am going to become the company. Cause you cute, but ... You don't have an open mind. ... Need to learn more things than just reading one article. You spelled article wrong, dude. Don't fucking try to tell me that I'm the dumb one when you can't spell the word article. How did you even misspell that? I don't even know. And that word, because it's not do your research. The fuck are you? What the fuck does this even mean? The fuck? Okay, so like this, I never understand this shit. All right, dude, like, as an ugly duckling, okay, I just don't have a complex about how intelligent I am. Like, I just don't. Like, as far as I'm concerned, I have my metrics, and the people that I respect, that I consider smart, think that about me, and that's all I care about, okay? I'm sorry, someone who can't spell article correctly doesn't hold a lot of weight in my brain. But as an ex-ugly duckling, I don't know why you would try to inflate my ego and be like, you know, you're actually really cute, and people only watch you because of how cute you are. It's like, thanks. Wait, what? Do you know how impressive that is? That you consider me to be so attractive that I've managed to get people to watch my stream purely off of how attractive I am? That's an incredible amount of attractiveness. That's really impressive. You have to be very attractive to meet that bar, dude. Because in my opinion, if you go to the Just Chatting section right now, in my humble opinion, there are a lot of women there that are really beautiful. Okay? And if you think the metric is just like woman equals viewers depending on attractiveness, if that's your metric, that is like I don't know why you would come in here and then compliment me. Like, I don't get it. I don't understand what happens. There are like, I think certain leftists just break people's brains. It's just, I just don't get it. It's tough, dude. It's really tough. Also, man, you must have like 3 masters if you're talking shit, dude. You must. You gotta, dude. You gotta. Anywho, all right. Moving on. Where were we? Right.
Those on the far left shooting crazy videos celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk. And so we've seen quite an outpouring of emotion. We've seen teachers in classrooms also expressing how joyful they are that this young man, 31 years old, a young husband and father of precious little kids, is now deceased. And so there's been quite a backlash in a variety of ways ever since his shocking assassination earlier this week.
Yeah, it was so interesting to hearing from the governor today of Utah, and that passionate speech he had where he wants the end of political violence. And I think it's going to have to start with maybe not calling the other side fascists and Nazis and to get the ball rolling a little.
Well, exactly right. And we've seen that, you know, sometimes people who are...
I'm so over this. Like, I've been bored of this shit for so fucking long. It's crazy that they're still trying to run with this and be like, dude, it's because you guys keep calling us Nazis just because we keep talking about things that are Nazi-like. Unbelievable. It's like, if it walks like a duck, dude, what the fuck else are we supposed to call you? What the hell? Stop saying Nazi shit. Also, like, what type of person so quickly flip-flops into causing someone else to die because you got called a Nazi? Like, grow up, dude. Holy shit. Soy fucking right. Like, where are the videos? They're celebrating his death. Where are the videos? You high hairline bitch. Dude, his hair is like flying away from him. I've never seen this before. I've seen lots of balding people, but like, it's like actually like, this one is actually like running away. It's like, I need to go. Oh, Lord. Wait, there was something else I was going to show. Someone in chat said, I think it's probably a groper. Yeah, I'm starting to lean towards, I think it's a groper. And it does also look like a lot of right-wingers are purging their shit and purging their tweets because it's not a leftist, seemingly. Don't call us fascists as the party who calls anyone that isn't in agreement with them, even conservative, leftist, communist, blah, blah, blah. Like, literally, look at the way that they're treating Zohran Mamdani. They're saying he's an Islamist that's going to bring radical Muslimism to New York City, and he's also bringing communism. It's like, dude, they are incapable of being honest for even one moment, and we're supposed to accurately label them. And then when we do accurately label them, they're still mad. They called Obama a communist. Like, hello? Hello? What the fuck are we talking about? Oh no. Oh yeah, I saw this. Time to bring back the death penalty. And then she finds out it's a white boy. And she's like, I can't believe this. We should all pray for him. Also, he followed Laura Loomer and she's deleting tweets. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Caught. Uh-oh. You have to use their preferred insults.
Are not well, hear this very harsh rhetoric at home, and they get agitated and in some cases lash out. I don't know that that's the case.
What was the stuff on the bullets and stuff being engraved on it makes him seem like a libertarian or something? No, libertarians don't shitpost that hard. They just mostly talk about the age of consent. Those engravings could have only been one of two things. One, a groyper. Two, a leftist. And seeing the sudden shift in both Nick Fuentes' argumentation and his like the things that he said online and all the right-wingers online makes me pretty solidly feel that it's a groyper. There's also initial reporting that it seems like he hated Charlie Kirk because Charlie Kirk wasn't conservative enough, which would track because the primary group of people that Charlie Kirk has beefed with over the years has been groypers. I mean, he was in the groyper war. Ugh.
Time. We don't know that much about the alleged assassin, but we will find out in time. But yeah, I think a lot of people are saying, you know, dial it back, calm down, choose your words carefully. When you call somebody a fascist or a dictator, that can really agitate some people who are not well, and perhaps they do something that all of us will never forget, and obviously cost his Charlie Kirk's family tremendously.
Yeah. Such a deep loss there in so many ways. Mike Emanuel, thanks so much for joining us on Live Now from Fox. We always appreciate it.
Thank you, Mike. Have a good day.
You too. All right, everyone, we will take a 2-minute break. When we come back, more analysis of the Charlie Kirk murder suspect behind bars this evening. We'll be back in just 2.
All right.
Is here, you're going to see a lot of
Oh, wait, hold up.
cooperation. Wouldn't be surprised to see the feds take the lead and see those kind of cases go quickly. But there was an arrest this morning. The state is usually in a position to kind of act a little more quickly than the feds. The feds are very thorough in their own right, but bureaucracy, they're a little more chain of command issues that they sort of have to go through to get these things sort of in motion, whereas the state of Utah, it's a lot easier for them to get a judge on the phone, get a warrant signed, get the person.
Did you see Connor Eats Pants tribute to Charlie Kirk? I'm going to be honest, I'm a little afraid to watch it because I know Connor Eats Pants is really funny. So I'm vaguely concerned that showing it might be too good. So I'm going to say ahead of time that I disavow anything that Connor Eats Pants has ever said or done, and then we can watch it. I'm very curious now. He did a memorial stream for him. Well, everybody, thank you everybody for tuning into the stream. Okay. I had a good time spending with all of you.
Hassan's hot. Oh, I'm gonna fuck him.
All right. Thank you, Shy Thembo. Thank you again also for all of the subs and the gifts. I'm sorry I couldn't read everything today. I just wanted to stay on topic. And also sorry that the TTS was off. I don't know why, but the TTS wasn't reading out the messages. It was just reading out the letters. Which was kind of annoying as shit. So I had to turn it off. But thank you everybody for tuning in. I had a good time. I hope you guys do too. Please stay hydrated. Tell your homies you love them. And I will see all of you guys tomorrow. And tomorrow we will be having a little bit of a shit Saturday. I'm sure many of you guys saw the Ethan Klein broadcast yesterday. I didn't want to spend today on it because I wanted to catch up on this. And also they literally detained the shooter, so it was very worthwhile. But tomorrow we'll spend like, I don't know, 5 minutes on that. Because I'm sure many of you saw like the weird AB thing. Fucking so bizarre. But yes, please, yeah, stay hydrated, tell your homies I love them, and I will see all of you tomorrow. But before I go, let me show you all my worm. Well, thank you everybody for coming. I will see you guys all in the next one. Have a great rest of your day. Bye. Mary Cat, say bye. Bye. Okay, bye.